welcome to the Ostradamus Toys Clubhouse. How is everybody feeling tonight?
Fantastic.
Pretty good.
Excellent.
Aside from wanting to throw my 3D printer into the trash, but
No. We can't have that now. We can't.
It's been a day. I have tried to print.
If you're gonna do it live. We want to watch.
We
Five
got stories
That's right.
today.
So I added
get
a
them
bunch more
views
supports this last time, and we'll see what happens. So far, it's looking good, and it's not shifting.
Oh man,
I want to see Payne go ape shit with a hammer and just start beating the shit out of his 3D printer.
Let's picture the Office Space scene where they're stomping
That's
them.
exactly what I was thinking of too.
Wait till we switch to Brick's channel, then do it, Aaron. It'll be perfect.
There we go. All right, we want to get them watch hours up.
Yeah,
So that actually, before I jump in and say hello to everybody in the chat tonight, and we run through all the amazing legends that are there, there is a legend amongst this circle of amazing panelists, co-hosts, and just friends, period. Brick Something a while ago has hit YouTube's new stats for monetization. As some of you may know, YouTube has changed things. You only need 500 subscribers now, but you still have the mountain of having 3,000 watch hours in a 12-month rolling cycle. And he needs some help on the watch hours, folks. He really, really does need that help. So what I want to do tonight, because I always get amazing watch hours from all of you incredible people who watch this stream for some reason, no matter whether we're going for 3 hours or 8 hours on a Saturday night. You all are here for it.
I made it to 5 last week. You know,
You did good.
Aaron,
Yeah.
I
was so proud of you, Aaron.
Proud of you, right?
I'm an
I
old
am
man. I cannot
so
do that.
proud of you.
He
Like,
cried the whole next day, but that's beside the point.
Mm-hmm.
right? Like,
Yeah,
we
the whole next day I was done.
we are really, really pushing and trying. If you are in my chat right now, viewing from my channel, no, get out of my chat. You need to go head over to Brick Something's channel right now. We are giving him all of tonight's watch hours.
oh man, thank you.
We want the traffic to flow over to Brick's channel. And one of the other amazing things that he has done too is, I know that we did this for Skelly, and I want to do it again just to make sure that we hit this goal. Brick is really not too far away from it, folks. And I know that we could get him there in a week from today. If you go over to his channel, in his playlist, he has set up all of the content from his channel in a playlist. So what I want you to do is, if you're on a computer, you got a web browser up, open up another tab and put that playlist on in the background. And you can control the volume of the video. So you can tune down that volume so that it's not going to be overlapping the conversation that you're going to have tonight. But Brick really needs this help overcoming this little last obstacle. As you can see, he's got it right here, folks. He is so close
I don't know if you
to
can even
getting
see that.
over that
2700,
3K hump.
2781.
2781.
We can do it, folks. We can get him to over 3K so that Brick can finally get monetization. So again, if you are in my chat tonight, I need you to jump over to Brick Something's channel. If you are not already subscribed to Brick Something's channel, go subscribe, go watch from his channel tonight. You would not only be just doing me a huge favor, you're helping out another person in this community. And that's what we need. And whoever's still playing that music, please keep it going. We need that kind of stuff.
I didn't want to get the copyright
I'll
strike.
give us a crying man at arms
It looks
for
more
it.
like a John
just
Cena man at arms.
One click and several hours.
Wait, hold on.
We need the old
can't see me?
NBC thing that says the more
You
you
can't see me.
Call now. Operator is standing by to take your pledge.
That's
In
right.
the arms of...
Now, right now, we have another important guest that's joining us tonight.
Thank
This
you, everybody.
man is an absolute legend in his own right, and he also does a parallel stream on Saturday nights. Welcome, Bill from Weird Fantastic Toys.
Hey.
Come to hang out with us tonight.
Hey,
Bill,
Bill.
good to see you, brother.
Hey, Bill.
Good to see you too. And I've been watching Thanos over there, man. Y'all need to check him out. He's been doing some good work on YouTube, showing off his journey into photography, action figure photography. And if you really want to see what his action figure photography is all about, check out his Instagram page.
Thank you, Bill.
Especially
Just
this
make
month.
sure to have a plastic raincoat on, because you'll be in the splash zone.
Be real careful though. Make sure you're over 18.
And you're not at
That's
work.
right. That's right, folks. Do not have any kids present while going through that.
And if you're not 18, make sure your mom's
Especially on Friday.
right next to you before you look.
Especially on Friday.
That's right.
But it's the whole month this month, Bill.
Yeah, this
Oh,
month
yeah.
it's every day.
Naughty November.
God.
Apparently,
So
he
I'm
missed
already
the
seeing here.
No Nut November issues.
I don't participate in that personally, but kudos to those of you who do. On to a different subject. Brick something. Congratulations, man! Your channel is popping, man. And
Thank you, Bill.
And I want to thank you. Recently, Brick Something came over to my channel on invitation. Out of the spur of the moment, he was just in the chat, and we were talking about Animal Warriors of the Kingdom. And I have, I don't collect that. It's a cool line, but I had no base in what to talk about that. And I asked Brick Something to come over into my channel and give my listeners a brief primer on that. Job of that, Brick. I appreciate that, sir.
Yeah, it's like Beetlejuice. If you say AWOC 3 times, either myself or Adam will pop
Adam
in,
show up.
so-
Yep, it works.
Well, it actually, that's true, because it was just kind of like that happened,
Yep. I was watching. I was like, oh, AWOC? All right.
I'd just like to know why Brick's putting all of his videos in a library instead of spending time editing AWOC videos like he should be.
Instead of or in addition to?
Right?
Working, man. Always working. You know what? I put this out on the channel, but if anyone would like, I was like, man, I hit 600. Like, I want to give folks a little thank you. I made these little stickers, and I would love to give everybody one. Anybody who wants one, I'll just mail it to you.
I will gladly
I
take
know,
one.
totally. So I'm gonna put in my just send an email to this with your I can put an email address in the chat.
Dude,
yeah?
Brick,
I'm
you
gonna
should
slide in the DMs, brother.
you
Or-
should have
yeah,
like
either email there or if we're on IG, I'm brick.something and send me your address. If you haven't already, if you've already done that, they're probably coming today or tomorrow. So
You should have my address. I sent you something a while back.
that's
I
right.
don't know if you
Yeah.
remember.
I got yours. I got my card here.
I don't know why. The second I saw those
You
those
guys
are-
ever see what I sent to Brick Something?
It's at my work. Yeah, this
What
guy
is
did
it?
some. He does
Oh, wow.
his wizardry, his magic, his sorcery, and then he sent me. He did the trick on his live, and then sent me the actual card.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
If you've ever
Okay.
seen a bicycle card, you see two bicycle riders riding away from each other on the back of
Yep.
the card. I took my angel catching mirror and picked that angel up and put it up there beside the other angel right there live on the camera on the card, and then signed the card and sent it to Brick Something.
It's weird, man.
Amazing. Amazing.
Satanic, I tell you.
That's one of those things. Yeah, the satanic panic for real. No, that's one of the things that I love about Bill's
Hail
channel.
Satan.
They are weird, fantastic adventures. You never have any idea what's going to happen. So, at
Need to
this
get back
point,
to
I want to jump back in. That's true. I want to say hey to everybody who's in the chat and watching. I want to thank everybody who has made the switch already. If you haven't yet, again, tonight, folks, we are directing the traffic over to Brick Something's channel. So if you're still watching from my channel, if you're in my chat and you wonder where everybody's at, it's because we're all changing up gears. We're heading over to Brick's channel. We need to get those watch hours up. So
Thank you.
I'm going to get to that comment that just
Hosting
got
the
dropped
clubhouse
in the
over
chat.
here.
So let's get into it here. We have JMax77 here with us, the newest Ozhole Toy Connections. He recently signed up for the Oz Patreon. Thank you for being an Ozhole, Ken. And we've got Nolan hanging out with us this evening. Thanos Copter pulling the double duty. Watch out, you might get fisted. We've got Onryu here hanging out with us as well. My buddy's Customs pulling double duty and sending that very important message in the chat early on. Make sure to head over to Brick Something's channel and watch from his channel tonight. We are going to get his watch hours up. He is going to get over that 3K mark by the end of this week.
What's up?
Cowabunga dude hanging out with us. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for being here. All the way over from Ireland, we've got Motu Origins Cork. Somehow, amazingly, he is either still up or he just woke up. But it's good to see you here, my brother. Thank you for joining in with us tonight. And he's just asking how the general mood is this Saturday Eve. Post-Halloween blues or excited for anything? Always some post-Halloween blues, but always excited for what's to come next.
The amount of times scrolling through random videos I've now seen that damn Mariah Carey "All I Want for Christmas" song starting.
You know, I
Sounds
almost
chills.
haven't had my first exposure to that this season.
you
There's
guys
a
know
meme
how
going
I
around the
always
other
do
day
that.
about that, with her coming out of a wall saying, "Haha, your Halloween's monsters can't keep you away from me for any longer," or something like that. I was
And
like,
she officially posted a video saying it's now November 1st. Y'all know what time that means, and you slowly hear the song getting louder and louder.
"You gotta have your claim to fame. That's all she's got."
Right.
I just want to say this, okay? Let's get freaking Thanksgiving over with before we start damn Christmas, please. Just
Right.
Thanksgiving is amazing holiday. I love that feast. But I always picture
I'm just in
Mariah
it for
Carey
the
riding
food.
down the ocean. Who isn't just in it for the food?
I
Seriously.
mean, what is there more?
There's more than
I
that?
spend time with my
Yes,
mom. I love
friends and
helping my
family,
mom,
friends
too.
and family, Brick.
That's true. Very, very true.
it's a time to be thankful for all that you've had all year long.
I'm grateful all year, man.
That's right, folks. Be grateful for everything that you've got over the last year, and then rush out tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. and buy all new shit.
That's right. For a bunch of
Yeah.
undeserving little shits that don't
You
care.
don't have to impress people you don't care about. There you go.
There you
Right.
go.
We are the most cynical group of jerks ever. Yeah.
I
it's true,
personally like.
I prefer the
Christmas
phrase
but
pragmatic.
pragmatic.
Hey,
That's a
I've
big
got to
word, Aaron.
say, since I have, been in therapy and doing that whole thing, I definitely have a more gratuitous mindset where I really, really am grateful and thankful for so many different blessings every day that a lot of people just don't even think about, but it's true.
That's right.
All right.
Yeah.
I want to get back in here, finish running through this chat. Again, I see a couple people joining in now, just jumping in my chat. Guys, if we're all watching on my chat, make sure that you go jump over to Brick Something's channel. We're trying to boost his watch hours tonight. So if you're watching from my channel, I've pinned the link to the top of my chat. Go head over to Brick Something's channel and watch tonight for there. We want to get his watch hours up so that he hits that amazing, beautiful number of 3K watch hours. So please, please go head over to Brick Something's channel right now. And you know what? While you're at it, make sure you give him a like too. And if you're not already subscribed, please subscribe to Brick. What's taking you so long? All right. We've got Mr. Wonderful Travis here mentioning late. We're always late. That's what we do here. We are definitely late. Oh, You tease. I'm trying to get through the chat, and you are teasing.
Ah,
Oh man, look at that gorgeous Cosmic Legions wave too. I knew you were gonna have. Well, you already said you were gonna have at least the one to open up tonight. Did
Yeah,
any
just
others
the
show
one.
up today?
The
Okay.
others haven't showed up yet.
Okay.
you got them
the
from
all right,
separate
all right.
vendors? Or...
Yeah, I only got when I did this one. This was the only one I was going to get originally from the Horseman, and then I went back and got another one.
Yeah.
Like 3 weeks later,
So different orders.
and this was these two were technically my first Legions of anything.
Really? Okay.
These
So
were
those
bought-
were the first ones that you ordered.
Yeah, these were technically the first ones because they were bought sight unseen, just looked great.
Right.
Right,
And
right.
then the rest of the wave I bought recently, and it should ship out
Okay.
Monday or Tuesday.
Excellent.
From
Excellent.
Helido.
Well, I can't wait
So.
to. Of course, always got to love our boys from Helido Toys. I love saying it like that because it just flows. It's like one of the silliest, easiest rhymes you could do, but whatever. All right. So just sent out a couple other invites real quick. But definitely, please, everybody move over to Brick's channel. Really appreciate giving him the watch hours tonight because he needs it. We're going to get him there, folks.
You're the best, Oz. Thank you, folks. Now Oz was the first
Hey, man.
sort of to get me live on this whole YouTube thing. Live on the YouTube thing. It was you and then Ken from Toy Connection. So appreciate you both so much.
I was actually just working with Ken a little earlier tonight.
Yeah,
We were going
I
through
heard
and
about that.
recording those lines for the
I
Masters
know what
Universe
it is.
1982.
I know what's coming. I got sent the preview.
It's
of
coming. It's happening. Ooh. Excellent. Oh, man. I love it.
Looks great.
Shark Guys is hanging out, joining us this evening. Thank you.
What's up, Adam?
And we have Ray Black with us as well. All the way from IG Land, anime figure statue collector. Brother, what's going on? Thank you for being here and hanging out tonight. I hope you've jumped over to Brick's channel. You've hit that subscribe, and you've also are giving him some extra watch hours tonight because we appreciate that.
I'm blushing.
We've got Fat Red Foo joining in, or what does Lawrence call him?
Fatrid.
Ooh.
Fatrid.
Fatrid.
Not
Fatrid.
Fatrid?
I'm not gonna lie. The first time I ever read his name, that's exactly how I read it. Fatrid. I was like, is that like hatred but fat?
That's
Best
what I
part is
thought.
that
First, I thought it was
Lawrence-
Fat Red Food. Then I thought like Fatrid, like hatred. But
Lawrence
Right?
says Fatrid FU. That's how Lawrence says it.
Fatrid FU. Yeah, you know what? Why not? Let's go with that. Fatrid FU. We've got Rolando Flores here with us as well.
Rolando.
Skyfall has joined in. And I gotta tell you, Rolando is another one of those guys where
Like
you know
Nolan,
you're
yeah,
not
he's
really
in
a
lot of
toy
chat.
channel, right? You can't really consider yourself a toy channel until Rolando Flores shows up. But we appreciate you, brother. Thank you for being here, saying hey to everybody.
I don't
And
know how
Jamie
to get it.
Sanders is
What?
hanging out with us tonight. Thank you for being here, Jamie. We appreciate it. And highly articulated Adam in the chat saying, time to put out that AWOC talk blooper reel. And I bet you that would definitely blow up some views. That would really, really blow up the views.
They go long.
K-Row. K-Row. Thank you for being here, sis.
Can I just cut in here real quick?
No.
Yes, you can.
No.
Okay. I just want to say right now on
Nope.
Oz's
Nope. Cut off.
channel.
Yep.
No, okay.
No, please go on, dude.
Bunch of
On
assholes
Oz's
here
channel, we've got 9 people watching, but on Bricks, we have 30 people watching.
Nice.
Good job,
That's
guys.
what I'm talking about,
Amazing. Thank you
That
all.
is
And
what
hopefully
we need.
those 9 people have a second tab opened with
Dual
Bricks.
watch, yeah.
'Cause if you
probably what
don't,
it is.
You suck.
That's right. If you're watching on both, I mean, hey, people, I appreciate the watch hours. You know, it's always great. I love getting those views on my channel, but it's more important right now that we try to help out Brick with this. It's a monumental task for a lot of people. So please switch over to Brick Something's channel and please go watch from him. All right, we have June Faramore here as well this evening. Thank you for being here, June. And continuously scrolling down. Oh, look at everybody saying made the move, came over. This is what I love to see. You all are legends. Thank you. Matthew Matson in the house. Absolutely. Thank you. Let the hate flow through you, right? Why not? Well, let's hate a little on something. We can do that. We can do that.
We can do some haterade later. That'll be fine.
Right?
I got a
Everybody
couple
loves
things to hate on this week.
haterade. But I mean, there's always a little bit of hate. We'll dip into some hate because why not? Just a little negativity. All right. And here we got Tony's Figs in the house joining us. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate you being here, brother. I'm scrolling down, looking for the rest of people. We got Random Diorama. Love to see you guys here. Oh, wait. Here we go. If you guys keep this going for 12 hours and everyone watches the whole time, Brick will make his hours. You know what? We might be able to, clocks fall back tonight. So,
That's right. We fall back
we
tonight.
can
We got
definitely
extra
get that.
Yeah, you get a little bit of extra time.
Oh, is that tonight? Oh, score.
That's tonight. Yeah, it rolls back.
Yeah,
So,
tonight.
we might be able to squeeze another couple hours out of this. And we got people, this must have been around time Bill jumped in. Bill's getting some love here. He's, we got Nolan saying, hi, Bill, getting the big shout out from Rolando. Weird, fantastic toys. So that's right. That's what I love about this community. And one of the things that I love doing most about these Saturday night streams is just bringing everybody together in a space so that we can see each and every one of us. Like, it's fun. I have so much fun doing these streams. Terrence St. John, an amazing supporter of the channel. He is one of those guys that donated to the GoFundMe that got me to PowerCon. I got a chance to hang out with him and his son Liam while at PowerCon, and it was fantastic. So he's saying he enjoyed the full Five Knuckles fun that Friday provided, possibly more than She-Ra. He's checking out Thanos' content.
I was just gonna say, I hope that's for Thanos.
It's gotta be.
I was thinking about something, Oz. You remember back in the day you had the Hulk fist and the Thing fist?
Oh yeah.
Why don't we have Fisto fist? So we can have a Fisto fist.
I was thinking about that this Halloween.
Miguel, come on.
Have one hand Fisto, the other one Jitsu. Yeah.
Wow. Better
For
yet,
a second, I legit almost said Chopper.
Hand on one
Chopper.
hand, Fisto in the other one, and have T-Law sitting on one of them. Yeah, that'd be great.
All right, guys. We've got.
You can get them both with the Mr. T figure.
I never do.
Yeah. You can
I want that one so bad.
Because the 2000X continuity is just like skews me out if I even think about putting Tila on the fist.
Yeah. It's a little weird if you know that 2000X.
No, I'm well aware of that, but I've seen you put the fist upper.
But I don't care.
On Tila? I don't think so.
I've
done it.
No, not on Tila.
Evil Lynn was She-Ra.
Yeah, Evil Lynn and She-Ra definitely, but.
We've got Mr. Wonderful himself here. Travis, gotta hope he's wearing pants before he stands up in front of that camera. He's got tissues over there. You don't know what's gonna happen there.
Right? Beard there,
But
brother.
imagine the views that would go up the second.
That's right.
No, last time I checked, I did not get those views.
I think we just had 7 people drop the stream because of that.
Oh man.
All right. And still scrolling through here. I haven't made it to the bottom of the chat. So Lawrence says, hello. I just want to say thank you to Payne for inviting me on last week. I do drop that StreamYard link into this beautiful group chat that we're all a part of, Lawrence. You can definitely find it there. If you're interested in hanging out tonight, we'd love to have you, brother.
Hey, Oz.
Don't
worry about that. I'll just send Lawrence a box of tissues. I have his address.
You got to send them to the cry closet. It's got to get delivered to the right place.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he literally was just saying thank you. I don't.
No, there's a whole layer of sarcasm built into that.
Did you read that as passive aggression? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah. We all know Lawrence too well.
We love you, Lawrence, and you're always welcome on the Saturday Night Hangouts.
I didn't know we
brother.
had to be invited anymore. Jeez.
Yeah,
We've
you just
got
show up.
full-
That's how it works. You just click on the
Right,
link and
pretty
just say,
much,
you know
it's
what,
pretty
I'm just going to come in.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Until you get
Travis-
to that 10th or 11th
Travis
person,
found the
and then it
invite.
becomes problematic.
Well,
Fat
you
red
know,
foo. Got it. Sorry.
I am thinking we definitely need to go check out that other streaming service and see what we can do about it. And if it's going to be a problem with length of time, then what we'll do is we'll just switch over to StreamYard after.
Yeah.
Like if it's not going to give us enough time. So we got the Collecting Brothers here hanging out with
I
us.
love those guys.
Thank you for being here.
I've been watching their stuff.
Here we got Thanos is filthy, and that's a good thing. It's true. Gives us that outlet.
He looks pretty clean up there in the middle for me.
So, Headache 79 saying Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas is classic. Love it.
He doesn't
Phantom.
have
Appreciate
dungeon
that.
lighting tonight.
Phantom.
So.
I followed up with Headache 79, but we can wait for that because I love it as well. So I'm one of those. And
See,
I made
I
a face
love
when you said she has nothing else because she had some pretty big hits.
Dude, she had some killer hits throughout the 90s.
You'll
This
see
was
in
just
there.
like
I'm just a
Post all that-
sarcastic asshole, guys. Don't take anything I say legit. I'm just a
Clearly
sarcastic-
I'm not
That's
reading
true.
sarcasm well anymore.
I think that happens after a certain age, Brick.
I just had Allison about ready to come after me the other night for saying that what's her name that
God.
played
Carrie Fisher?
no, the one that played Queen Amidala. What the hell's her name?
Oh,
Natalie Portman.
Natalie
Natalie
Portman.
Portman.
I said
Keira
Natalie
Knightley.
Portman.
No, I'm just
Yeah.
kidding.
I said Natalie Portman couldn't act. Allison was about ready to come after me, sick the dogs on me. So
Oh, man.
I was
that's
just being
because
sarcastic.
that's because she was coming correct because what she
Yeah.
wanted to tell you was that Lucas can't direct.
yeah, I was
Well,
just trying to
I
be
mean-
sarcastic, but you know, I
Let's
make
be
sure.
honest. The best movie in the entire series was not directed by him.
I mean, all the good ones weren't directed by him.
Yeah, pretty
Right.
much. Well, except for
gonna say-
you qualify original Star
Hey.
Wars, but the two after that were not.
My
directed
favorite
by
Star
him.
Wars movie is Caravan of Courage. So
Oh,
Hey, you know, that's a
Simba.
good one.
Yes.
That's a really good
Yes,
There you go.
finally someone else that loves his movies.
See,
Oh,
that's
let's-
right. That's
I'm
right.
not reading sarcasm, which
I was
Okay,
being serious.
that's
I
always
love Caravan of Courage.
None of us can read sarcasm anymore. Apparently.
No,
I
right.
love those films. I don't care how cheesy and bad they are.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Right. All Music
Or
Fan
as-
is
as
hanging out
Matt
with us
Larson
this.
Is it canon?
Oh.
it's
Actually, who
only
knows
canon
anymore?
in your mind if you want it to be.
All right, I
so.
know you're trying to get through these odds, but I will say the Ewok speaking English was a little weird. Sorry, basic.
It's always weird. Always weird.
Yup.
All right. So
Yep, no, baby.
back to All Music Fan here. We got the Andrew Davis in the house, folks. And he's saying he had made the switch over to Brick's channel. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it. Bobby Dangerously hanging out tonight in the chat saying, hey to everybody. If you guys have not been catching his channel, he has been narrating this noir-esque amazingness he is dropping each and every week. The Deckard Northcutt case files. So good. Please go give his channel a like and a subscribe. He's already got 3 parts out and he's got more coming each week. So definitely go catch his but I'm forgetting what I'm even supposed to be saying here. Go check out his content. Give him a like, give him a
His
subscribe.
crime noir series.
Yes, Crime Noir. Thank you. Thank you. Not as affluent as I usually am. I think I
It's
used it all
Crime
up when I was
Noir.
recording lines for Burns. That's right, Crime Noir. And Geek the F Out, hanging out in the chat tonight, saying, smack that like, y'all. Then switching over to Brick's channel, saying, smack it again. Which I definitely appreciate that. Thank
She's got
you
that
very
violent
much.
streak.
Very, very violent, but you know what? Sometimes a little violence is fun. In the heat of the moment, it's okay to be a little violent. Kudos to anybody who gets that. Please.
First thing that went through my head too, Brick.
Yeah.
All right, we've got Mike Fee joining us. Great to have you here, Mike. Thank you for hanging out and jumping in with us. And now Kayla had switched accounts. She's joined over on her regular account, getting that double like, getting those. And I did see earlier she said she will be joining us on screen later. And Bobby made the switch. I'm so glad all of you guys are making the switch over. Please, if you are not already switched right over to Brick's chat, make sure you get over there and you're watching from his channel so that we can get those watch hours up. Please, folks. Normally, I don't ask for something this much, but we want to get those watch hours up for Brick. Digital Diarrhea. God, one of the most fun names to say. You know, this should be more cringe than Speaking Moistly. And yet Digital Diarrhea just flows out of the mouth. Oh, wait. I really have chose those words better. Really should have chose those words better.
Speaking moistly as the digital diarrhea flows out of my mouth.
Right. Well, I mean, it's got no way to not be moistly at that point. All right. So pulling up a little bit more of this Legion's talk here. Terrence St. John said he is planning on grabbing a lot of Cosmic while he is at Legion's Con. Terrence, that is amazing. Definitely keep picking up these Legion's Con figures there, or the Legion's Con figures. Pick up these incredible, outstanding, amazing Cosmic Legions. Like, it's hard to get more detail than what you normally get on a Mythic Legions figure. But the Cosmic Legions are just, again, doing an amazing job. And Motu Origins Quirk saying, got rid of my Legions while he really liked them. They didn't fit into his collection, and he only has the one exception for Sun Wukong. Okay, man. Well, it always hurts to hear that you got rid of some Legions figures, but I totally understand because you are definitely very Motu-centric in your collection. So I'm glad that you stick with that theme. That dedication is amazing. There's so many great toys out there. I don't know how you manage to just stay in one lane like that and only collect, but it's a good philosophy to have. And your collection is one of the absolute best. Absolute. So definitely keep it up. Cool. All
It'd be
right.
easier to stay in one toy lane if everybody would stop making such awesome stuff. I mean,
I know that's like the hardest part. Like every
damn toy companies and all.
Well, you know what the funny part is I see myself straying further and further from the mainstream though, and looking at all these indie guys because just what they're putting out is it's just so phenomenal. You know, I definitely find myself leaning more into the more independent and boutique companies, and that's phenomenal.
That's how it starts. It starts with a trickle.
Right. That's
It
right.
starts with a what?
Right.
Starts with a trickle.
Oh, sure.
Just a little trickle.
And then
you find out you gotta get your prostate checked.
Problems.
Then you have a sickness like Aaron does.
Shush.
Hey, you know what? Hey, look, that is what's happened to me, right? So I was happy with just staying into my Motu lane, right? Then I got my hands on the Headless Horseman. Then I started diving into the 4 Horsemen. And then I ended up getting a hand on a couple of Marvel Legends here and there. Now we all know that I got to get all the Age of Apocalypse stuff. And then they had the Ghostbusters Kenner's Classics that came out that I'm getting into. And who knows what else I'm going to have by the end of the year. I'm pretty sure I'm going to end up with a full collection of Ninja Turtles. Just, you know,
I'm
off of
weirdly
association
getting
with
a
my
bunch of
son.
Fortnite figures that are just not the ones that are like super weird, but the ones that I think would fit in pretty well. Like this would be like the kind of ninja kind of thing.
You know what I ended up finding?
Robot head?
I'm going to replace the legs though, because that's awful.
Okay.
That is
pretty bad. So
yeah,
okay,
the legs are getting replaced.
I went to Ollie's today, and they finally had the boat. Now that you've already got one,
yeah, got 3.
But you know what? I almost ended up picking up today. I almost ended up picking up. They had the Raptors, and they're like $5.
Oh,
so I might go pick those up, like the actual Raptors.
Yeah,
and they come with like a little chicken too, apparently. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna have to get those. That's gonna wait until next week, though. All right, the chat has completely jumped on me, and I'm trying to find out where it went because it loaded.
Well, I saw All
All
Music Fan.
right.
Did we say him yet?
Yes, I definitely shouted him out earlier, but I'm going to shout it out again because I see this amazing thing where he said, Oz sent him. That's right, people. Like I said, I am just trying to direct as much traffic to Brick's channel as I can. So I thank you all for doing it there. Just start doing 30-minute reviews and you'll hit the watch time in no time. There you go. 30-minute reviews. I mean, that's definitely one way to do it. People are watching a 30-minute review. It definitely gets up those watch hours.
Nobody can
So-
do a 30-minute review except for Lawrence because he's the only one that can ramble
I
long enough to make it last. For 30
I don't know.
minutes.
I don't know that I could talk
So
about it.
be glad he does it. Be glad he just does it one figure at a time, because otherwise, if he were doing multiples, then it would just be his entire night. So it'd be like Mondays.
Then he'd run
but for
around
4
claiming
hours
that he
if we were
owns
to do a
Monday,
wave.
and Tuesday, and Wednesday, and every other night of the week. So we don't want that.
And none of us would ever get to go live again.
That's right.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
We've
since
got
I've done a
Motu
unboxing.
Joneser,
What's that, Travis?
right? Yeah, it's been a while since we.
This
What do we
is, and I'm showing this. I don't know if Random Diorama's in the chat, but he always makes comments, him and Aaron, about my ventilation system. So
Oh.
this is the new one. So it's an inline HVAC smart controller air ventilation system that I'm going to be hooking up here at some point to vent out the
Okay.
8
Yeah,
3D
you're-
So
printers.
you're saying you won't be getting high on your own supply?
Yeah, man, it freaking sucks, dude.
Your background looks nice.
Mine?
Yeah.
Oh, it's the so when we bought the house, my mom we had her move in, so half the basement is finished for an in-law apartment, and then the other half was kind of just like where we had the kids.
I know it's your
be in.
basement. That's why I'm harassing you because
Yeah.
it's not your normal office that you're
Yeah.
usually.
No,
hiding
I'm
out.
working in the dungeon tonight, so it's like the
Nice.
Ed, the sarcasm isn't working tonight, man.
No, I know, man.
Right?
No
Sarcasm
one's
just
catching.
broke.
No one's catching what I'm throwing, man.
nah. Sorry, long day, and I just came into a piece of trouble when I was sitting here. Which is probably why you saw the frustrated face.
There's
Speaking of
Bob.
random diorama,
Hey, there he is. I was just talking
Hey.
about you, Random.
What's up,
Right?
everybody?
what is
Did
going on, brother? Glad to have you here. You know what's funny? I think we've actually, this is probably the fastest I think we have ever hit capacity.
Really?
Pretty close.
Yeah,
One
yeah.
of the top.
But that's
Hey,
great,
did
though.
you-
I love that.
Joneser.
Well, hold on one
I know
second.
you were
There's
coming in.
two
Did you get a
spots
chance to
open
see
here in
this?
a minute. Me and Tony will have to go here.
There it is.
No, no,
Man,
I mean, if you guys look, if you guys want to stay and hang out, that's absolutely
The
fine.
hell is that?
Appreciate
This, it's an HVAC smart controller ventilation system that I'm installing for my 3D printers.
Black Phoenix 77. What's up,
What
man?
was that?
Oh,
It's a
yeah.
high-tech
Black
song,
Phoenix is
Bill.
in the
here's a funny thing about that, Travis. If you go on Amazon and look at Vivo Sun, or you look at man, there's another company, I can't remember, another company that makes those. I have videos on all of those on Amazon. Those have been making money the last year. I did influencer videos for all of those things.
Oh,
I
really?
kind of just did it, because I bought one for my 3D printer because the resin was killing me, and I did it on like a lark, and everyone uses them for pot and grow rooms, so they
They're
sold
grow-
like
they're grow rooms,
freaking
yeah.
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, they're grow room units and stuff. But like the one that I have,
Am
I
I
don't know if
am I super loud?
A little bit. Not
Little
bad.
bit.
Not bad.
It's not bad. A little bit
Okay.
louder, but that's then
See, now
that's
we
not
can't
always
tell
a
if
bad
you're being
thing.
sarcastic, Ed.
Right. We've lost our sarcasm tonight, so we have no idea.
Yeah, the sarcastic meter's way off.
Did yours?
This is
did
what I
the
get
one
for
that you
taking
have-
2 days away from YouTube.
The one you have, does
That's
that have
how
the
it
smart
goes.
controller and everything on there?
No, I don't have that new model.
Okay. Yeah, I'm interested to see how it works because it's got multiple fans and I'm supposed to be able to use it with my phone and stuff. So I'm gonna put it on like a voltage meter smart plug. So like whenever one of the printers goes off and it turns on and it increases the voltage, it sends an alert to this and hopefully triggers it to turn on. That's the goal.
Huh.
Yeah, that
Nice.
sounds good. Yeah, I got like 5 of them, but my my situation is I have one hooked up to my laser cutter that's sitting on my bed, stuck to a piece of pink styrofoam with duct tape that I put in the window when I'm ready to go. So it's not quite as permanent. I don't have any space, so it's all modular. So.
Nice. All right, guys. Real quick, I'm going to try to finish the rest of our chat hellos, which is taking 40 minutes so far. I love it, though, because that's how many people are like watching, is that many I have been able to make through. We've got the Briscoe tuning in. Always good to have you here, brother. We also have Slice of Life Gaming. This is a gentleman who started a toy group chat on IG. Randomly, I was like, okay, well, you know, he put it out there. He was like, look, anybody interested in joining a toy group chat, let me know. I jumped in. He actually has a gaming channel that he does over here on YouTube. So, guys, if you can, look him up, Slice Life Gaming. He live streams multiple times throughout the week, plays all different kind of games, and it's fun to just chill and hang out and chat with him while he's gaming. And let me see. I know we've had some more people jump in since the start, because I know we definitely had Black Phoenix jump in. And I just want to say, anybody who is watching from my channel, we're flowing the traffic over to Brick right now. We are pushing Brick's channel so that he can get up to his watch hours and he can get monetized. So definitely go check it out. From Brick's channel, I did. I pinned it in my chat. You guys have to pin it in your own chats if you're streaming to your channel. It doesn't pin through StreamYard. It pins through YouTube. So, figuratively speaking, John hanging out with us as well, saying, just hit that like button for Brick. Absolutely. Definitely go hit the like button on Brick's channel. Hit the like button on everybody's channel. But, you know, right now, again, we are pushing that traffic to Brick's channel. So again, if you're in my chat, if you're watching from my channel, look, I appreciate it. I appreciate all that love and support in my chat, but let's go head over to Brick Something's channel and make sure that we can get up his watch hours. I know we're not going to do all of his watch hours tonight, but we can get him a hell of a lot closer tonight. That's for sure.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Oh. Lawrence is saying that Radnam is super loud. Why are you yelling?
I'm working on my Lawrence impersonation. I just don't have the tone down yet.
Oh, man, I love it.
You got a little too much hair on your face there, Radnam.
And long ass reviews. Well, Ed, suck it. Now back to the cry closet for me. Don't you dare, Lawrence. Don't you dare. We love your reviews. Otherwise, we wouldn't actually watch them. I mean, seriously, we all... Ooh. I mean, we tune in for the ramblings on Mondays, right? Right? We all tune in for the ramblings on Mondays.
I'm still waiting for my link.
Wait, Lawrence has a channel?
Yeah, it's YouTube /cry closet. That's it.
Nice.
A punk in a cry closet. That's Lawrence's new channel.
All right. I think I've managed to just about make it through and highlight just about everybody here. Oh, wait. We got... And forgive me if I am not pronouncing it right. Okay, it is Luis. Thank you, Brick. Luis Gonzalez. I didn't know if it was
actually
Luis
half
or
of
Luis.
my first name.
Oh,
Actually,
ooh, find out some more of that personal info.
Oh, sure, it's not that much of a secret, but actually, both those names are in my name. Me llamo Sergio Luis González Robledo Maderazo. So Luis Gonzalez is in there.
We do have Black Phoenix. Finally found him in the chat here so I can highlight him and acknowledge. We love you, Black Phoenix. Thank you for tuning in. And I can even see further down here where you made the switch over to Brick's channel. Thank you. We also have this legend here, B-Po Man, saying, hey, Bill Joneser and everyone. We certainly appreciate you being here. That is the man. That is Sir Clifton today, tuning in tonight, watching us. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. All right, guys. I think I've finally. Oh, wait. Just as I speak about the legend's father, Legend himself joins in. We've got Eternity Lips. Oh, wait. Did I highlight it or not? I can't tell. Like, my computer's actually starting to slow down now.
Dude, we have Roman the dog in the chat now.
Damn.
Hey, Jones, is this Jones's first time at the clubhouse?
Definitely my
Did,
first time here with Oz. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Normally we hang out over on Bill's channel, but tonight he's come over here, and we appreciate you being here, brother.
Nice.
Did Roman
Appreciate it.
join
Can't
the
stay
chat?
long. I gotta roll.
We'll have to go here in a little bit. We got a show to start at 10 o'clock, but we decided to come over and hang out. Of course, for your benefit there, Ozzy, I'll put the sarcasm meter up here so that you guys can tell when sarcasm's happening or not.
Thanks, Bill. I appreciate it.
You know what?
Does that really actually work? I mean, let's be honest.
Let me try.
I
It
mean,
looks
that
pretty
level
high
there.
quality there.
I think Bill just keeps
No,
it in the red all the
meter
time.
out.
I mean, it's already in the red, so it's not like we're going down. So we already are at the highest level.
I mean, look, man, it's picking up a lot of bullshit in the air, okay?
Sarcasm
Yeah,
to
man.
11.
Absolutely.
That's fair.
It's all that passive aggressive anger that we have built up.
It's
Right,
I'll
right.
keep it up
Just
so I'm
'cause
not
Lawrence
bend
is
the
in the
damn
chat.
needle on the thing.
So we've got Eternity Lips. As I mentioned, I was just mentioning is that now Eternity Lips, Sir Clifton himself is in the chat. Excellent. Glad to have you here, brother. Thank you for showing up and joining us. And we have another legend with, if it'll come up at some point, my channel's slowing down.
It's up here.
Roman
It's
the
up.
dog.
Is that because
Roman the
he
dog
sent
is in
Punk
the
away?
chat. Look,
He
it is
must have said-
clearly the most popular portion of Punk's channel. Roman the dog. We appreciate having you here, Roman. Thank you. Thank you.
You're a good boy.
That's right. Good point. We even have the not so Super Mario hanging out with us.
Mamma mia.
And I am so glad to see everybody here tonight and everybody helping show the support.
Has anyone watched the Strays movie?
No, I have not.
Oh man, just because Roman's in the chat, it makes me think of that movie. And if you've seen the movie, you totally understand why. If you haven't, you should totally see the movie if you've got like a really obscene level of humor. It's hysterical.
It was
I
good.
know. What's the meter say about that, Bill?
It's still red
It's-
line.
It's still pegging
Still
out
red
in the
line.
red. I mean, there's so much sarcasm in here. Y'all gonna break the damn thing. You're gonna bend the wheel here in a minute.
I was gonna say EP's already said it's broken, man. I
Awesome.
was just watching Chris a little bit earlier building a Boba Fett over on his channel. Definitely. Now he's saying he would break that, and I agree.
Well, like I said, if y'all keep going, the needle's just gonna bend over like that. You know.
Well, I find it
We're gonna
funny
bottom
the-
out and start wrapping it back around.
The red side maxes out at 5, but the black side maxes out at 20. So, I mean, what kind of meter is this?
A
Right.
sarcasm meter.
Very effective.
Brought to you by Thomas.
Very, very effective, folks. Very effective. All right. I think I've finally made it through most of the chat. Now I can actually show off what I'm trying to open tonight since I can get my hands back a little bit here.
Are we still doing that?
We still do the whole
Open it.
unboxing thing. All right.
Okay.
So
Well, I seem to be the only one unboxing, so that's why I was asking. I just thought maybe it was.
That's because
I
you
was
have
just
a
manning the chat.
backlog of 17 years, Aaron.
Well, I've got a backlog because I got some cool stuff in over the last week or so.
Just saw those.
As a matter of fact, Aaron helped hook me up with this guy right here, the 3-pack of Sunman. This one right here that I was actually trying to
Oh,
hunt
I'm
down.
so jelly.
It is still not in any of the targets around me right now because we did not get that one in yet.
How much
and
is
then-
that in everyone's targets? Because it's I saw it today,
50.
$49.99. It's $50.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know
It's
if we had that little Bay Area Motu tax going on.
Yeah, the Bay Area price and gouging. Yeah, I know.
Mhm.
I don't understand that.
Of course.
I did already fix him.
And
Like literally.
oh, nice. Well, I'll try to highlight you here. We'll see when it happens. I click it, and then eventually it'll go big.
Eventually it'll go.
Is that just did you swap them out for
mine.
another Fortnite figure?
No. Tomax.
There we go. Already
Oh,
already putting those the twins to use. I see.
Yeah.
so I was saying, man, those are your raw
It's hard
material.
not to buy all of them when they're that price, though, right? Like you just go through Ollie's, you spend like $40, and you walk out feeling like you were shopping on Temu, shopping like a billionaire.
It's insane.
Except you kept all your personal info.
Guys,
Right.
I'm gonna have to take off here in a second, but before I go, I want everybody to wish Joneser a happy anniversary.
Hey,
happy anniversary.
Joneser,
Happy
happy
anniversary,
anniversary, brother. Happy
Appreciate that.
anniversary, my man.
to be clear,
He
love
he
this.
posted a very touching video on his channel for his wife for their anniversary.
nice.
If you haven't had a chance
Aw.
to see it, go check it out. Anyway, I got to run, guys. Enjoyed it.
Same.
I know I didn't stay very long. I didn't do very much.
It's
So
all
what I did get a chance to do before I leave, I put my not so quite superpowers figures into a new case here. So I've got my
long
Power
box
Star,
heroes.
and then right over here is my long box hero, Rocketeer. I've got a couple more long box heroes on the way, but anyway, enjoy it, guys. Y'all take it easy, and we'll see you on the flip side.
Later, Bill. Later, Jones.
Take care, guys.
Yeah, see you guys.
Deuces.
Just throwing up some support and some cheering for Joneser's anniversary. Absolutely. You guys, again, it's just everybody in this community is so amazing. Like the support that goes around for everybody is phenomenal. Now, I did want to make sure I've teased this one for a while. This is a figure that I've been dying to get and am insanely happy I finally have it. Again, another amazing legend, figuratively speaking. He sent this one out to me a couple weeks ago. It finally showed up. It's the Undertaker from the Masters of the WWE. And you all know
Nice.
I love these glow in the dark. I teased it a while ago that the leader to my undead glow in the dark army for Origins was not going to be Scareglow. No. It's going to be the Undertaker. Because I just love it. I love that. And he is one of the pricier ones of the line. So, thank you again. He said he found him at a reasonable price. He never did disclose what that price was, but I will get him back one day with something as equally awesome.
That's a
It'll
cool
happen.
figure.
So, can I get a opinion from you guys on something?
Sure.
Yeah, we got a whole bunch of them around here.
Cool. So this is the speeder thing that I built in my live stream last night.
Yeah, last night.
Nice.
And it was built it fits Deadpool. He fits in there perfectly. So what I want to ask is, and I don't know if I'm going to do it, but I'm just seeing what the opinion is. Do you like for this the red and gray color scheme or the green and gray? Now, remind you, Deadpool fits perfectly in here, so kind of a red, but I don't know. I mean, I could put another figure in there. Pale won't fit. It's a little too big.
If you went that
Oh,
green
no.
and gray, though, you could definitely do a whole sci-fi thing. That could be used for many different things, right?
Yeah,
Not Deadpool. So I mean, you could put.
I would
use that as any
do.
kind of
I would do the green and gray.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling that too. I like the consistency of the red because I have everything else red right now. I'd like to go in phases, but yeah, I think the green and gray.
I think
All
the
right.
green and gray would work.
Someone's
Honestly,
recommending flocking in the chat.
No flocking
That's
this time,
right.
Fat Red Foo.
Flock it.
Did you see they were talking about the Mossmobile on the 3POA today? That was funny.
No, I didn't see that.
I did
Yeah,
see
well, they
somebody
had Ted
post
on
what they
there.
were talking about. Nice.
Yeah.
They
All right.
they had Ace on the after show, and he was showing off that van. Man, that van is going to be so freaking cool.
The red van.
Yeah, man.
That's what he's calling it, the bread van.
Yeah, the 18 van. Whoops.
Yeah.
Did I say that?
It's gonna be so
The bread
good.
van.
He was opening it up. He showed the door slide and everything for the side door, and I think they said on the call it's only going to be $99 if you pre-order it when the pre-sale goes up, and that's like dirt cheap.
Yep.
But is that
That's a
before
really cool-
shipping?
Yeah.
Before shipping.
Yeah.
Probably before shipping.
Yeah, it's
Shipping will probably be about $30 to $50. So,
It's $50 for the ramen racer, so I imagine the
yeah.
van will be about the
So
same.
it'll be about the same then.
Because the van doesn't have any electronics or anything like that in it that the ramen racer
Yeah.
has. So the weight will probably be about the same.
Could he get it into the US through someone else at a cheaper price though to get the shipping down? So that like
That's how he's
not
doing the
shipping-
ramen racer. He's bringing it in a container. It's still $50.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
I didn't
Price of
realize
the
that.
containers have gone up, and I'm sure with the numbers that he's pulling, I mean, you're looking at less than 10,000 in most instances. So his cost is going to be significantly higher because he's
the container itself is
renting a
significant.
space in a container, which is
Right,
even
not
worse.
the whole.
Right.
I really
Whole
wonder
container
how
would be
many
cheaper.
do you think he's producing of the ramen racer or something like that?
I would say it's probably fewer than 10,000.
For sure.
Yeah, I can't remember. what he
Probably
was
more
at.
like 2,500. I think he was struggling to get to the.
Yeah, 2,500 was where he was at.
MOQ.
last.
I know with the MOQ for myself with the stuff that I'm working on, it's 1,000 pieces. So I don't know what his is for the other things. Obviously, my product is much different than these vehicles.
Yeah, that's
and
very
documents and
low.
stuff.
We can always ask him. Let me send him the link.
Oh, hold on. I gotta.
He's on a show right now.
Yeah, he's got.
Oh,
the
he is
number
on a
his
show right now?
website.
He was on the 3POA after show, the one over there.
The
Okay.
ramen racer right now.
Yeah,
has
like-
the ramen racer right now has 1,698 pre-ordered units.
There you go. Okay.
So that's orange and black together.
Right. It's
Yeah.
both.
Hey, Aaron, where did you
Yeah,
get
he had
your,
sent me a message shortly before we went live showing me that he was on there. And
Okay.
unfortunately, I just don't. You know,
What?
I ain't got to talk about
Somebody
it.
was
but-
asking me a question.
Yeah, where did you get your Cosmic that you received today? Was that direct?
That was direct.
Yeah, I
I
got all my
got
stuff
it
from
actually yesterday or day before, but
Okay.
I still have another one that I ordered later in that month. This is like the first 2 or 3 days of these going on sale that I bought this one, and
face
then
is
I went
so
back like the
vicious.
last week and got another one. And then the
Okay.
rest
Aaron,
of my
Sat-
stuff is hella dope. So
The Marshall ships out next spring.
Yeah, I just pre-ordered that a little while ago.
Yeah.
But for the next week, I got a Cosmic coming. I just got that Series 3
Right.
wave for the AWOC. I did the all-in
Nice.
late through Helidope. So
Mhm.
so they'll ship stuff out on Monday for the whole Cosmic set there. I'll get that. But man, I got so much crap coming in this week.
well, I'm waiting for my obviously my AWOC 3 because I've got some going to be coming in from Helidope, and then I bought 2 all-ins for the game, but I know the game's not coming, at least
Well,
not
yeah.
yet.
So
Right.
I originally
So,
did the
Adam told me that they were going to ship that out separate, so I was like, okay, that's fine. However you want to do it.
Yeah, I got my stuff from direct from Spiro because I was like that night they did on Kato's thing where they did the announcement for the game and stuff. I went all in and did the whole super pack there.
Yeah.
So Derek over there had told me he messaged me the other day and said that my package was being shipped out the other day, and that's where all those
You ordered just a
Yeah,
couple.
I'm waiting
then?
on mine. I got 2 sets coming in, so
Are you hearing a little beeping?
Is
that's
somebody
probably my printer.
No. Okay, that's fine.
Nope.
I mean,
That
the
was
easiest way to tell is I could just mute everybody's mic one by one.
No. It's
That seems uncalled.
it's a notification thing on my computer. I just didn't know if you were hearing it every single time.
Okay.
Oh no.
No, we're not
What
hearing
is that
any
beeping noise? It's driving me insane.
Where's that sarcasm?
That's your hearing aid. Your hearing aid
The
Ed.
batteries of my
Your
hearing
hearing
aid are
Ed aid. Apparently, my speech patterns are lost too.
What are those? I can't
so man,
quite tell.
I just So
that low light?
That set that what you're showing there, Aaron, I just got that female one. I don't remember what her name is.
Oh, that's Shooter.
Shooter.
Okay, yeah. So I just got her. That gun is the most limp plastic I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I don't. Most of my Joes don't have the same guns. I've been buying from Arsenal a few now.
Gotcha.
Travis is old. He knows about limp things in his hand. So,
right?
What
happens?
It's got that hands on with it.
Right.
Limp plastic is the new Fred Durst action figure line.
Yeah,
it's terrible. I know.
I saw the
plastic. Plaztik.
Yeah, exactly. That's the spelling right there.
That's right.
I'm bummed out about that. That crimson. What's the one you have there? You just showed the box.
Crimson Viper.
Yeah, the
Galley
Crimson Viper. That looks so good, and I wish I didn't buy the orange ones. The Tiger Force ones, I think, is what they were probably or whatever.
No, they were just the regular colored ones. That's
normal.
Okay.
This was the recolor they did in the Power or the Pursuit of Cobra.
Okay.
They redid it and gave it that coloration.
Gotcha.
Or at least something like it.
The crimson ones look so good. I saw them on one of the videos somebody posted or something, and I was like, damn, I wish I had bought a couple of those and not the orange ones, because they would look so good with the other crimson guards. And then also, if you're getting into that horror line that Ed's in love with the Monster Force. Yeah, those red ones.
Yeah.
That would look so good, all of them together. But
Yep.
I try not to go overboard and buy the redupe paints and stuff a ton.
Well, they have a whole bunch of figures in Monster Force coming with shields anyway. So
yeah,
dude, I
thought I canceled the other two, but I guess they shipped them. But that's fine. I got 3 of them total, so it's within my new building limits.
I went on Big Bad the other day, like maybe a week ago, Eddie. You'll appreciate this. And I was looking at the Monster Force line because I hadn't jumped in on it yet, but I keep seeing things, and some of them are really cool. I don't know that I'm not big into the horror stuff like you are and that whole stuff, but I like a lot of the molds and the uniforms that they're in and stuff, and I think they'd be really cool with my Joes and my Akxion Force stuff. So I was checking them out, and I think I had like a $750 order in there, and I was like, oh god, I can't do it right now, man. I just can't do it.
At least those aren't like Wave 1 is only going to be like 5 figures, so that's only 5 times 36, whatever that is.
And with those, I didn't get everything. I only got ones that really appealed to me.
Yeah.
There's Wave 1 of Series 1, and then Wave 2 of Series 1, which comes a couple months later, and then Wave 2, which is the next 2 releases, which is like late next year and early 2025.
Okay. There's like the white suit guy, like with like the weird pyramid head or something.
Yeah,
the main
that's
villain.
the Forgotten King.
Yeah, that guy. I thought he looked really cool, but I was like, I need to be able to pop his head off and put like a normal head on, just because like I'm not into that mytho, right?
All of the Monster Force heads fit on the same body, like they're all interchangeable.
Yeah,
just like Valiverse. So you could put any of those heads on there.
That's good.
Yeah, Terrence, that's the Pharaoh.
Yep.
Yes.
Sorry, Headache 79. Thank you. This entire time, I keep wanting to say Shooter McGavin too.
I gotta say, one of the ones that I like most out of the Monster Force is the General Brown figure.
Yeah, General Brown's really nice looking.
Speaking of Shooter McGavin,
like
which one's that? Now I gotta look that up. And Terrence, I think I saw you say something about going to Legion's Con next week, right?
Yep, Terrence will be there.
Okay, spin by my booth. I'll be there. 94, I think, is the number I'm at.
He swung by booth while we were all at PowerCon.
Yes, he did.
Did he really?
Yep.
Yes, he did.
I didn't put the name. I didn't put the name to the face, dude. My apologies.
It's okay. Totally get it.
There was so many people I was meeting there for the first time too.
I can imagine.
Well, I think he came by your booth when there was like this huge mad entourage with Oz and everybody else that was there. So
the Oztourage.
The Oztourage, is that the new phrase?
That was
the fancy way of saying ostrich.
That's what it is. It's a really fancy way to say ostrich. Ostrage. All right, Terrence says he will swing by your booth.
You could walk by too, Terrence, if you wanted to.
Yeah. I'm happy
It's gonna
Gilmore.
be
But
in
swinging
A-Block
would make
cosplay,
for entrance. I'm just going to put it out there.
Yeah, so Travis, you were asking. Ooh, never mind.
I think he's having internet issues.
Oh, no.
He'll be back.
We
I
lost
think
Travis.
he dropped out and came back on just a second ago. I think he's having internet issues.
Yeah, I think he's having a little bit of connectivity issues. As soon as I hear the beep, I'll bring him back in.
Because he was asking who what was it? General Brown was.
Yeah, General Brown.
General Brown is.
Yeah, that's
He's
the one
like,
that looks
if you
like.
collect.
Go for it.
No, go ahead. Say it, Brett.
Well, I was just gonna say that's
it.
the one that has the head that looks like oh my god,
Apollo
what's his
Creed.
name?
Carl
I was gonna
Weathers.
say Apollo Creed.
Carl Weathers.
AC Carl Weathers, yeah, and then he's
Well,
also got a head that's like a Joe or like
Yeah.
Joe
General
Colton?
Ross.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's the guy in the Army General uniform, the actual dress uniform.
Well,
Yes,
because he's also got, again, and I know
But he's
Ken
got
brings
3
it up on
different
one of his
heads and
videos.
2 sets of hands that are different, so you can make at least
I ordered
3
3 of
figures
them.
out
2
of
to
him.
3.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, they did a great job with him. And I'm sorry if you're looking to like include some upper brass in your military line. Like again, if you collect Action Force, if you collect classifieds, this is a great figure to have across all of those because it's that upper tier brass.
Which one is that?
It's the guy in the actual general dress
Brown.
uniform.
Yeah, he's in the actual general uniform. He should be African American, and then you have a
Oh yes,
you know,
the general.
Yeah. He's not due till 2025.
Oh okay.
so, yeah, he's a ways out.
Yeah. So I thought he was cool. The guy in the suit was cool. I really like I like the Halloween boy, but I'd pop his head off and never use that default head just because I like
Halloween boy is actually a pulp comic.
Yeah.
He's actually based on another comic, and the creator of that comic actually asked that they could put him into Monster Force.
Okay.
yeah, it's kind of cool that it
Nice.
worked out that way. And yeah, that all those heads are really
All
cool.
right.
There's the one that I wasn't sure about, but the Joe Colton one, or the
Yeah.
old G.I. Joe looking one.
Yeah, he looks
that's
like a
hot.
G.I. Joe Adventure Team.
So good. But
Yeah.
there was another head on there. Is that a reference to something else?
He is
There's like a
100%
fourth
Joe
head.
Colton.
No. There's another.
And the
Yeah,
General
there's
Brown.
3
Yeah.
heads for that general.
Yeah.
Is it only 3?
Yeah, it's 3.
Yeah, there's Carl Weathers, the guy.
No,
that
there's
looks
4.
Like,
There's 4 heads.
There's 4.
There's
Yeah.
It's
4.
the
There's-
4th
there's a
one that I didn't know who it was. I didn't know if maybe it's an Eagle Force reference or something, but
Probably.
there is another general.
Well, because
guy,
one of them's
can't
got
think
an
of his-
Asian look too.
Yeah, and there's one that looks like his hair's flocked.
really?
That's the
Well, the
Land
one that
Adventure
looks like his
guy.
hair flocked is the homage to Joe
Yeah.
Colton.
G.I. Joe.
There's no such thing as Joe Colton. in
Right,
the
because
original
he's even got the facial scar. So
Joe Colton wasn't
Well,
created
no, they-
until
corporate. Well, they
Joe Colton, the character, was not created
Go ahead,
until
Ed.
the late '90s when
Yeah.
the G.I. Joe Collectors Club created him to fit him into the 3 3/4 inch line as a character. Back in the day, the only character that actually had an actual name before the Real American Hero was Mike
Yeah.
Power and Bullet Man. Those are the only 2 characters that
Right.
ever had names.
Yeah.
I thought it was created just for G.I. Joe Retaliation. Is that not true? No.
Joe
Yeah.
Colton?
I'm
No.
kidding.
Oh, sarcasm.
Sarcasm.
Sorry, I missed it.
Yeah,
Damn
sarcasm.
it.
Yeah.
without
Where's the
the
sarcasm?
meter
I
here,
need
we
it.
couldn't.
I just
know.
wanted to trigger everyone by mentioning G.I. Joe
I
Retaliation.
love that movie.
Oh,
I do like that
God
they're
bless
doing
you.
some paint
God
apps
bless you,
finally
Ed.
on
I've never even
Hey,
actually
Oz.
seen that movie.
okay, good.
for this group. It looks for the Cosmics this time. They're doing some paint apps on the guns. They're not just
Wow.
all straight jet black. They've got a little dry brush.
Oh wow,
Nice.
Cool.
What's that
they
for?
do
No.
just keep getting
That's
better. and better.
cosmic.
That's
That's
cosmic.
for
Here's
the lizard head
Hang on.
looking guy, right? The bounty hunter guy.
Yeah, Noveline. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
See,
a sweet looking pistol right there.
Oh
I
man.
was telling you the other night, like I completely thought that I had to pass on that wave. I was just like, oh, it's cool. Maybe I'll get them later. And then I randomly got that email on Thursday or Friday saying that one of them's coming from like a a vendor I don't normally use. I think I just had some credit there.
I was looking at pictures of him today. That suit on that guy is just phenomenal. The way it's sculpted.
Yeah, I've
Do
seen
any
some
of you guys
customs
follow?
with it.
Do any of you guys follow Milliworks on IG?
Milliworks.
Name sounds familiar.
Yeah,
He makes really, I would say, high-end little resin-printed guns with all like the details painted and like the weathering on the barrels and stuff.
Oh, that sounds familiar. Like Milliput, right? Like Gulliver's
Yeah,
Travels.
Milliput.
Yeah,
That's what I was thinking.
That sounds really familiar.
Isn't it?
I was thinking like military.
Yeah, it's
oh yeah,
military.
it is.
Like,
it is Lilliput.
Milliput is the clay that you bind together.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's
like
what I was
Gulliver's
Gulliver's
epoxy
Travels.
clay.
I would
Yeah.
assume
No, but
him calling himself Milliworks is probably something that he's working in millimeters.
Oh, that's true too.
Or he used to do all this building in Milliput.
He does like harnesses for like the weapons too, so that's kind of unusual, but it's pretty nice stuff.
And he
Hey,
casts it on
mentioning the
resin,
masterpiece.
right now.
Print it on resin. It's fairly pricey, but they are like painstakingly done. Each one, I would say, it's pretty high detail.
Right.
Yeah.
Oof, crisis averted. So I was working on one of my figures, and I had got some blue Sharpie on my hands, and I went to go grab this guy, and I got some blue Sharpie fingerprints on his arms, on his nose, and his legs, and I panicked. I've been sitting here scrubbing, and I got it clean finally.
Rubbing alcohol, bud.
You know what helped take
yeah.
a little bit of that off without affecting the plastic too much? Lighter fluid. Well, the acetone will straight melt the plastic.
I'm sure.
The lighter fluid.
Yeah, that'll take the paint off the figure.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I just put some on a Q-tip and rubbed it back and forth, and then quickly dried it off so it didn't ruin the plastic.
That'll suck the chrome right off your bumper.
Cause if this guy got mucked up, I would cry.
Yeah, he is not one that you mess up.
He's yeah.
Him and Digitino are currently the only Sunman figures that I do not have. Chun-Li's gonna get fisted soon.
Oh, Chun-Li.
Where'd you get that,
Or
Thanos?
Chun-Li's going to be doing some
It was
fisting and kicking.
What's that?
Oh, I love that figure, man. That is a great figure.
I'm still waiting on mine from Hella Dope.
Yeah, I'm waiting for them to get it. I saw it in
Is
Target a couple
Chun-Li
weeks ago when I held off.
is Chun-Li going to have a foot fetish
No.
with her kicks?
I don't think so. She might crush somebody to
She's gonna
death
put her
under
foot-
her massive thighs, but
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
She
I
wins
mean,
the system
acceptable
competition
death.
every time.
Acceptable death.
That's
Can I
not
just
saying
say-
she won't be fisted next Friday, but she won't.
not
have a
next
foot
Friday.
fetish.
November's shot. Like I got no new picks for a while. It's all
Oh,
good
that's
to
right.
go.
He
you
showed
got
the
your whole
calendar
November done.
and he filled in all
Good.
the spots.
That's right.
You could have E Honda dressed up like a pimp, just slapping her. Like, that worked.
Oh,
I mean, we got
You'd have to
a
break out the Storm Collectibles version of that one.
so far. I just got those
Right?
three, so.
He'd be giant next to that Chun-Li.
Yeah, he would.
Oh, look at this guy, the celebrity Ted Darklaw himself.
Oh,
Where's my Chun-Li, Ted?
he's done hanging out with all the elite people. Now he's coming over to us. I see how it is.
I see. Caleb mentioning that thick.
Wait.
thick
Hold on.
thighs.
I thought
create
we
flies.
were. We're not the elite.
For the elite.
I happen to
Oh, okay.
We are
I meant
so
just
elite.
the premise of what he thinks is the elite people. He doesn't.
We're the
He doesn't
Oz
understand who
elite.
the true legends are.
Proud.
That's
And
right.
Ted, thanks for showing off the Mossmobile on that. I know Aaron mentioned it too, but I appreciate you guys doing that.
That's cool.
Definitely, that Mossmobile has been making the rounds, and I love it.
It's been going around.
For a second, I thought you were flocking that when you were painting it green.
I mean, Ted kind of already hinted at, like, in a roundabout way, but I don't think so. Not just yet. I can't.
I mean,
flock
are you going to
every-
make a flocking scooter?
God damn it!
A flocking scooter?
I can't just fly.
It works.
Maybe at some point. Maybe at some point.
Or at least just flock
it
the
would
seat.
work because there was technology in Masters of the Universe. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So, you know what? Random's gonna have to make a whole new channel called Flock This.
Flock it all. Flock the planet.
Oh,
I love it.
I'll just make an Etsy store with every single type of action figure diorama prop, but everything's flocked. Flocked crates, flocked tables, flocked
Fear of a
barrels.
flocked planet. That's what it
The
is.
flocked crates would work in a
I know a place to get some
environment.
really bright colored.
They
flock,
would.
too.
Yeah, I have a fair variety of flock.
Flock
together,
the
man.
planet.
There you go.
Flock the, yeah, hackers, exactly. That's what I was thinking.
Love that movie. Absolutely
too.
love that movie. Do you remember, like, in the early 90s, like, right after it had released, and it was straight to video, but, like, for a copy of the VHS was, like, almost $100?
What's that for?
Hackers?
The Hackers movie.
Yeah.
Really?
And the reason that it cost so much was because at that time, some of the techniques they showed off in the film for hacking were kind of legit. Like, they weren't exactly it, but it was close enough that you could figure it out. And they were like, we don't want to teach people how to do this.
That's crazy, because some of those effects were so bad. Now looking back at them, it was funny, but
no, the effects were
you know what's
so
really
god-awful,
funny
but
is they showed the video graphics of like text rotating on the screen and moving around, and at the time I thought, this is such BS. No computer can possibly transmit that much information over the internet.
Yeah.
Rotating text.
Right.
That's just way too advanced. Like, it's obviously fake. And here we are now. Yeah.
Well, even by today's standards, like just trying to have open Brick's channel so he can get some watch hours, having my channel open so that I can direct the flow of traffic. So far, pretty much everybody has moved completely over to Brick's channel.
Well, I pinned it in
Nice.
mine. That's why we were on. So I got
Yeah.
it pinned in mine. So hopefully they'll figure it out.
For
So
sure.
unless you
The only
actually
person
watch
who's
from
recently jumped.
whatever channel you actually
Go
watch,
ahead, Ed.
it's the actual watch hours, yeah. Even though we're simulcast.
Yeah, even though we simulcast, anybody who's viewing from your channel, you get those views. Anybody who's viewing from my channel, I get those views. That's one of the reasons why, you know, a while ago, Brick had mentioned about doing the simulcast thing, trying to share the watch hours. And that's when I was like, all right, I'm going to start doing simulcast because I want everybody else, like you guys are having all this fun, spending this time with me on my channel, and that's great. But that's watch hours you're not getting on your own channel. So at that point, I was like, all right, we're going to spread this around. We're going to start doing the simulcast thing.
Well,
And at
that makes
first,
it
like, I was worried about how... Go ahead.
I was just going to add to. Go ahead. I'll add after the end.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, like, I was worried about how it would separate the chats. But I got to say, like, we've managed to really kind of overcome that separation of chat. Like, sure, maybe one or two people might get stuck in the chat where they're the only one, and then typically they realize and they'll migrate if they want to. Tonight was just a severe focused attempt to make sure that we can get Brick some extra watch hours and really, really get that extra needed bump to get over that 3K. So definitely
Yeah,
glad
and the
to be
live
helping you
streams
out,
live streams I've been doing is how I got my watch hours to 3K. It was totally the live streams. I mean, I get views on my videos, but I don't have that many. You know, most of them are older now. So it was really helpful.
You know, if you make like a 10-minute video, right?
Yep.
You gotta have 1,000 views on that video to get to 100 hours, right? Well, no, that math doesn't add up exactly, but
nope, but I know what you're saying.
You're doing math on a Saturday night, man. Can we not math?
Yeah, I'm doing math on a night where I'm a little burnt, so
can we not do math?
It's not going to work.
Math ain't math.
I really would rather not.
It's a smart idea though, there, Oz, to do the simulcast, right? Because if everyone's simulcasting like Ed, right? Like Ed does his Tuesday night show, but he's getting watch hours on this too. Because if someone like me, what I do during the week when I'm working is I'll listen to something I'm actually paying attention to that I'm interested in, but I'll always have a secondary incognito tab open and stuff. And what I'll do is I'll go out to like the YouTube and I'll throw it on mute, like you were saying for this, and I'll just drop it into like a hella dope one or one of these. Like a lot of times I'll throw this one on because it's such a long one and I can let it play in the background while I'm at work. So like for like the small, not the small, but the larger community that we're starting to have around here, if folks do that, like Brick, he created a playlist, right? Go create, if you're a big YouTuber, create yourself a playlist, and it's like your watch hour playlist. And just, I don't know if YouTube's going to catch on to it or if they block that or if they stop that type of thing. But if they don't, go create a playlist and then just share it with people and get people to just throw it on the mute.
Yeah. I mean, really, that's when Skelly was getting over that monetized hump, right?
Now
He was
mute
at
the
1,000
page.
But it's like
just a
once you
quick
get
thing.
there, it doesn't matter anymore. So once you get your monetization, that's all like whatever. You want people engaging and watching and doing that kind of thing. You don't want to be like gaming it really, because then it's going to look like you're having no interaction for the number of viewers that you're having, and that's not going to be good overall, I don't think.
Oh yeah, I'm talking just to get it to that initial bump, right? Like if you're trying to get to that. I don't know the whole. I don't do the streaming. I stream when I join you guys and stuff, but I don't have it, so I don't really follow the metrics and all of the stuff that they do.
The only negative I could see about what we're doing here is if people go onto one of our channels and they're used to us doing one type of content and it's not this, and they may or may not like it as much, but some people might like it more. You just don't know. But people are really weird about that consistency thing with stuff. Like if you go to Thanos Copter and he's got like Snow White and it's literally just Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs and they're not having a gangbang, people are going to be like, what is this crap? Why am I here? This isn't what I came for.
The funny thing is those get like the most likes and the most comments, but they literally like lose me followers every week. So
do they? The outrage crowd, I'm done with this guy.
Like I think I've lost like 6 this week. It's not a lot, but like it goes down and then it'll slowly go back up and then I'll post something and I'll lose.
That's what she said. Yeah.
Woo.
No, I get it, dude. I get it. Yeah. Like I said, I unfollowed you once because I was at work and I opened up my Instagram and here's like some action figure banging someone with a big old dong. I was like, oh god, I can't take this right.
I started the week with
I love
Adam
my
and Eve,
stream.
and I like literally hashtag Bible Old Testament. Like, why am I doing that? Like, it's just gonna get people who are gonna get offended.
Like Thanos Copter, the stuff that you put on there, man. I'll be sitting at the gym. I'll be sitting at the gym scrolling through Instagram at one of my daughter's cheer competitions, and then your stuff shows up, and I'm like, oh shit. Like, damn it. Like, I don't know what the person behind me in the bleacher saw. Like, it's not supposed to be that. I don't follow models and stuff. It's toys. This guy's into this. I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
I mean,
if you're on your phone, I highly doubt that they're seeing that much. Let's be honest. On a phone, it's not exactly the biggest pictures ever on Instagram.
Yeah, they got them up on the Jumbotron, meanwhile.
Now, if they're shopping them up there on the, if you're linked to their Wi-Fi and, it happens to pop up on the AirPlay, that's on you, man. That's on you.
Absolutely.
So, Terrence says, I like the irreverent free-for-all and almost wish I'll find random family-friendly streamers here. Look, Toy Frenzy gets pretty tame. It can be over on Skelly's channel, our Thursday show. Brick, for the most part,
you said gets pretty tame. Sorry, that sounds hilarious. It gets pretty tame sometimes.
Mine's fairly tame.
My live's pretty family friendly for the most part.
Yeah,
I always used to try to keep it.
Into it.
I always try to keep it on edge with when I did intros, but
Right. I think my channel's probably the worst out of all the channels because I just stopped giving a shit. Like,
well, once the person got your stream and they jumped in here and you had that, one, you saw that was at that point. YouTube's like, we're never monetizing up.
There's often a very big difference between your live audience and your video audience, though.
Yeah.
Well, for me, all I do is lives. Like, I don't have videos. I've got some stuff that I've been working on for a while now that I need to get back to because I really do want to start putting up some short form content.
Man, where did you get hand gloves from, Travis?
Random.
We had them flocked by random.
Yeah.
It's going to be a new T-shirt for Radnom. Flocked by Radnom.
They were they were the best deal on Amazon, and I bought I don't know, like 1,000 or 10,000 of them because they're supposed to be the nitric or whatever type of gloves that you're supposed to use.
Nitrile,
yeah. So like I got them, and I rip them on and off. I'm touching because I throw them, like I go through so much. I bought like a $200 box of them, and I just got them stacked over here.
Yeah. Just touch resin is resin's a pain in the butt, man.
It won't hurt you to have it on.
Yeah, I'm looking at one of the machines that dispenses it and basically pulls it back up into a reservoir.
Yeah, I mean, I'm buying. I haven't ordered it yet because I just haven't had a chance. I've got so many pieces I've been adding. The two of the Anycubics that I have, and I might move away from Anycubic just because there's a couple printers that I've seen that I really like. But for now, these will do. But I have the M3 Maxes, and they have the self filling refill. Yeah. So it'll pump from the tunnel. But this one doesn't have like a recall. But they sell I saw somebody online advertising one that you can use. It's like a siphon thing. So like it's an auto siphoner, and you can use that to suck it in and out. But you're still, you're messing around with the resin. You're pulling the, parts, and I have like an ultrasonic cleaner. So, it's going from the batch to breaking off that, going in there. It's just so much work. And I'm always ripping gloves off and throwing them away. I've just got a bag full of garbage gloves that I end up wasting.
Yeah, honestly, I love the FDM printers way more than the resin ones. It's just the output that they produce is not as crisp. Yeah.
Well, like for me, it's not so much about the.
Calm down, Kay.
For me, it's not so much about the. It's not so much about the crisp, like 8K, 12K, all that stuff, because what I'm printing, with the Hexastack stuff, it's not highly detailed, right?
Yeah.
It's more about not having
except
any
for
layer lines.
Except for the ones that are going to be textured and the ones.
Well,
that
there
are
is the textured, and there is the hexagrid coming and all that fun stuff. So when all that stuff comes out, like there is more to it, but I still think I could get what I needed out of a FDM, especially some of the ones that are out there, like the bamboos and things like that have come out, and they're faster. But these they print heavier. I feel like they have more. They have, like, for what I'm using them for, because I did do these on FDM when I first tested them, and there's other products out there I've seen that are made by FDM, and they're just so lightweight. And I know you can infill a little bit more and stuff, but then that just increases massive amounts of time, and then you're burning through a lot more.
That competitor of yours, though, that does it FDM, they look like garbage, dude. I'm just speaking the facts, man.
I didn't say it. I didn't say it.
So in your initial run, are they all flat, or are you doing the ones with storage compartments as well?
Oh no, my 3-inch ones always come with storage compartments.
Okay, so in a starter set, what are you getting?
The starter set, you get 2 1/2-inch, 2 1-inch, a single 2-inch, and a single 3-inch. So get
for the
Go ahead.
For the 1/2-inch and the 1-inch, couldn't you maybe do that with resin casting, silicone mold, pull it that way without having to print? Because it's a lot quicker. There's no cleanup. There's no curing or any of that jazz.
I've thought about it for what I'm doing, and my goal, right now, the only reason I'm 3D printing these is because I'm raising the funds, like, to just get to the injection molding. I'm already, I've had the conversations with Ramen. I know my pricing. I know my deposits for the mold, the tooling and everything. It's just getting that to the point of the tooling. So, I mean, maybe I don't know enough about that side. I have seen some things people like.
I think pouring that, though, with all the little magnet holes and stuff, it wouldn't come out as clean as it is with a 3D printer. There'd probably be a lot of cleanup.
There might be.
And that's the other thing is, like, I after knowing what I know now, I would look at FDM, especially the bamboo printers that have come out recently. But the problem, like, because I could have designed it in a way with the FDM that I could have designed it to, and then paused the prints in the midst of them, and then inserted all my magnets and my pieces of metal in them while it's printing, and then just continue to seal it up, which would save me post-processing time. But I'd have to be right next to the printers at all times, or, setting a reminder to get into it every time. So there's some pros and cons. What it just comes down to is that with my long-term strategy of getting all of the standard stands produced at the injection molding product, it's going to be the easiest way is to continue down the path I've already gone. And then realistically, for what I'm doing with all of the expansion things that the Hexastack's going to allow for, and that's all going to be made in-house, and then I'll transition over to injection molding.
Right on.
Excellent. But I have looked into some of that stuff there, right on, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be too negative on.
No, you're not negative at all, dude. Like,
no, not on you, but specifically, like, it kind of. I mean, I understand it's the way it is, and we did it, but it kind of irks me that all manufacturing is done in China for this stuff. It would be wonderful if we had something here. We don't, but it would be wonderful if there was an option.
I absolutely would, right? Like, I'm here in America, right? Like, I would love to support America and do it here. And
I understand regulation is rough. We have a very heavy regulatory environment, and it's difficult to do. But I got to believe that there's going to be some stuff coming up with all this new technology that's going to kind of lean towards some stuff here in the near future. I'm even thinking, like, I've been thinking about making stuff out of wood again. I mean, toys are made from plastic mainly because they're cheap to reproduce quickly, but also because they were for kids. Well, you got a lot of adult collectors now. Making them out of wood is not as,
certain things I think you absolutely could.
You're not going to stick it in your mouth, probably not.
No,
I would.
Don't choke over there.
Of course you would.
That's what they said.
The only thing
they always say,
you're going to get a lot of added weight on that and stuff, and you can do things, so it's a balance. But I think that over time, with the 3D printing continuing to get better, I think you're going to see things that transition, and it's just, well, I mean, there's a whole different set of tricks that's going into the 3D printing, and I don't want to go into politics, but I live in New York, and New York just passed legislation that you basically, might have to have the same background check or similar background checks to trying to obtain a pistol or a gun just to get a 3D printer because of their concerns with ghost guns. And Brick, you're out in California, I think, too. So being that cross-country partner, because we live in the same types of states that regulate things differently than some other states, they're doing the same thing in California with the legislation on 3D printers. They're trying to pass bills to make it so that
so you can't print the 3D gun? Is that what the problem is? The guys that
it's exactly what
guns?
It is. Yeah. It's all around the gun printing because they're concerns of people 3D printing ghost guns.
Yep. Well, of course, New York State's also outlawing any kind of gas furnace in the next 10 years, and we live in a state where my electricity goes out in the middle of a snowstorm every for 2-3 days.
Got a lot of people that live kind of country up there in upstate New York. Probably still have wood burning fireplaces and stoves all over the place.
That's exactly. I'm in what you would consider the area, the more rural area. Like I'm 2.5 hours away from the city, so I'm considered upstate. I'm closer to the Adirondacks than I am the city.
Yeah. Okay. Right. I didn't know you were in New York.
Yeah. Yep. So
Travis is really only like 5 hours.
I'm stocking up on 3D printers right now. Not that I won't be able to get one later, but I just don't want to go through the problem.
That's wild.
And then they'll be inventorying our resin to see how much resin we're purchasing.
Yep.
So Terrence calls it out exactly. He says, "Take a look at that basement." It's true. He has got the printer set up. He's got a full manufacturing process going on down there.
Yeah, I had my first FEP crack a hole in it though. Luckily, I had a screen cover over the LCD screen, so when it cured on it, it only cured on the cover. And I honestly, I only just put that LCD cover on because I was like, I'm starting to get pretty fast at this. I better put a screen on here because if something goes through, it'll be my luck, and then I'll lose the whole printer. So
yeah, I don't have one.
Yeah. Well, I would. They're so cheap, dude. I actually went because I didn't have any backups. I went and bought enough to back up all of my printers in case this happens in the midst of production because I had to wait 2 days to get new ones. So I just ordered like 5 of each so that if something
real quick, are you guys okay with the nerd talk? It's probably getting a little bit too much, right? You want to go back to your
Who's talking nerd
talk? No, Totally fine. All
Technically,
is accepted here.
You're on mute, Rick.
If we want to get really technical,
We're nerds.
everything we do is nerd talk.
I was gonna say, you want to go back to your other nerd talk? Like,
I mean, which nerd talk
As
do you
long as we
want?
don't start talking about math, I'm okay.
Look, we still haven't even got to the food talk yet, and Kayla's over here eating. I mean, you know.
Yeah, what do we having tonight, Kayla?
I have an enchilada, which I've half eaten, and then I had a crispy taco, which I engorged.
That looks good.
Engorged.
Yeah,
Good word.
engorged.
Travis has been in the basement for like 15
And
hours
then-
and hasn't eaten. You can tell he's like, that looks so good, man. Sorry.
I thought I was getting chips and guac. Apparently, it was just guac, and this was $7.
What?
Guacamole.
So, I'm trying to make use of it, and by make use of it, I've had one little bit.
Just get a spoon.
You gotta eat. You gotta just throw it on like the taco and just eat the whole thing.
Yeah, well, there's some
That's
chips
right.
in the pantry here, so I'm just gonna save them for tomorrow. Throw some lime in it. 'Cause they never put enough lime in it.
There you
I
go.
don't understand it. Like, the only place that does enough lime is Chipotle, and like the rest of the food there is meh.
I hate
obviously.
Chipotle. Like
You
my
could buy like
son-
a whole
I'm not a
avocado tree for
Chipotle.
$7.
I'm a
My-
I
Qdoba
will
guy.
eat their chips and guac all day because they're lime chips, and I love lime.
Okay.
But the rest
My-
of it is
Right.
My son goes there all the time because he's big into lifting and weights, and he's trying to get muscles and stuff. So he's like, he goes and works out, and then he goes to Chipotle and buys like 6 meals because he's in bulking season. And I'm like, dude, I was in bulking
Chipotle.
season 20 years ago, and I haven't been able to cut again. So you know, it'll catch up with you real quick. But he goes to the gym every single day.
It will.
yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of
But he-
people. My
he-
friend.
He loves that place.
Yeah, my friend who is in the like powerlifting, weightlifting community, she
Yep.
would say, yeah, everyone goes to Chipotle all the time. And yeah, I live in Silicon Valley, so it is $7 for guacamole.
I felt that was a California price right there.
Yeah, I thought it would come with chips. I swear I've gotten this before, and it's come with chips because it's kind of
They
like
just
a
forgot the
string.
chips. That's all it was.
They probably
Yeah.
Well, if you got a meal, you would think they would do a side setup where they give you chips and queso
No.
and salsa and you know.
Oh, you want some? Yeah.
Queso.
Come here, say hi.
Hey, I didn't realize I was muted earlier, and I did ask a question because I think you said
Oh,
fat. What were you referring to?
It's the. I'll let you answer it, Travis. Yeah.
Yeah, so I can actually show it on the screen. So in 3D printing, in resin printing,
Really?
you have this thing called the vat. I think this is called a vat. I could be wrong, but it's this unit here which contains all of your resin, and you know the plates that you push. It ducts into here. The FEP is this plastic piece at the bottom.
it.
It's like it's
Yep.
like sounds like a drum skin or whatever, but it's like a very tense plastic piece.
Mhm.
And what it does is when the mechanism's coming down into it, it plunges in here and pulls up the resin, and it kind of pulls this up a little bit to attach it, and then it LCD shoots the UV light just on the area it's supposed to project the image. So there's a hole in this, so it's very, very fine. So what my guess is I broke a piece of I broke a piece of resin off one of my pieces that was on there, and it must have sat in here. So when it came in and it plunged in, it must have punctured just enough to leak resin out over it, which then covered the LCD. Sorry, more explanation than what
Got
the
it.
FEP.
No.
I'm pretty sure this is the FEP.
Oh no, got it.
Yeah, that's the FEP.
It's my first time ever having to change one, so you guys are watching me learn how to do this on screen because I'm not
Nice.
mechanically inclined. I've never been someone that can do this type of stuff, but
we were
I'm
wondering
not
what all
gonna buy
that
a new
swearing under
printer.
your breath was about.
You got to be doing pretty
No
okay to
time
have that many
like
3D printers because those things are finicky, man. They
Adventures of
don't.
3D printing.
Well, I heard Aaron say he was going to chuck one earlier.
Yeah,
and
I want to go back to that.
I've had no issues with my 3D printers ever. I've had to do no
What?
maintenance on any of them.
Oh my
So,
god,
I've been very,
You
very.
said you suck. No,
that's crazy, dude. I've had to rebuild mine and everything. Like,
No,
yeah.
I've been very fortunate, and I got really
Better
nervous.
knock
a
on
couple
wood,
weeks.
brother.
I got I got very lucky.
Guys,
because I
I'm
saw on
stepping out for a
Amazon-
sec. I'll be back.
Alrighty.
I saw on no, not Amazon, on Facebook. I saw Anycubic like advertisements in my Facebook list and stuff. And in the comments, I saw everybody going, "Oh yeah, it's great for the first 2 prints," and then it craps the bed. And I was like, "Oh
shit.
crap!" like that's all I have is Anycubic. I'm like, I hope that's not the case. And I've been lucky. That mine have been good. So
it's all in how you do the regular maintenance, though. It has nothing to do,
Right? What's regular maintenance, Aaron? I don't know.
Cleaning, how you clean it, how you keep the LCDs from getting scratched.
Yeah. Do you have resin yet, or are you still doing the
No, not
FDM
yet.
right now?
I'm doing a lot of research on that one, so it will be probably.
Let me know when you're ready to go. I'll point you in the right direction on what size, what you're trying to build. I mean, there's some good stuff out there, but there's one that I'm looking at. I don't own it myself, but I'm considering it. There's I can't think of the brand, but it starts with a P.
Frozen.
Is that what it is? Yeah. So I was looking at those because they get some really good reviews, and they have large build plates without being too expensive. Huge. And they're faster too.
Yeah, I'm looking for one with a decent sized build plate because this one, my max is I think 5x7 by 5.
Oh, are you worried about your son
build
getting
plate
into the resin?
that I have is not very big for my FDM that I have.
So are you, Aaron? Are you worried about your son getting in the resin?
Yeah, it'll end up going out to the garage, so it'll be. It has to be enclosed, and
that's the top thing I've seen for That's the top thing I've seen for people as to like why not to get into resin is if you have young children or children that might get into stuff. I'm fortunate enough that like my kids are all old enough now, and I can clearly state, hey, don't go on the blue mats, don't touch anything over there. Like they understand, so I'm lucky I can get into that. But
I'll just have to build an enclosure for it and do an air vent pull to suck the air out.
I got mine in a patio closet outside. So
there's mine right there, Aaron. I can give you all the tips and everything of how I built it, what I'm using.
Just the tips.
Yep, you're not getting the whole thing, dude.
No, I was having issues with my printer because
that awkward
for whatever
silence.
reason I was not getting good adhesion for my first layers.
Story of my life.
And it kept popping and crinkling. So I changed the filament.
Okay.
And then I dropped the temperature a little bit.
I was gonna say, where are you located in the country, if you don't mind?
Oklahoma, middle.
Okay. So like what I found is that over the summer I had no issues down here in my basement printing things. Everything was printing fine. And then a couple weeks ago, as I was printing, trying to get ready for Legion's Con, I started getting quite a few failed prints, and it slowly became more and more to the point where I wasn't printing anything for like 2 or 3 runs, and I'm like, something's wrong here. And then I started doing the research. I'm like, my build plates are done, everything's good. And then I was like, wait a minute. I was like, what's the temperature? And I noticed, and I started thinking through. I'm like, well, during the summer when it was warmer, no issues. So I found that the temperature down here sits at about 63 degrees in this section of the basement. And I was like, oh, I got to enclose everything. I got to set up a wireless heater. I've got to get that temperature up to about 77 degrees for the resin. And now I get 100% success as long as my FEP doesn't crack.
Well, I also had to add some supports because obviously the file didn't have all the supports built in already. So
that's the one thing I like about the resin printing. I haven't done as much on the FDM printing though. With the resin printing, I have I use the not Cura. It starts with a C. I can't think of what it's called, but it's like Lychee, and there's another one.
Yeah, the slicing software. Yeah.
The one I use has auto supports, and I have no issues using the auto supports. They actually work really good.
If I put the auto supports on, it gives me like so many damn supports. It's ridiculous that I don't.
Oh, really?
It just burns through resin it burns through my filament. So it's just like, nah, I don't want to do it.
Gotcha.
So I have to go in and I physically put in my own. So
yeah,
that's just me trying to be, save a little money on filament.
I go in, and what I do is I basically put one of my hex, because I'm printing the same thing consistently. So I'll put one of them on my build plate. I'll get my what are they called? My whatever you call them, supports. I'll get the supports on there, and then I'll delete a bunch off there to make sure that I'm not overdoing it. And then I'll just clone that piece as many times as I can on the plate and print it, and that normally works. So it's a little bit easier. You're probably printing more unique individual pieces.
Yeah.
So.
you have to do any drainage holes on the Hexastack? Because I really didn't like that with some things.
Actually, I'll show you something.
Drainage holes.
Yeah, it's a little hole to let the gooey fluid out so you can dry it off correctly.
So with the Hexastack, right?
Being attacked.
With that, you have...
We can't have the food.
I don't want to see the holes, so I want them to be hidden. So I do them wherever the magnets and stuff go in so they'll be covered. But the problem is I have to do them so small so nobody sees them, which makes it hard. So I'm not guaranteed. When I first started doing them, I was getting some exploding, stands because the resin would build up in there even with those holes. So I came up with this really cool tool, which is a combination. I just took basically this. Oz isn't here, so you can't see it on full screen, but I took a UV flashlight. So it's a UV flashlight. I took that.
Some fiber optic.
Exactly. And then I took fiber optic and I cut them down to these long
things. That's interesting.
And then what I did was I took a felt furniture pad and I cut a little needle hole size in it and I shoved them through and super glued it to it. And then I don't know how well this will show up, but
so you jam those inside your prints. Now, how
I penetrate every one of my prints with these in as many of the holes as I can.
I can't.
And yes, it very much so for that purpose. And then I just put
all the holes.
Yes, as many as I can.
Yeah, because I always felt it was never fully. I always felt it was never fully dry inside. Like a lot of the stuff I was making, it was very annoying. I would paint it or I'd put a super glue drop on it. And you're fine. And days later, it would just come leaking out again. It'd ruin the paint job.
Yeah,
so it's kind of annoying.
I came up with this cool idea. My brother-in-law was over. He's checking out my setup, and I showed him this. And the thing about me is, like, my parents, they were not technical. They didn't teach me how to work on cars. My dad didn't do any of that stuff. Never taught me to swing a hammer. So everything I've ever learned how to do, I've done on my own or like tech class in school.
YouTube's a beautiful thing.
If you could do all that stuff, it's great. But so like my brother-in-law, he always looks at me and goes, "Oh, you can't do that stuff," but he knows how to do everything. So if I have things around the house done, he comes and does them. He saw that I came up with this. He's like, "Who knew playing with toys would teach you how to come up with things that are kind of inventive?" He's like, "You should just be selling that stupid flashlight you came up with." I'm like, maybe.
I think there's probably a market for that, to be quite honest.
Yeah. Honestly. We save people having to drain them.
Maybe I just need to file a patent on it. Maybe somebody will send a cease and desist on me, but I won't go too into that.
Possible. It's possible.
I was going to say you need to advertise that you're penetrating all of your product.
Yeah. All your holes are penetrated before each product is shipped out.
Poor Kayla, she just over the hole.
I don't know.
So that way nothing will leak out later on and ruin your paint job.
I don't know if Ted's still in the chat. If Ted's out there, I'm going above and beyond. You're licking every package. I'm penetrating every stamp.
That's right.
Where's OSHA?
They left the chat.
What's OSHA?
Yeah, let's.
I know I turned it into a 3D printing session, but yeah, sorry.
Partly my fault.
No, this is fascinating.
It's all good.
We talked a little bit about 3D printing with Phantasm after the show on Mondays. It's very, very fascinating stuff.
Oh, actually, hold on. But I have two things I want to say. Brick, you should update your comments and stuff on this and put hashtag 3D printing and stuff, since I actually did talk about 3D printing. Might get you a whole different viewer count looking at your stream. Second,
I don't know if the hashtags really work, though.
I don't know if it's like it. Instagram hashtags are broken, so if you use them, that's why you have to @ people now. If you want something to go to someone's view, you're gonna have to @ it. So instead of do a hashtag,
we're completely shadow.
Which is, of course, why I got a nasty gram from somebody in the toy industry.
Yeah, because because of our name.
Oh,
because
okay.
unless we tag other people or collaborate with other people, we'll get like maybe 10 likes on a post. Or if I share it on my account, then we'll get more likes. Or if Johnny shares it on his account, it's really dumb. Like if we don't, we're basically shadow banned. And I just turned it into professional to see if that'll help at all. But like the last post, which I think was the one for Trek on Thursday, I think only got like 10 likes. So I don't think it really helped. I knew it probably wouldn't, but for some reason, it's very annoying, and I'm pretty sure it's because of our name, and there's nothing we can do about it now. So,
Aaron, what were you saying about the hashtags? I haven't noticed any difference.
Yeah, you should.
If you
You'll see
hashtag
it.
on YouTube or on Instagram.
YouTube, it should be fine, but Instagram, for whatever reason, when they did their last updates, it's been really jacked.
Have never worked for me on Instagram on any account.
So hashtags have worked for me in the past, but usually you have to get trending like in the top. If you make that first page of the hashtag, which sometimes my videos would hit that, then you get a little something. But I don't know if it's me bringing that up or it bringing me up. I can't.
You used to be able to sort the hashtags by recent, though, without the popularity. You can't use
I
that
think you
anymore.
still can.
No, it'll do like popular recent or popular, but like those are the only two options.
Yeah.
That's annoying.
Yeah.
Let's see. Hashtag.
I've done some testing though. I posted pictures with hashtags, without hashtags, with completely random hashtags, and it hasn't changed my feedback or my like count or anything on Instagram.
The thing about it, it's
all
just
like 12 people that like them, right?
That's because we block you, Ed.
What's that?
That's because we
there's
just
like 12 people that like them, right? So you're reaching the same 12 people every time.
That's right.
So do you use like your own hashtags, or are you using ones that are more of the popular hashtags that are already out there to piggyback off the stuff?
Both.
You're talking about me?
Just in general, I was posing the question out there to everyone.
Mine is usually the bigger hashtags, but I do have a couple ones that are exclusive to just me.
Yeah.
Obviously, if I'm doing my toy therapy, one of the hashtags is going to be toy therapy.
Right.
So.
Yep.
But the rest of the time, it's.
I just started putting. Or are you talking about putting hashtags in the description or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It used to work great. When I started on Instagram in like 2014, 2015, hashtags worked very well. But
I think it's just so flooded now, and there's so many out there that are misspelled, and it doesn't. I mean,
the thing is, when you're testing something and you're like, oh, does this work or does this not work? You can literally, even if you make viral videos and have hits sometimes, you can post 20 videos and they just don't hit for some reason, and then one goes viral. And so it's so spotty. It's kind of hard to, you have to basically run the experiment for like 30 or 40 posts, and then the next thing, and maybe even then it won't hit. But
where do you guys go to get your hashtags? Like, do you
at the hashtag store? I like the discount hashtag store.
Okay, that's a good one. I go to ChatGTP and I'm just like, hey, give me blah amount of hashtags related to toy collecting that will help promote this.
I just copy and paste the same thing.
Yep, me too.
Like for all of our Trek posts, I copy and paste for all of the Loki when we're doing Ahsoka.
Right.
But I've done I just started doing the tags on YouTube, not putting hashtags in the description. So I'm curious if we put hashtags in the description, if that would change anything. So far, it's done nothing.
Yeah, no, I feel the tags on YouTube work fine. If I don't put tags on my shorts, though, they don't get anywhere near the amount of views on YouTube. So there definitely is
the shorts because that's how YouTube sorts your shorts, is by your hashtags.
Yeah, so Instagram, I think you need authority on Instagram in order for it to do something. It's got to recognize you as this is what you do, and it'll push it out to people that like that specific thing. And it's very difficult when you're smaller. You gotta,
So when you say authority, you mean you're recognized, you have followers, people respect,
they respond to video. You don't even need to have followers necessarily, but you need to have. Obviously, you'd be growing in that pretty rapidly. You need to have people that respond to the specific category that the algorithm has decided you are posting in. So if you are making, art videos about painting cats, it's going to show everyone that likes art and cats. And if you get responses to that and you have authority in that, it will send it out to those people specifically. But if you're kind of willy-nilly here and there, it's very difficult to. And of course, you can't get shadow banned for phallic symbols, and funny names and stuff, probably. But Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. I don't know. I don't do anywhere near as well as I used to on there. I used to have videos that would do like 1 million views, 500,000 views, and now I'm lucky if I get like 20 or 30K. So, but every like 4 or 5 months, I'll catch a little virility, and then the algorithm just throws me back in a doghouse. So it's like really hit or miss. It's very
You're
strange.
a baller. I'm like, if I get 30 likes, I'm like, yeah.
Dude, I worked my butt off on Instagram for like a year and a half straight, though. It was like every day I was engagement. I backed off of it now, but because YouTube is so much better. You don't get, I mean, it's cool for recognition, or if you contact a brand, they look at your account and they're like, whoa, okay, this is cool. But, you know, it's just not that great. The bonus was nice when they were doing that. Instagram.
You're talking Instagram isn't as good as YouTube? Is that what you're saying?
Definitely not. You get more community, much better vibe, I think, or usefulness out of YouTube, I would say. Brick, say something, man.
Sorry, what's up?
Say anything.
Nothing. You were just staring. Like you were kind of intimidating for a second there, so I was just like, man. Yeah.
I just hopped in. Sorry, I had to say goodnight to the kiddos.
Night, kiddos.
Night, kiddos.
From their adopted sister.
It's actually not. It's good night. They're still playing Zelda over there. So, but from me officially, this is the last time you're gonna see
I
me.
think Andrew's behind again. Isn't he always behind?
Andrew's always behind.
Yeah. Andrew.
Chips are always extra. Are we back to the $7 guac thing?
Oh,
Just
I don't know, but since she's eating, I grabbed an ice cream bar because
Ooh, I'm excited to show you guys what I have for dessert because I've been obsessed.
obviously
And it
it's a
is
junk
something
food
you
night.
can make at home. And it's healthy. For what?
Immensely healthy.
But tasty.
Well, where is it?
I'm not
Wait,
gonna
what?
eat it right now. I need a break. I just finished dinner. I need to let it settle, especially since it's Mexican food. Even though it wasn't spicy. My stomach should be okay.
Stummy.
Stomach. Yeah,
Spooky
Johnny's
stummy.
like,
Love it.
yeah, Johnny's like, what's this stummy thing now? I'm like, I don't know. I heard someone say it, so now I said it. I say it now, okay?
Matthew makes a point about grinding on Instagram for 4 years.
So Matthew, I got to ask you, when you were doing that, did you do Reels when Reels were really hot about a couple of years ago? Or were you just doing normal?
Pardon me?
No, Matthew.
He does photos. He does like diorama shots, kind of like Thanos, just non-sexual.
Right.
So,
Hey,
Oh,
some
clean shot.
Thanos are
Clean shot.
non-sexual.
He's developed a brand.
Yeah.
I kind
he's
of
known.
just that's my niche. Like I guess I gotta roll with it. Like,
Like Brick is giving out stickers.
Thanos
Thanos will be giving out custom condoms here soon, like little printed packages with the Thanos Copter logo
when I
on
get a
it.
3D
There you go.
printer, I'm just gonna start giving out dildos.
There's your branding.
There you go.
Face or like the fist.
I could laser cut little dick Christmas
I-
ornaments for you. You know, that is possible.
Wait, can you make them for me?
How did you get the Christmas one?
Maybe.
Please? I'll pay you. Obviously, I'll pay you.
Thanos Copter doing a helicopter. Yeah,
Yeah.
that could happen.
I need to some
That
point.
is, you know, if I ever got a dick, that is
It
the
needs
first
to be
thing
a
I would do.
it needs to be a
is
Thanos
helicopter.
copter shaped penis. There you go.
Yep.
Solve that problem.
No,
right
it just has to be jiggly enough to helicopter it.
Here's
That'll
that
make up
whip,
my stiff ones
Aaron.
near me.
there. Yeah,
Ooh.
it's good.
Well, so
Hey,
now we're into
random.
BDSM. Okay.
How's it
All
shaped?
right.
Holding up.
Oh, that's great. I tried to shove the second part in. The only problem is, again, it's 2 pieces. So I was trying to figure out where the second one is. So I shoved a wire in here.
be more
But
gentle.
the
man.
one that I had wasn't long enough. Yeah, no, I was gentle and I got permission. So it was good. We were both into it.
Did you warm
And
it
so-
up first?
I put in the second one after, and I was trying to see if there was overlap, and I found where it was, because the issue with that is one of them starting to stick out if I pull it in.
Did you like
either
braid
way
the wire in there, or
was that?
did you like braid the wire in there? How'd you do
No,
that?
so this is
he
like
used the sealed wire that you get with like Cosmic Legions. They have a wire that tie down.
So there's like these are actually glued. The three ends are sort of glued, but essentially it's just braided, right? And you can open it up and you can just get it in there again if you're gentle and have permission.
So it's hollow.
It's hollow. It's like a three. Hollow. Yeah, it's like one of those braids where when you kind of squeeze it, it'll bunch up. So it kind of had to work it in.
Flex.
It's pretty cool.
I like it.
You could probably get away with doing jewelry wire, Ed, pretty easily.
I don't use the whip. I don't even have that figure, so it's all good.
Well, this is from Tanger.
Yeah, I don't have Tanger.
Oh, right. Okay. But I figured it made more sense with this guy.
What we should do?
He's got that cool Hordak head that I love.
I just want to throw this out there as an idea for the Toy Frenzy group. I know we're on Oz's call here, but like everybody's part of that group. So I played disc golf, and then like every year, people do like this. It's like a Secret Santa, right? And like you do a Secret Santa, like you set a price tag on it, and like you send discs. Normally, like with the disc golf community, they do like old discs and stuff. Maybe we can do a Toy Frenzy Secret Santa between all the folks that are part of that group and stuff.
I'll set up the Elfster.
You know what I mean? And like
we can all say like, old disc or old dicks.
Discs. Discs.
Oh, okay.
Like
I mentioned something in one of the Random Acts of Kindness, Travis, not too long ago about doing a Secret Santa.
Did you?
Yeah, it was on one of the Acts of Kindness chats.
I totally missed it, dude. I'm sorry. I'm not stealing your thunder.
No, you're not stealing my thunder. I don't care. I'm just saying.
Yes, he is, Aaron.
He's been broached.
Thunder hog.
No. What
thunder
it is?
Thief.
I'm very sensitive with people suggesting I may have stolen something. It's just a fresh wound. It's a fresh wound.
I have a cease and desist letter.
It's apologizing.
Nobody can
You'll
ever
be
have
receiving this D&D from Payne soon.
You tried, Travis. We have proof that you knew you were part of that chat group, and because of that, we assume that you stole Aaron's idea for a Secret Santa. You now have to give him all of your Secret Santa idea gifts, or we're going to shut down your operation.
Yeah, there we go.
We want to list them.
I'm petty like that, right? Yeah,
right.
There's only so many shapes, Travis. Like of all the shapes,
we want a complete list of all of your potential sales.
You could do rhombus. That would work too for those.
Oh yeah. I don't have to change. I'm still who I am.
Hey, did you see I forgot where I told you this, Travis, but you're going to Legions Con. I am kind of curious to see how people respond to that, because there's a huge section of the Legions community that kind of came from minifigures for like D&D and role-playing games. And I feel like the hexagon base thing for the Legions figure could work out really well.
Hero clicks?
I'm really, yes, hero clicks. Honestly, like, I'm sure some of seeing those hero clicks on clearance in like Walmart over the years probably gave me some of the idea in my mind. And I did the Warhammer stuff and everything like that. So that probably, somewhere in the back of a dungeon up here somewhere was like, oh, that would be cool. But yeah, I'm excited for the Legions Con this weekend. I have talked to Jeremy Gerard a bit, and he was very helpful in suggesting things and helping promote the Kickstarter when it first was live and whatnot when I signed up for Legions Con. So, he said the big thing for me is he would make sure I focused on making sure my stands can, stand up to the DTOF, like fit within the DTOFs and stuff. Which is a consistent message I've heard from some of the folks is I don't own any. I know the measurements, so I've ensured that the depth, the height, and whatnot. And when the website goes live, there will be an option to purchase a DTOF shelf kit, right? So you can buy just enough stands that'll fit in the DTOF kit, like the DTOF thing. Yeah. So like
that is really a big deal. It is. I actually have one in my garage just for fitting dioramas.
That's so funny you say that because I almost bought one. We did go down to IKEA, which is about it's almost the distance to go to Legion's cons from my house. And we went down there over the summer. And I wish I had picked one up. And then a couple months later, after PowerCon, when I was talking to Jeremy, I thought went online to look to see how much it would cost to get one delivered. I want to say just to get one delivered with cost, it was going to be like $400 to my house. And I was like,
wow.
Hey,
Didn't they stop making them?
Travis, you should look
I think
at
it's the shipping.
You should look at an acrylic. They make acrylic cubes for like displays at shows and stuff, and they probably have one that's the exact same measurement as a Detolf cube.
Well, you could just build it then at that. I mean,
what I'm saying, like,
I see what you're saying for a display of it.
Right? Yeah. Because I used to get them. I used to get them for my old job, right? Because we used to like set our product on top of them, but you could they're actually just an open cube, and they come in every size imaginable.
That's a good idea. Yeah, I'll look into that for next year because I am planning.
That's what I'll be using in my dio for the boats, because that's what the boats will be riding on, are those kind of plastic shelves, because the rest of the stuff will be in the center of it.
It's a lot. I mean, I think we are getting them through like a show company for like $15-20 a piece for like 12 by 12 by 12, right? So a Detolf is what, 15 by 15 by something?
I'd have to go look at the measurements. I have them written down on a piece of paper stuck to my
something like that.
Monitors.
Yeah, it's weird too. Like one's like 14 and one's because it has those metal bars in there too. So like with a dio, you gotta have to HeroClix Hexastack could probably fit around those in the back a little bit.
Yeah, what's nice is the corners and stuff you can shift against it, so you don't have to worry about that. It's not going to edge right up into the round corner or whatever, so you'll have that gap space there.
Speaking of HeroClix, that's probably where LSL got his idea for the hexagon from.
I mean, it's possible. I mean, his idea like is good. You know, like honestly,
I mean, we've had hex maps in role-playing games forever.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
that's what the old BattleTech FAFSA stuff was based off of. I mean,
Were the HeroClix? I thought they were round. Like, I know they have like little notches and stuff, but I thought they were
the whole map was hex based.
Oh,
I
the map
have some. Yeah, it's all that terrain and stuff. It was really cool. I mean, mountainous.
There's actually
little rivers.
There's actually one that's on Kickstarter right now that popped up in my feed, which is interesting because it's very much like what I wanted to do with the textured stuff that I'm going to do, but it's for like a board game. It's something that they're trying to do for a board game, and they have a bunch of different textures for more like the miniature stuff. So it's a little different than what I'm doing, but so because you're not setting a person on it so much. But I thought it's cool. My brother's big into D&D, so it's the type of stuff I send his way, and I'm like, hey, you're into this stuff, you might like this.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't played anything in a long time, but I've been thinking about it lately.
Yeah. Aaron, let's talk offline about the Secret Santa stuff, dude.
Huh?
Oh,
you and
I can set up the Elfster. I
The
already
what?
set it up for everyone else, anyways.
What is that, Kayla? Maybe I don't know what it is.
Oh, it's basically like what you use for Secret Santas. It's like a website, and just email it out to whoever wants to join, and then there's like a certain day you have to join by, and then once that date hits, it'll randomly assign everyone who it is, and then you get to add things to your wish list, and then you can put your address there too, so they know what to get you, they know where to send it to. You can also put a budget.
Okay. That'd be really cool.
It just makes it really easy.
I think that would be cool, and then we could do a live
all
opening
for easy.
We could, for those that participate.
You have no idea how the random acts of kindness, and sometimes it seems easy, but it looks easy. It's not. There's a lot of moving wheels there.
Does it send you a Toys R Us catalog too? Because I'd love that.
Doing my unboxing finally. It's been sitting on this
nice.
guy.
What is that?
Thanos, are you?
Yes.
Dungeons and Dragons Zarak.
Dungeons and Dragons Zarak.
Look at that
Waving.
portrait, though.
That figure is so good looking. That's just
That's
Allison.
Oh,
portrait's
Allison.
Allison's good looking too. but-
Killing it on the D&D.
Hello.
I love some D&D. You can fill in whatever you need with those words.
The only Dungeons and Dragons figure we have at the table.
This was the only one
Allison, you are a little muted. Is something covering your mic?
Oh, am I?
I
You're a little
forgot
muffled.
my mic cord, so I'm using my headphones.
We can hear you.
Oh,
You just
no.
sound like you're underwater or something.
Yeah, you've been doing fine though.
Yeah.
Weird. Huh.
I have never D&D.
You've
I
never
want
D&D?
to try it. Johnny is a dungeon
Okay.
master.
Yeah, I've never done it
So-
either. My kids just started, which is awesome. They're playing
Oh,
with a
dude,
couple
man.
of friends.
All right.
Can
and
I
their
play with
dad.
your
Here's what we
kids?
need
So
to do
good.
then.
Sounds wrong.
Because
We were supposed to do one
Look.
for before COVID hit, man, and then COVID hit and it messed everything up.
I have been wanting to do a campaign online for a while now.
Me
Now,
too.
I'm not a dungeon master. I need an experienced one who knows what they're doing. So that way there will be
All right.
proper aftercare. But I definitely want to do an online, campaign where a bunch of us get together live like this. Kind of like, Critical Role, but we're not nearly as savvy or,
Well,
set up
but
as
way
well
sexier.
for it as they
But way
built their
sexier.
whole career.
Savvy or functional? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah, we're a little dysfunctional, but that's okay because
Yeah.
that's like a family, right?
That's right. I put
But
the dick
I
in
have been-
dysfunction.
That's right.
We won't be
But,
doing the dungeon. We'll be the fungin.
There we go. The Fungin of Doom.
Oh boy.
Is that
But
like
yeah, I mean, if you guys are all interested, we should. Oh, Allison, you're coming in more clear
I'm
now.
down.
I got a second webcam so that I don't have to use my phone for live streams anymore. And so that's over here pointed this way. So it was trying to do sound through that
Uh-huh.
rather
do it.
than through this one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that happens
That
to
would
me all the
explain
time.
why it
totally
sounded
had
like
those
you were in the
issues.
tunnel.
Radnow, were you ever a dungeon
Happens.
master?
No, never a dungeon master. As a matter of fact, you know what? I bet my audio sounds different now
Yes, it
Yeah.
does.
because
Did
I
you
was
just
doing
do
the
what
whole
she did?
time what Allison was doing. I got my overhead
totally.
camera right here, and it's been picking up
Ah.
through that microphone.
There you go.
So
I've done that for streams, and then
Uh-huh.
Johnny messages me, and he's like, "You sound weird." I'm like, "Whoops," or I'll like have my mic backwards or something.
I have everything set up for OBS, but when I come over here, I got to go through StreamYard, so it's different.
Yeah.
How do you like OBS, Radnow?
It works fantastic, but you have to go watch like 20 hours of YouTube videos to do one freaking thing. Nothing is easy. I want to bring guests
Yeah.
on. I have to use like Video Ninja and create another scene and plug it in, do all this crazy
Virtual
crap.
cameras and stuff?
Yep.
But you can, I don't know. I feel like it's easy to make all the different scenes and have my different cameras with OBS. The more flexibility, but it takes more know-how.
Yeah, I was playing with it when I was opening card packs for people and stuff.
Yeah.
Early on during COVID, and I used it for some of that just so people could see when they were getting their cards and stuff. And it was nice because I could have a camera on me, camera on the cards, camera from the angle so you could see me. That way they knew I wasn't like taking some card, and there was like, they knew that like because like these people were paying for me to open the packs of cards.
Sure.
And like they didn't want I didn't want them thinking I was doing anything fishy.
Yeah,
so
there's
that way-
shiesty people on the internet, so
Exactly.
understandable.
So I liked OBS.
No.
No, it's
No.
crazy.
I have no know-how, but that's what I use to do my videos is OBS.
But it did take you a little while to get going.
I'd messed with it before for like video game streaming, so I knew how to set up like a second window that was like, project this window. So I just open up Instagram on that, then I have myself on the side, and then I have like the date above me. I mean, it's super basic.
It was good for doing a camera for me. I learned how to set up, a couple of other cameras and where I can have another scene. But as far as like putting in video or bringing guests on, I still haven't figured out how to do that yet. Like I said, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say I was on somebody's stream with that OBS when they brought me in, and I think they were using Discord to do the recording to then bring me into the video, and it wasn't a live stream; it was a pre-recorded show.
Oh, yeah. I think with OBS you could actually use StreamYards as your sharing thing to bring the guest in too. Like you can plug other things into it to use. It's
Yeah, you can bring.
I know there's
OBS
some
into
people
StreamYard
that
and
plug
whatever.
OBS into StreamYard, so I know that there's people that you do it the other direction.
We love
So
when
they
people
use
plug
Both
OBS,
ways.
Wyler, and StreamYard.
It's a flip situation. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, plugging is typically appreciated.
Mm-hmm. Plugging,
Nice.
pegging, filling all the
Is that
holes.
the new one?
Yeah,
Thanos?
it's the Target
The retro
Amazing
carded?
Fantasy one.
Yeah.
Oh, retro carded Amazing Fantasy. Nice.
Oh, that looks nice.
I'm trying to blow you up here, but takes a minute.
Did that one come
he's
with
got,
that
like, the
web
little-
effect?
Yeah, it came with the web effect, and then he's got like the ones you can plug in to have like the little armpit wings, and came with a grabby hands, some wall grab hands, some flippy hands, some punching hands. Pretty cool.
Quick question for the group.
Like
this
that.
is probably going to be for Caleb mostly, but Loki, season episode 5. Did everybody see it yet?
Mm-hmm.
Woo!
No spoilers, please.
I don't watch.
Oh, I was
that.
going to say, what's the question?
I mean,
I
like,
know.
the
question
like
is, did
2
you see
years
it yet?
behind Marvel TV stuff.
Yes.
I don't care. Spoiler
Seen it
away.
twice.
If
No,
I don't
I
watch it
watched
the
it,
week
no.
it comes out, I deserve to have shit spoiled. This whole thing, like, we can't talk about that. Somebody hasn't watched it, even though it's 20 years old. I'm sorry, you're never gonna watch
Not
it.
even a week old.
Like, just let it go. Let it go.
We're a week. It's a week, though. This is
It
the
came out
courtesy
2 days
spoiler-free
ago.
time.
Yeah.
Okay, well, 2 days ago, if I didn't take time to watch it, oh well. Like,
I enjoyed it. I'm happy I got caught
I'm-
up just in time for that episode.
Yes. Yes.
If it's
Yeah,
not
I'm
we will
watching
be
them every
talking-
Thursday, Travis. They're great.
We will be
If we were going to
talking
make a
about it
skit,
next Friday.
and if we
So,
were going to
Brick,
make a
have you-
skit and I had to cast the grumpy employee at the post office, I would definitely contact you, Allison.
Yeah, no,
I
let me
think
know.
you would be perfect for that. Like, it would be funny as shit. I'm not going to lie.
Probably.
Allison's the head of my HR for my company. I'm just saying.
I
That would
am
be
the head
good.
of HR at my company as well.
Yeah. That would be good.
See?
Brick, you said you should watch it every Thursday. Is that what you said?
We watch it every Thursday. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm
so
enjoying it.
For you, it must be on at 6 o'clock. It becomes available around 6 o'clock, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So
Yep.
for me,
Yep.
it's 9 p.m. on a Thursday. I used to watch it every week on Friday with my all my family. We'd all get together and we'd sit in the family room and watch it. Like Winter Soldier one that was out, the Captain America, WandaVision. We'd watch it, but then they changed it to like Thursday nights at 9 now. So it's like, it makes it hard because my youngest is getting ready for bed and stuff for school. So we originally watched the first one like on a Sunday night after it came out, and then we hadn't gotten back to watching it until Wednesday, I think. Kayla had the show where they were doing the review.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I got to catch up on this because it's coming to a close soon. So, but I enjoyed it.
Yep.
Next
Was
week.
that the episode you guys
I
did
try to
the
pop
other night,
one.
Taylor?
We did episode 4 because
Okay.
episode 5 came out Thursday because we were trying to get Vactor back on, and with his new work schedule, he does like overnights, and so I think it was like Wednesday and Thursday night were the only nights he could do it. So I was like, okay, let's do that. And then even before that, though, Victoria from Victoria's Cantina had asked me on for last night, and yeah, that was fun.
She's the best.
And
That was a great show.
yeah, it was great. And I only swore once. It was great. I thought I maybe had, and then I asked her after, and she's like, I don't think you did. And then I texted Johnny. He's like, you said shit, and I was like, damn it.
Yeah, that was. Yeah.
But shit,
Oh,
you
did
know,
you?
that's not
I
that
didn't
bad.
catch it.
I'm so
Yeah,
proud of you, my
apparently-
little girl.
Thank you.
Shipping
Is
high.
there a way
know,
us to
It
do
comes.
a
It
poll?
comes from being an only child and having to act like an adult since I was 5 years old. So
Yeah, I fucking missed that boat.
Sure fucking did.
What the fuck?
Hey, also,
Son of a
I
bitch,
can
I'm never
turn
gonna
it.
get
I can turn
monetized.
it on. I can turn it on real quick, but just don't do that on the channel because that's not me. Would not
I don't
be
know what
me
to
if I
open
didn't wear
first, so I need help.
everything. What do you
Well,
have?
yeah,
Okay,
All right,
what
Allison,
are your
what you got?
decisions here, Allison?
Okay,
What you got?
I've got a Cobra Island Baroness with a motorbike. I've got glow-in-the-dark skeletons, Mossman. I've got a Diabolical Snake Invasion. I've got the entire wave that came with Spike War and Squeeze.
Gravy. You got a backlog worse than me. I don't know how that works.
Many Faces, the mini comic one. So lots of Motu, and then I have random Star Wars, a couple Super 7, a G.I. Joe Baroness Super 7. It's going to get painted red because I'm not waiting for them to do it or spending.
My vote goes Moss Man.
No, Moss Man? Hold on.
Yeah, you can go with Moss Man.
All right, sounds good. And I have that. It's perfect because I have that because of Aaron. So thank you again, Aaron, for hooking a girl up. Because none of my stores ever have it.
Nice.
So, I'm going to bring up this comment here because I absolutely love it. So Ludite Troglodyte joined the chat. They are over on Radnom's channel. And he was bringing it up here. As soon as it wants to load, it takes a minute.
Oh.
Getting old. Takes a little while to get up.
Yeah.
Or it just doesn't, you know. It's okay. They got medication for that. It'll help.
Yeah.
All right. So Ludite's saying, well, hello. Anyone want to give me the rundown about this channel? What is going on? So, I mean, you are watching from Random Diorama's channel.
So you're really randomly random right now. Because this
you are
show
definitely
is random. With random on the show doing a random activity and a diorama piece. So
random.
It's about as random as you get.
Somebody
right?
just needs to go make the random exhibit meme. Do people still remember him? I don't think so.
Wow.
But he's saying, okay, let me understand this. I'm watching 9 people stream all at once, and y'all are doing different things. Then how do you know each other? They want the whole origin story of this. And I kind of put it down in the simplest of factors.
Let me. So what happened was like 7 years ago, we were all drunk on a beach and we accidentally killed a tourist and we buried the body. And now every Saturday we hang out on a live stream so we know where the other ones are, so that if somebody dies, we know it's Travis because he's in a saw basement. There we go.
Travis pops up.
And Travis is hiding all the bones in Hexastack. That's not resin he's using.
Yeah, it's not resin. It's bones.
Somebody's got to have that extra powerful filtration system.
Yeah.
Pretty much, TLDR, we all are geeks and have no lives. And we commiserate together.
I have the
life. I mean, we have lives. It's just...
This is how we escape.
We'll call them convoluted.
Yes, exactly.
We have
It's
lives.
difficult.
They're just not very good. So
I
think
we gather here.
I'm 50
I think
and
I can
I've had plenty
explain
of life outside of this place, so this is fine with me.
I think it's more like
Right.
one of those anonymous meetings where we come to talk about our problems, and this one's based around plastic. And that's
Except
what
for
it
we
comes down to.
enable each other instead of.
Yes.
Yeah, that and it's kind of like a group of people that are doing what I do all inside my own head. Normally, I'm like all over the place, as Random can speak to, and like you're all
Travis.
doing the same thing.
You're a highly focused individual, my friend.
He's got some focus. He's been on this Hexastack thing for a bit.
Yeah, no,
My
it
wife
amazes
is
me that
extremely shocked.
it is amazing to me that Travis is actually significantly productive, because he does bounce around a lot, but he does seem to be to going on it right now for sure.
Okay, they're asking what plastics. Let's refer to the plastics and the toys.
Yeah, everyone hold up your toys.
Plastic
Hold on, I'm
crap.
gonna do a
Someone
round
hold one
table
up
here.
for me.
Hold on, Aaron.
And I'll pretend.
Everybody hold up a piece of plastic.
Wait.
Oh, also Matt is watching a football game, so that's the random man.
I was watching
man
football?
shouting in the background.
Oh.
Somebody's doing something dumb. Just-
Allison,
if you hear
hold up
random
that
man
mossy
shouting,
goodness.
it's just sports. Oh.
Mossy.
Hold up that mossy goodness. Yeah, look at that flock. Some
Wait. This one's for Kate. Oh, I was gonna give him a
Oh,
boost.
no.
Hold on.
Oh, wait.
We
For
had different
Kayla.
plastic. Here we go.
No, I broke
no.
it.
You broke them.
Booty
We're being
shot.
violent tonight.
Woulda,
There you
woulda,
go.
woulda, woulda, rock, I never
What
wear.
the flock?
Wait, here.
Nice.
Supposed to rip
Wait, I'm
Grizz's, not
You go this way.
Hold on.
Ed, hold
Oh,
something up
I'm
to
trying
the
to get
side
random.
so it looks like I'm holding it.
Hold on. I was getting random because he's got some Mac. Got some good Macs.
Oh, that's gorgeous. Look at
And
that.
now,
Yeah, they're very nice.
Whoa, look at that.
and now,
Here you
so
go,
that Kayla can hold up some plastic.
There we
Hold
go.
on. I'll keep it small for this.
Need to like
There
make
you
my
go.
hand bigger.
Kayla's holding some wonderful
what
mythic
plastic
legions.
is being held up?
Kayla's got the Mythic Legions.
Oh, got it.
We got some mythic
Yeah.
legions.
Someone do the
Sorry,
Moss
I'm
Man
not-
voice.
I'm
So
not
that
home.
Kayla can hold it.
I don't know
I'm
that
being-
any of
Say
us can
something
do
really
that
rude.
Moss Man voice as well as Ted does.
Nah.
I'm
Moss
being
Man the
listened to
sorceress.
death.
Moss Man the
Not
sorceress.
the way
Look
I
at this
Sorceress come in.
eclectic
It's hard to
collection.
do the Moss Man.
So
Small hands are
there was
okay.
somebody.
I was gonna say, where's Ted? Where's Ted? We need to have Ted come on and do it.
Somebody did a fairly good one. I heard it.
Monkey D. Luffy.
Wait, yeah.
So
wait
what
a
is
minute,
that
wait a
goblin?
minute.
Is that a mythic?
This is
No,
Dungeons
that's
and
No,
Dragons.
that's not mythic.
Back in the day. It's
I
the
like
old,
it.
Dungeons and Dragons
Dungeons
from
and Dragons,
Next.
Was it
alright.
Was it LJN who did these? It was LJN.
Originally
Yeah,
LJN, yeah.
Originally, that was LJN.
And I'm looking at it right now. This is my first time kind of looking at it. Cool, got little. It
What a
reminds
great
me of
line.
Mythic Legions here on the shoulders, but
Yeah.
it's kind of
That
cool.
was
He
such a
looks
great
like he reminds me of Squig now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I love the use of soft plastics. Oops, here we go.
Couple hours ago.
This can come off, and I don't know. It's pretty interesting design.
Oh, the hood actually comes off?
The head comes off. Check it out.
Oh, I thought you meant the hood.
Well, the hood does come out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's like a softer plastic, and I can pull it out. I'm just not gonna do
Okay,
it
so you
right
got to
this
take
second.
the head
Yeah,
off
'cause-
to pop the hood on.
and you can get a different head in there.
He's
Oh, that's
got
cool.
2 heads.
He's got 2 heads.
Do
He
you
uses
mean
one at a
black
time.
mirror or dark mirror?
So, just a thing about the Mossman videos, I requested that, because of the Lawrence and myself and Ken, Shawn Michaels, Bret Hart feud, I asked him to, in the background, off camera, have Shawn Michaels have Bret Hart in a sharpshooter. Just like, don't draw attention to it. Just have it subtly in one of the videos. But he's like, I don't have a Bret Hart figure, and I was like,
Who's Shawn Michaels?
dude, don't even.
Isn't he the one who had that mullet, magnificent
Wrestling.
mullet?
Hey. You know what?
Looked like Dog the
JB
Dog
last
Pound.
night was like, "Who's that?" I don't even know who that is. I'm not
I don't
even
even
talking
know who
about
that
Shawn
guy
Michaels.
is.
Yeah.
He lost.
Yeah,
my sub.
that
I
was
in-
hilarious, by the way.
I
That
went
was
right to his
hilarious.
sub, and I was all about him. And then I saw that, and I was like, nah.
It's hilarious.
We got to get JB's on sometime.
Oh
on
yeah,
the
he's great.
hangout. Now, since I've heard the debates are really great for views on your channel, I'm just putting it out there tonight. And I know Ken, hopefully he'll be popping in with us a little bit later if he gets the chance. But I'm putting it out there now since Travis is here. And Lawrence, just want to put this out there. Since debates are great for a channel, I'm going to do a debate where we'll have Lawrence, we'll have Ken, we'll have Travis on, and we're going to debate this thing out. We're going to do the debate. Every great toy tube needs a really shitty debate, so we're going to debate this.
I don't know if that makes it great or not.
Well,
No,
then
that
you
doesn't
need the
make it
wild
great, but
card,
that's
'cause
just, you know.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You can invite Dreadnought Ryan on to say Steve Austin is the best wrestler ever. So you know.
Who?
Well, it's not really a wild if we plan it.
You should schedule it for like 2:30 in the morning to try and force people to show up and just make it just completely silly as heck because it's just like the debate at 2:30 in a.m. or something. I don't know.
Oz, we should have to cosplay it. If you're gonna be the debate, if you're gonna be like the host, you need to be dressed like a referee. I'll get Punk to dress like Marty Jannetty. I'll be Shawn Michaels, and we'll get Ken to dress like Bret.
You Mean Gene.
Why don't I just dress like my hairstyle's more like Mean Gene?
I'm sorry, but I don't want to see any of you in tights.
You don't have to watch.
What's that?
I don't either, Ed.
In tights?
I think it would
Yeah,
be
no.
fun. Like, we're not,
I
we wouldn't
guarantee
play
none of my
extra.
old tights would fit for that.
I don't have mine anymore.
No yuck and yums.
I don't have my boots.
You don't have your what anymore, Travis?
My old wrestling tights and
That's
Yeah.
cool. Who were you?
That
Who were you when you were a wrestler?
It's out there. Is anybody in the room here that's seen? Nope. Aaron, Lawrence, and Ted all watched video. They can vouch for me.
Yeah, but that means I have to like stalk you on the internet, and that never ends well for people.
I just don't think anybody will find it.
That's how this stream started.
Right?
This doesn't work.
I mean, my friend, like, he couldn't find his ex-wife, and he wanted to send her a wedding invitation, which I don't know why he wanted that. But he was like, I don't know how to find her. I'm like, I can find her. So I remember that she had given up a kid for adoption in high school. So I went and dug around on adoption websites, and I found her where she was trying to link up with her kid. I also found her kid during that, so I was able to link him up and then find her. So anyway, I can find it. It's just that's a lot of time, and I have all these toys to open. So
I challenge you to. I want you to find it. Just message me directly if you find it.
Okay. That's cool.
Nobody has ever been able to find it.
Okay. Well, it's got to be somewhere because you did it as a business, right?
What's that?
You did it as like a business and made
Well,
money doing
finding
it.
individual.
Oh yeah, but there's always a paper trail.
I didn't
somewhere.
run it. I didn't run it, and I would guess that any person, there are only maybe 3 or 4 people from the business that would know me by first and full name. Most of them would only know me by my gimmick name, so they wouldn't know me by my real name.
That sounds like a dare, but I don't take dares anymore because I'm far too old and I have all these toys to open. So I'll just message you and ask you privately. That's a much better use of my time.
My kids still ask me, and they still don't know.
Well, see, that's different. You have to gaslight your children so that they grow up to hate you for a couple of years, and then you can like repair that relationship. Kids shouldn't have it that easy where they have a great relationship with their parents.
Oh, you're supposed to go back and repair that shit with your kids after they get older?
Exactly.
Damn it.
Yeah, there's a step there, Ed. You got to take it.
Now I know why my kid's such an asshole.
Well, I mean, you two are on that
No,
list.
you're
Hold
supposed to make them go through therapy, but don't do anything.
Wait a
to
minute.
yourself.
Therapy.
Who are you trying to zoom in on?
That would be some infectious grooves. Who did the infectious grooves?
That was me.
What's Oz over here doing screenshots full screen so he can do some like AI searches of the internet?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I
He's
could just share
currently-
screen. It might crash the stream.
Yeah.
It's not too hard to find things. You do realize, like I'm the guy that does most of the tech work for Toy Frenzy, so it's something needs to be researched or found. Oz tends to bring it up, but I'm confident that Revelation 666 on X or Twitter fits the bill. Unfortunately, I will never be. I don't think I can blow this up big enough. But who's this guy right here?
Wait a second.
Oh,
Is
I
that-
did find
is
that,
that-
one when I was looking, but it didn't look like you. But it
Who the
is
hell
you.
is
Okay,
that?
never mind. I did find you. Never
That's
mind. I
not
take
me.
that back.
That's not you?
No.
Okay.
You're so full of
Okay.
shit.
That face
Well,
was definitely
Go
close.
go back.
But that one has. That
Hold on.
one's
I'm
really
going to
good.
make sure I look at.
No one's
I mean,
having-
then again, mind you, this is like from 2009, and the last post was April 18th of 2013.
The last time I wrestled was in 2006 before my son got leukemia.
Oh, that's
So-
probably not even on the internet then.
No, I'm on YouTube.
There's that dead zone time where things weren't on the internet.
But
Well,
that's
this was
interesting.
this was
That
an
guy has my
IG
name.
page.
Sadly, none of it is the music of Moby.
He-
It's all on there.
He has your name, and like the whole reason I brought you up single screen because I was like, could this be a younger him with longer hair wrestling? And I'm like
never
looking
had
at
long-
him
I
side
never
by
had
side,
long-
and I'm like, that's close.
So to be clear, I never had long hair when I wrestled. My hair has been short since I was 16. My wife wouldn't date me, be married to me if my hair was long. That I'm confident of.
Okay.
Sounds kind of superficial to me. What kind of woman you got there, Travis?
I have one that's put up with my shit for 20 years.
Oh.
A lot of these superficial if she puts up with them for 20 years.
I think I've done all right.
Generally, they offer war medals for that, right, Travis?
Oh yeah, she's got a Purple Heart or something. I don't know what they're. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know which one I said, but she's getting something. Actually, maybe I should make her a little Hexa stack one. Hey, random, can you do like a wooden, plastic Christmas ornament? My Hexa stack will be my wife's. It'll be my wife's Medal of Honor for 20 years of service.
If you make a design, I can cut it out.
I'll just give you the Hexa stack logo.
Yeah, sure.
You know, like, I'm not going to look up wrestlers right now because when I do I mean, I can't tell if it's wrestling or porn, and I just don't want to go there. So. I mean,
so you don't know if you're looking at Thanos' Instagram page or not.
No, because there's no He-Man, there's no Fisto, there's no Fisto. It's just a bunch of dudes in little singlets who are all
There's no
oiled up
fisting. What's the point?
with big boners. So, you know, it could be.
Look, man, mostly sweaty men grabbing each other.
I just watched Crown Jewel today. It was
Sign
awesome.
me up.
Hey, the Crown Jewels, like, that doesn't help. That does not help.
That really doesn't help at all. That is a poorly named pay-per-view. Who came up with that? It's a good idea.
Travis?
It was good. Logan Paul won the title from Ray.
Oh God. That was
Ew.
awesome.
For real?
Yeah, he beat Rey Mysterio for the U.S.
He
title.
beat Rey Mysterio?
Yep.
Okay.
Poor Rey Mysterio. Not only did he lose to like Logan Paul, but he lost to Logan Paul. Like,
Dude, Logan Paul is such good. He's perfect for pro wrestling.
I mean,
I won't
he's
say
like,
he's good for
Yeah,
anything
but
else.
he's a piece of shit.
I
Yeah,
won't say
right.
he's good for anything else, but he was made for pro wrestling.
he's a good heel.
And his action figure,
Kinda like
has to
The
be one of my
Miz.
favorite. He's like one of my favorite wrestling action figures. In
I
the
need
last
to buy
10
his
years.
action figure. And Thanos, I could
Logan
send
Paul
it.
or The Miz?
So then you can
Logan
burn
Paul.
it.
Logan Paul meets Fisto in a dark alley. It's called Rough Trade Thursdays.
I could put him in a wrestling ring. I
Very
have,
dramatic.
Grayskull and Snake Mountain ones.
Oh yeah. Anyway,
I've got the Snake Mountain ring now, the Rattlesnake Mountain ring. Again,
Mhm.
thank you, Joe.
I'm kind of
I think
proud of
Now
myself.
I'm
Brandon.
gonna figure out how to do some fun stuff with all of that.
Candy Mountain, Charlie.
Eddie Rodriguez is saying Ray is the GOAT.
Charlie. Sorry.
In my finger.
I know. There's two very famous Charlie videos from back in the day.
Look, it's a Neopleurodon, Charlie.
And you-
It's a magical Neopleurodon. Yeah, it's so weird. Early YouTube stuff. There was actually 5 of them. 4 or 5.
Salad fingers.
I remember people showing me that one and being like, "It's really funny," and I'm like, "I don't find this very funny," but okay.
It's definitely like millennial humor.
That's true, and I'm Gen X, so
I'm Gen X too, but right at the tail end, like the last possible year.
there's parts of it that, like, parts of millennial humor that are okay, but every so often I'm just like, we really should not have, like, coddled you kids after 9/11. Like, it's not going well for us.
Severus
Yeah.
Snape. Dumbledore.
Like, let
It is-
helicopter parent. You know,
Right,
like,
that is so strange. How did we go from latchkey kids, where I was given a key to the door at like 7 years old and go ride the New York City bus to school, kid, and here's a pass, to helicopter parents? And like,
I mean, you know,
Same
like,
way we went from growing up on
Overcorrection.
Mel Brooks to being offended by everything.
yeah, that's true. Early 2000s movies were super offensive, though. I mean, American Pie and all that kind of stuff. They were getting really.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I mean, you know, like, it is what it is. I just know that, like, you know, unless you've had a classmate in the Soul Asylum video, like you're probably like,
That's awfully specific.
Yeah, no, one of my neighbors was one of the kids in the Soul Asylum video.
Oh wow.
Yeah, she's one of the only ones they haven't found.
Oh.
Soul Asylum.
And Runaway Train.
Oh Jesus!
Runaway Train.
Yeah. Well, she was. I don't know if she was a runaway.
I was waiting for you to catch on there, Brett.
But,
I remember the band name. I just don't remember.
Well, that's
the
the
band.
thing. Like, how many of those kids didn't actually run away?
Yeah, a lot of them, and there are a couple of them who got really mad because they were found because of the video, and there were reasons they ran away, and it put them back in unsafe homes. So.
Oh shit! Yeah, you're talking about the video where the kids is like all black and white-ish. Yeah. Now.
Yeah, where it was like they put real missing kids in the video to like do awareness, and yeah. Not every kid is out of watch. So. But yeah. So anyway, yeah, I had a classmate in that video. She disappeared. Like I was home the night she allegedly. I mean, like she disappeared, but like who knows what really happened? So. Like I got to speak to police to see if I had seen anything that night. I had not. So.
Are you talking about missing kids?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I had what was it, like a month ago here in New York. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how far it spread, but there was a little girl who was taken. I think she was like 9 years old. She was taken from the state park about 30 minutes from my house, and she was taken. The family couldn't find her. It was over the weekend, and then they found her less than 6,000 feet from my house in some guy's trailer on like a side road, a couple blocks down from me.
She's alive?
She was alive. They found her, so everything was good. But it was like I'm sure you heard about it out where you are.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah. Then you sent me the pictures.
Yeah, like I sent you the picture of how far it was from my house.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Was it a random stranger, or was it someone she had met on the internet that followed her there? Or
no, it wasn't something. She was not doing anything wrong. This guy, I guess, like lived near her house in the past.
Gotcha.
I don't know all the details, but I believe the family has a brother who was just arrested for stalking like 2 weeks before that. It's a really weird thing.
Gotcha.
But we've had two girls go missing around the same age as her in the last 25 years or so in this area, and this guy's in his 40s or 50s. So there's
time for that.
There's thought that it could be potentially like connected.
Yeah. And out where that is, out where you live, it'd be easy to hide a body and all that out there.
Well, the thing that's crazy is the property that they have. There's a house out front. There's a single wide trailer out back, and then from like the satellite views, you can see like 7 other disconnected building roofs. So there's other houses. So and we had sheriffs and troopers and stuff blocking their road off for like 2 or 3 days after. So I assume they were doing inspections of the property, checking for potential other bodies and such.
That can take forever though, depending on,
Yep.
how long ago, like.
Yep.
Because even cadaver dogs can't necessarily find super old stuff depending on factors. Ugh, that's fucked up. Well, at least they got him and she was okay. So hopefully those other cases aren't connected and it was just a one-off. I mean, it is possible, depending on his life situation, that like this is the first time he's had a chance to do something like that. So, like if he was married or, his family was around and they died and now he's suddenly on his own, that kind of stuff can.
Yeah.
One of the things I was, I didn't, finish it, but at one point I was going to go into criminal profiling because I was really interested in that, but ended up not doing it. Now I just watch too much true crime and have too many opinions about how unethical we are in our consumption of true crime.
So my system's about to die because I don't have a charger down here. So
either that or Saul. And now I've been making jokes about Saul getting you, and literally Saul lives down the street from you.
So I'm gonna drop and I'm gonna try to get a little bit of rest here tonight because I'll be back up doing this again tomorrow.
All right, have a good
Later, brother.
Alrighty, Travis.
All right,
Take care.
Travis.
Everyone.
Have a good
Thank
night,
you very
man.
much for
Travis, have a good night.
Take it easy.
Peace out,
Always
Cub
pleasure.
Scout.
Cub Scouts.
That's what I say. Also, do you guys want to know what my dessert is?
Yep.
What's the
Was that
dessert?
You take green grapes and you freeze them, or you put them in you put lime juice on them. You put them in the fridge for like a little bit. You take them out, put a shit ton of tahini on them.
Yeah.
Bon appetit.
Nice. I was looking
certainly
for
healthier than my
earlier-
ice cream bar.
I told you it was healthy. Not healthy for the dogs. Healthy for me. Plus, I love tahini and I love lime, as I mentioned. So
Right.
that's great. I could put tahini on everything.
Damn it.
Tahini is good.
Worth.
Never had it.
Totally worth it.
Speaking of,
That's.
I don't know if you guys saw. It's been going around the interwebs. Basically, you take a fruit roll-up, you put a pickle in it, and you can put tahini, chamoy, you can put like Takis or like hot Cheetos. But if you just do like the fruit roll-up, pickle, and tahini, roll it up, put more tahini on the outside, it's actually really fucking good.
They still make fruit roll-ups?
Yeah, they do.
Still make fruit roll-ups.
It sounds disgusting. It sounds like it wouldn't work, but I did it a couple weekends ago, and my parents were over, and I was like, "Here, try this." And my mom had it, and she's like, "That's actually really good." And then I gave it to my dad. I was just like, "Eat this," because if I told him what it was, he wouldn't have eaten it. And he's like, "Oh, that's good." And then he asked for more. I was like, "This is crazy. Like, this shouldn't work, but somehow it's really good."
Yeah, it sounds gross, but I mean, where I grew up, people eat like Nutri-Rat and alligator and stuff, so weird stuff can taste good. Nutri-Rat does not taste good for the record, but whatever. Some
Those
people
things
like
are crazy looking. We have them over here. They're all over the place.
Yeah, they're not indigenous to anything, so if you see them and you accidentally kill them, good. Because they're destroying the ecosystem. They're not supposed to be indigenous to North America, but all of the fur traders and trappers brought them over to Louisiana, like, for whatever stupid reason.
I don't know if it's true.
Marsh and coastland every
Yeah.
year because of them and the erosion, and we need that to, like, have clean air and shit, so.
Yeah, if you go to the parks over here in some parts around Dallas, you'll just see them right all along the pond shore, just eating up the whole line, the whole coastline. It'll just be falling into the lake because they make some big holes.
And that's what's crazy is because they've slowly migrated from like the very, very southmost parts of Louisiana all the way up through the waterways. So not cool.
So,
and for anyone that
wait,
hasn't
which
seen
animal
one of
is
these,
this we're talking
it's a
about?
nutria.
No.
They're huge.
Oh,
it's like
okay, yeah,
it looks
nutrias,
like a
yeah.
rat, but they're like
It's like a rat and a beaver banged and then had a baby.
Yeah.
And it's got like the rat teeth, like big rat teeth. The meat tastes like swampy, obviously. So.
I mean, they're not aggressive. They're pretty chill, but
But they need to die. So.
They need to die. They ruin a lot of stuff. They really do. I was watching a video of this guy who was like, before they came into his backyard, and I think he was in Louisiana, he had an additional like 60 or 70 feet. And over the course of like, I don't know, 8 or 10 years or something, they ate so much of his backyard that he lost all that land to the water right there. It just like fell in the water.
They break it down.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah. Just imagine watching your backyard disappear. Like, it's got to be wild.
Oh,
I had
I'll
neighbors in
think about
Louisiana
that
that I love
Mo,
that.
so I could do with that. One less thing to mow.
Yeah.
I feel like doing the fact they did the Infiltrator and Man at Arms in the same wave is kind of cheating because it's literally almost the exact same figure. Like,
yeah,
it's a little lazy.
Oh yeah,
Should've
just
switched
printing off
those
a different
around.
head and a slightly different color plastic.
Yeah, and like they literally could have just split them up by like a wave and stuck in like, I don't know, not one of the other. Like,
Gotta get the use out of them molds.
Yeah, you do, but you just make them. Oh, this thing comes out. Wow, comes out. Is that? It's not a magnet though. Okay. Anyway, sorry. But yeah, I don't know. It's just not. I mean, I am all for reuse. Like that's kind of my Motu thing on the internet is making videos about the tooling and going on shows to talk about the tooling. But even this, like in one wave, it's essentially the same figure. I mean, not that these really made it to retail, so it's not like anyone saw them clogging up a peg or something. They're no naked stratos,
Right.
but at the same time, it would make sense why retailers maybe weren't as enthralled with this wave. Squeeze and spike were notwithstanding.
Well, at least if the infiltrator was
okay,
like on
so
a
we
bunch of
officially
pegs,
got
it
some
could be
toy
like
talk out of the way.
army build.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Weird choice, Mattel.
I'm shooting shots
I
of
like
this,
how they
this
gave
little
us
guy.
army builders in the big 4-pack.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the infiltrator? Sorry, you're saying infiltrator from Motu. Which is that?
That's the one that looks like the Royal Guard.
The snake man
It's
infiltrator.
literally the Royal Guard
Yeah.
with darker green and a green face and some red eyes, but it's the same figure. But they did give him a silver snake staff, so see, it's different. I'm just looking at it and I hear that lady from TikTok in my head. Everybody's so creative. So,
Sure.
Does anybody here have any more of these D&D NECA figures?
I do not.
I don't. I was planning on picking them up, but then I started getting into Legions more, so I was like, nope, no NECA money.
I really like the War Duke, but I haven't got him yet.
Yeah, I skipped on the War Duke. I kept seeing him and was hoping to get him. Terrence St. John says he has all of them. I'm surprised, like just the different use of materials and how pliable the figure is, how much he moves. I mean, it's not like it's different.
I mean,
from
NECA's
maybe...
good stuff.
Yeah,
I don't think people give NECA enough credit anymore. I know they have some QC issues here and there with fragility, but
the only ones I have are gargoyles and like a Flash Gordon, like a super retro looking Flash Gordon and Ming. And those are older, so these are newer, and I haven't really, and it's made of more of a variety of materials than gargoyles are. So
yeah, the gargoyles are all like
I do want
plastic.
What's that, Thanos?
The gargoyles are all like very hard plastic.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just surprised at how like this hood is all kind of this cool rubbery stuff that allows for a lot of movement, and then just the way that these things move and the way the joints are, you can get it pretty high.
I didn't pick
I
have
that's
the
really
War
nice.
Duke and the Grim Sword.
You did get them.
I was gonna say I want the Grim Sword.
Are they like kind of what I'm describing, or I guess because those are more armor based, right?
Yeah,
They're probably harder.
There's some softer parts on the Grim Sword, but yeah, they're a lot more solid than that one looks because
There's more rigidity with the armors.
It's an interesting color choice with a blue, bright blue, and I mean, it actually works though,
And
but
then the
I
red.
wouldn't think it would. Yeah, with the red gloves.
Yeah, this is straight
Well,
up
that's
the vintage design,
Mm.
which is cool. And yeah, it's totally got those like weird off colors. But I
Hey,
don't know,
Brick, what about
surprised by
those
this.
daggers?
These daggers come out. Yeah, they're cool.
Oh man, that's great.
I mean, eventually. Yeah, I mean, they're cool and they're in there pretty good. Like that Flash Gordon I was mentioning, just I remember trying to sheath the sword and like broke the belt right off the bat.
Oh man.
Had to break out the crazy glue.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
I've
my
had a
Grim
neck
Sword,
to
one of these
Michael
shield
Myers
straps
ones.
popped right off.
Yeah.
Cool figure. Yeah, it's a trip.
I
And the
agree.
sculpt on this, that
John?
face is. Woo. Hey, John.
Oh yeah. No, that face is great. John, what you working on down there?
I am working on some Mutant Mayhem Turtles.
Nice. I can't talk too
Nice.
much about them right now.
Because
They are really, really
Well,
nice.
Honestly, I don't think he watches 3 hours in. I did 50% of a little guy's holiday shopping today.
Gotcha.
So 4 in the bag. Another 4 to go next week. May possibly be a van coming.
Man, that's the way
You know,
to
it's
do
that
it.
time of the year.
Woo.
It's that time of the year, right?
One day get a whole line. Woo. Or a good chunk of a
Well,
line.
that was, I was going to say, like, you know, pretty easy to go ahead and just do 4 right off the bat and be like, okay, I'm here. They've got all 4 of them. They're 10 apiece, done. So get that. Next week, it'll be like, all right, go grab the other 4, done. And then try to pick up like an individual thing here and there.
I've got all of the single cards.
Yeah, that's what I did too. I was getting them the single cards, not the dual packs. So I'm planning on. I'm still gonna get the glow in the darks for me, but he's getting the single carded guys. So, and I know his face is gonna light up.
That's awesome.
Yay, Leatherhead!
Gotta get that D.
That's probably my
Go
favorite.
get it,
one.
Gabe.
The only thing with that line is the scaling was kind of funny.
The scaling
It was
is
weird,
very-
right?
Yeah.
They're,
Like
they're,
they just
they're
don't
almost-
match up with each other.
Yeah, they're almost about 3.5 inches, almost 4. But it just kind of. But I do like the way they articulated them, and I'm really digging the pegs that they put in.
Yeah, I only picked up the actual turtles from that line, but that was just because I saw the movie and I was like, these guys are super fun. So I went and bought the toys.
Turtles is never not fun. You know, it's one of those brands. They reinvent themselves about every 10 years for the next generation. And they always, like, honestly, I think Rise of the Ninja Turtles was probably the only one that kind of didn't take off, right?
Next
Like
mutation.
Now, here's the difference, though, right? We just rode a high for like 6 or 7 years on this great animated cartoon, had a couple of decent movies, and then they were like, here's live action TV Ninja Turtles. And it was like, look, man, Power Rangers is eating all the Ninja Turtles budget, so we do not need to have that because they definitely did not. Oh, man. Like, if you go back and you watch, like, when Raph is riding his motorcycle around, and it's like his mouth is gaping open this big while he's driving because it's clearly where the face is for the guy to see while riding the motorcycle. It was just terrible. Terrible.
Well, also
But then
the budget
just...
sorry.
No, go ahead, Allison.
I was going to say the budget on Ninja Turtle, on Mighty Morphin Power Rangers was so low to begin with. Like, it's such a cheap show.
It actually cost a lot for Power Rangers, and that's why they had to cheap out so much on the American portion of it. Like, Saban had to really, really work hard to sell the idea of how cheap it could be to film these short little parts to add to the original Japanese footage, because everything else for getting the movies over here and having to pay for the licensing and everything costs so much. I think the one thing that really got them to sell it was the brightly colored toys, finally.
Right.
Yeah.
And it took a couple of key people within Fox who were already trying to bring it over that teamed up with Saban, and they were like, we're going to bring it. We're finally going to bring it over. But I mean, that was definitely a crazy ride to get the Ninja Turtle or Power Rangers to the US.
When did Power Rangers start in the US?
93. They're just celebrating their 30-year anniversary this past year.
Really? It was that late? I thought it was earlier than that.
I thought they were on Night Flight for a while.
That's my age.
Nope. They came out in 1993. Yeah. Like, I definitely remember they came out in 93, and I was like, again, exposing how young I am, like third or fourth grade. I was in third grade, right? And they came out over the summer, and me and my buddy Eric were all about them. And then the next year when we were going to school, I bought like all of this Power Ranger, like kind of school supply stuff. And then when I showed up to school the next year, all the kids were like not buying the themed school supplies anymore. They were kind of like, we're big kids now. We're like fourth and fifth grade. So they didn't have any of that stuff. And I walked in with all this Power Ranger stuff. And I was like, yeah, screw you guys. This is still cool. There's a giant robot that fights a giant monster.
Yeah. I never got into it. I saw it. I was probably, I was in high school when it came out. And
yeah,
I was a big Voltron fan as a kid. And it just reminded me, it just felt like a ripoff of Voltron. So it kind of pissed me off a little, you know, as a kid. I don't care now, but
I figured
I was just going to say, listen to this guy. 1993, I was in like third grade.
Yeah, we know you already had like 4 kids on your third divorce, Ed.
One kid.
93, I was a junior in high school, but by that time, like, you know,
I was born.
I was born many years later in 76. But like, we'd go to Japantown in LA, and they had like, I would just sit there and look through this bookstore, and everything was like Super Sentai, all of that like tokusatsu like thing, right? The whole like multicolored. There's 5 of them. There's usually one girl, and like, you know, that whole like model of stuff. And I was just intrigued, knew nothing about it. I was just like, wow, they look kind of cool. And, you know, they show videos, but I couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. So when I saw that stuff coming here, I was like, yes, I'm gonna check this out. But then it was like definitely made for a much younger audience. And then they kind of added these like, you know, American teenage kids. And like, it just wasn't for me. It was like, it just wasn't for me, but it looked cool.
I did like Sailor Moon at that point in time, though.
Yeah. There you go. Right
now, Sailor Moon.
If you go and you watch the old Super Sentai, John, which figure is that from Classics you were holding up? It kind of glared out with the light.
Orko.
Yeah.
With Prince Adam.
Man, Johns, you built up a nice Classics collection at this point, right? Yeah. Very nice.
So, yeah, like the oh shoot, I completely lost my train of thought of where I was, what I was doing.
Super Sentai.
Super Sentai. It is so friggin' dark compared to what we got here in the US. Like, you know, there are whole episodes of them like talking about eating children and stuff like that.
Well, it's the same. Random was mentioning Voltron. It's the same thing. If you look at that, you watch that original Voltron cartoon, they totally had to chop that up and edit it to localize it here.
So much.
Same thing with Robotech, and anything that they imported had to be toned down.
Really did.
Yeah, and
really
and that wasn't even like a '90s thing. They did that back in the day with Gatchaman and G-Force Battle. Yeah, Battle of the Planets. They had to throw in like Casey Kasem and a cute robot to hang out with the teenagers. And
I may come home from kindergarten and watch G-Force.
Yeah, I was just like, man, just get back to the fighting. Get back to the super ninja.
Also, a big part of it was like a difference in the audience it was meant for too, right? Like, you know, that just because it was animated did not mean it was made for kids, and that just did not resonate with US at all.
No, I think heavy metal kind of changed some of that.
A little bit, yeah. Heavy metal definitely did.
Speaking of which, got that right over here, as a matter of fact.
One of the best animated movies ever made.
I feel like Akira was the first one I saw. I mean, heavy metal obviously is more Western, but
Yeah, it was definitely more.
Akira was a big deal.
Yeah. I still wake up in the middle of the night screaming, Tetsuya! Kanide!
Like the whole movie was that. That's what I remember when I was a kid.
I actually have some Akira toys I was going to clean up. Like the bike.
McFarlane's?
Yeah, the old ones.
Man.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff. So, Kenzo is asking here, has anyone cashed in on the Ross sales? Because they have got a lot of really good stuff now for like dirt cheap. I'll tell you what, if we had a Ross that was actually like closer to me, like those entire Masterverse waves going for like $4 a piece.
At Ross?
Like,
I didn't do. I found that.
Go in
Fortnite
looking at
figure
toys.
at Ross.
It's
Ninja
it's worse
guy,
than
and then
Walmart here.
I got a roadblock for a custom.
Yep. I mean,
yeah, I can't find
I
any.
haven't found a whole lot. I did
like
find
that.
a cliff jumper. I almost got the cliff jumper for $7.99 and then decided not to.
Grab this at
So-
Ross for $6.99.
Yeah. That is. We need more fish people in the toy verse.
Like I said, this is gonna tide me over till I get my Savage Crucible fish people. But
Right?
yeah, I mean, it's like random Jurassic Park dinos for cheap.
Yeah,
And-
Ross.
I haven't seen
These
the
at DD's.
yeah.
DD's.
I saw that they had that Loki and they also had the Vision. And the
Ross is always
Ross.
worse than Walmart. Always.
Ross.
Well, I
I
agree.
wanted to get at least another pack of Vipers and another Ram Cycle to do some custom with those.
They've got they're kind of like a little bit better than an Ollie's,
Yeah,
but
I don't
they're
know.
definitely like not
I
quite
bought
the
7
scale.
figures for $38.
No,
at
Ross
Ollie's.
has clothes and shit. Like the toy section is an aisle.
It's
All
small.
these is all toys.
Yeah, walking into Ross for toys is just like rolling the dice. Maybe they'll have something,
Yeah.
maybe they won't. It's very.
The last time I went to a Ross, the toy section was an entire corner of the store. It was along the back wall, wrapped around, and all the gondolas in between were actually marked off in sections. Like you had one that was like infants, you had one that was girls, you had one that was boys. And I was impressed because that is not normally how they were laid out, or at least the original ones that I had seen.
I saw
And-
a couple Stridors at a Ross a while back.
Yeah, they had them
Yeah,
for $4.
like pick
I
those up
almost
because
bought
they were
a
like
couple.
super cheap.
Is Ross
Yeah.
like Burlington Coat Factory?
Yeah,
Yes.
same company.
Ross
Ross,
is
Marshalls,
like
Burlington Coat Factory, all the
Marshalls,
same
TJ
company.
Maxx. Yeah,
Right.
TJ Maxx.
they all
yeah.
made it be.
They're also
Now,
like Kohl's.
and this is the part because the discounts you're getting at like Ross and those places is actually even better than what you are getting from Ollie's. Hold on a sec there. I'm trying to give you the solo layout. Here, let's get it. There you go.
I don't know if
$4.99.
it's gonna focus or not.
It doesn't look like it's
Close
trying.
enough. There you
to.
go.
There it goes.
There it is.
It was there
For a
second.
second, we had it.
$4.99.
So they have this. These were $4.99 a piece. I got 4 Crimson Guards. I got 2 Dusties, and a Zorana for customs. but-
Hey, speaking of, I did finally see the retro carded Crimson Guard at a Walmart today.
yeah, I found
It's the
one when
first thing I've
when I
seen
went to get Allison's Moss Man.
Right? It's the first one I've
haven't
seen
seen the
outside of
Snake
the
Eyes,
retro
but I've
card Lady
seen-
J.
Yeah, I've seen the Crimson Guard. I haven't seen the Snake Eyes at all, though. I have him,
No,
but
still-
I haven't seen him in a store yet.
I still want to go pick up, if I can find one, the Snake Eyes with now I'm brain farting on his wolf's name, Timber. Yeah, I still like. I'm hoping to find a couple of those somewhere
Amazon
because
has
I want to make a
one for
wolf
$30.
pack. Yeah,
Has the-
and
has
see,
a
that's
pack
kind of
for
like what I've
$30.
been waiting for. I'm like looking for one semi around, like something cheaper, just because, like, you know, again, I'm not.
At some point,
huge
Walmart
into-
will clearance them out, but all two or three of the WalMarts here have them, and they just sit. But
Let
it's
me
kinda
know
like,
if they finally hit clearance.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, we've got three of them and 3 scrap irons that have been sitting there for months now.
Yeah.
This one just got in the scrap iron too. I was like, ooh. You know, it's honestly the first new Joe stuff I've seen in a while. So I'm actually like pretty excited that I was seeing some new stuff. But of course, it's because they all just went through their big reset, you know, like a month or two back. Now they're putting out the new inventory. And
Well, they're
honestly,
getting
I'd
ready for
stop.
Christmas.
Yep.
So.
I had stopped looking in Walmarts because, well, they weren't carrying what I was looking for. You know, I'm looking for Masters of the Universe. And since all the ones around me took it out, I was like, there's no point in me stopping at Walmart's anymore. But with the new Filmation line hitting full retail across the board, it's like, okay, it's past November 1st, which is their street date. I need to start checking Walmart again. I need to start seeing if I can find these in store. And I'm not really interested in the Filmation series. I'd much rather get the accessories out of those boxes than the figures themselves. Yeah. But it's still worth it to go look and see and find it. And that's really kind of like where I was at today. I was like, well, let me see if I can find it. And didn't find those. They had nothing new Masters of the Universe in there whatsoever. Even at Ollie's, like, I know before I was seeing like some
two Masterverse Battle Cats. They were $10.
What?
Oh, they've still got them by you? I haven't seen those in a minute.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, I was surprised. But this was at this one was one not by me. I stopped at it.
Okay.
After one
wasn't
day.
Exactly by. Yeah, now I'm trying to decide whether I want some $10 pussy or not.
I'm sorry, what?
Depends on how long it's been sitting on the shelf.
How much dust you got to blow off of it first?
Right.
You need to put me back in the middle.
Yeah, well.
Is that a giant camera above the door, Kayla?
No, it's a clock.
Oh.
A weird clock. Also,
Come
no
on,
one
Rick,
said
come on now.
anything when I showed my pussy. No one?
Man,
No one
you can't be
saw?
saying stuff like that.
I missed it.
He just can't be saying stuff like that after his $10.
She showed a picture of her cat.
And that's what we like.
For the blind audience, she showed a picture of her cat.
And sadly, the cat just ran away, so...
Oh,
maybe.
great. Now my phone's buzzing. Is somebody yelling at me for what I said?
Turns out your son is watching us.
That's not it, folks. That's not it, folks. Right.
Which Battlecat scale to the Masterverse figures? There is a Battlecat, Travis, specifically made for Masterverse.
Yeah. Yeah, we've all been waiting for a Panther, but they haven't done one yet.
I have a Panther.
Battlecat looks like Cringer, but the other one looks like Battlecat. In the face, anyway. It just makes me mad that one looks like Cringer in the face, and the Origins one looked like Battlecat. If they were swapped, it'd be a lot more usable. But
I mean, they could have put in something, or like if they released a Panther version, they could put an alternate head for the Battlecat to swap off of it. You know, you could pop the head off so it didn't look like Cringer, have it look like Battlecat without the helmet. It would have been nice.
There are, custom heads people have made. I mean, the other thing with Battlecat, I guess the argument is that, he's always got the helmet on to be Battlecat.
yeah, just the size thing, is really what it is.
Yeah.
It's too big for Thanos.
Size
It's,
matters.
too big.
I just want a good Cringer.
I've always heard it's
I do too.
Right?
They've
Like
never had a good Cringer.
Slightly smaller.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
I got
Classics
this little
did
thing.
do
No,
it,
but
it
wasn't the Classics Cringer like a little statue? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't really seen it. I know they made one.
Yeah, I believe so.
Arena.
Yes, it was.
Yep.
Unless you're just talking about the Battle Cat without the helmet.
No, I'm just talking about Cringer.
No.
Yeah, it was like a weird. It was like a really
Like
tiny
a legitimate
statue.
I guess Mondo, right?
Yes. A sec here.
Yeah.
So again, Andrew's a little bit behind on the times here, but it doesn't seem he's as far behind as he was.
Caught up a little bit.
He's saying rewind, but if you keep rewinding, Andrew, you're never gonna make it to the end of. Well, I mean, I guess you give Brick more watch hours that way. So.
Yeah. Exactly.
Now rewind it back as much as you want. Look for that detail. Keep rewinding back.
Stop
play it forward.
licking me.
Back.
One time
That is
I want
not
something to
something
stop
you ever
licking me. Yeah. Anyways.
Especially after that last comment, she just screams out, "Stop licking me!"
Right?
I like
It's beautiful. She's gray and cute.
Yeah, the staff
Your
is
staff-
great for Vero
no.
Atlas. I love that staff. That's
Oh,
cool.
okay. Oh, so speaking of stabs,
Actually,
right?
the
Stone on that is awesome.
Real quick,
Ollie's
Oz,
is getting in.
Oh, good.
No, Brick, what you got?
Oh, I was just gonna jump in to say that thing is awesome, and it's also unique. Like that's the one. Adam and I
Yeah,
were talking
one
about. That's the
accessory that's
one
not-
accessory that's unique.
Yeah.
Only comes with that figure, and that figure was meant to be the Kickstarter exclusive. So
Exclusive, yeah.
Right.
And how does that tie
So-
into Eddie Salvatore?
Her mom.
So what I was gonna say about Ollie's is that they are carrying the Masterverse now, or I'm stuck on Masterverse, Mirrorverse, the DC
Yeah,
or
the DC
McFarlane
stuff, yeah.
Mirrorverse,
Oh yeah.
and they had the Belle figure today. Man, did I want to buy that Belle figure
She looks
so bad. Yeah, like honestly, those Mirrorverse figures are really, really cool. And again, they're McFarlane, which I know we all crack on a lot, but honestly, when it comes to he's been in the game for a long time at this point on his own, standing up tall against the big guys like Hasbro and Mattel, has never had to take his company public, which is why he doesn't have any shareholders that he's beholden to. So, I mean, you can joke on the guy all you want.
The Mirrorverse are supposed to be like statues, right?
No, they move.
No, they've got articulation.
Are they articulated?
Yeah.
Yeah,
They run a
yeah,
little
they've
small though, which is good for
Like
me. 'Cause
Rick's
They wouldn't
boyfriend.
fit.
Highly
So I just sort of.
articulated.
I wouldn't say they're
They're about mediocre articulated. They're about mediocre. I mean, this is still a McFarlane toy we're talking about.
Yeah. You're not gonna have a thigh
He-
swivel, and you're gonna have weird toe.
So earlier when we were talking about things to hate on, specifically Todd McFarlane's Warcraft and Diablo stuff that came out this week.
Oh, geez.
What was that? Are those just stanchions?
They're statues. They're 1/12 plastic statues. The dragons look good, I'm not gonna lie. And the sculpts look good.
Hate
Yeah,
on the
I was just
dragon.
wondering about that because I was like, why would
I
that's not-
ordered.
They look good.
You're talking about Smog and the
No.
Horn
No,
Heroes.
no.
You know what
The
you're talking
World of
about.
Warcraft
Yeah.
one specifically.
Just kidding.
That's what I thought the Mirrorverse was supposed to be, just like their old movie Maniacs. Remember the movie Maniacs?
They're doing those again.
No,
too.
it's based on
Yeah.
a video game.
Yeah.
Shows.
Oh,
A cell phone video game, which is even worse.
But it's okay, Thanos, because you're getting hero toys, World of Warcraft, all good.
But the McFarlane ones, they
Not-
come with
not
the,
World of Warcraft.
I don't know if you guys ever played World of Warcraft, but during Legion they
I
had
did.
like each class had like special weapons, and those are included with the plastic statue. So I'm like, damn, I really want that paladin hammer, and I really want that priest staff. I was a healer.
He knows what he's
for many
doing.
years in World of Warcraft. So like, I want those weapons, but I'm not gonna pay $30 for a statue that doesn't move just so I can have an accessory.
We'll just wait
Well,
like 2
when I-
weeks. You won't have to pay $30 for
Exactly.
a statue that
They
don't
probably
move.
will.
Just
So,
give it.
Just
give it a
show
couple
up at
weeks
the
and it'll
next
be fine.
convention by you.
Yeah.
Wait
Yeah,
until
this year.
around like, August of next year, and they'll be handing them out with every bag that they give away at the McFarlane booth. And you'll get a Black Adam bust that you can hang on your wall of the Rock.
For Brick's right, the Hero Toys and whoever did the Garage Hellstream, like there's good Warcraft toys out there. They're just not licensed.
Yeah,
they're not Warcraft. Not Warcraft. They're Peacecraft.
Speaking of that Garage Thanos, I still haven't heard back from 5K.
Yeah,
I still haven't heard from 5K, so I'm gonna start making videos if they don't get in touch with me soon. Because
that's pretty sketchy. It's sad too, because like mine was in like great condition, and I really liked they have like the pegs on the shoulder. You can like slot the, and then they're on like ball joints. So you can like move the shoulders. Like they're really cool. They're really well done.
Are you still trying to get your fixed, Brick?
Yeah, I need to get it replaced
or whatever.
Yeah. No, I've sent out a couple, 3 now messages and haven't heard. I had the same problem with them in the past, and they eventually got in touch with me, and it wasn't about a busted figure. It was about just a credit weird thing, but they might get in touch with me. But I just I want to make sure that it gets replaced and I'm not paying for shipping. But the leg fully fell out, Thanos. The last time we were on,
you told me I was like super nervous because mine was in shipment already.
But because of that, you can see the construction of it. They're using like thick these metal sort of joints. You can kind of see it in the arms too. Like these are really they're well made toys.
Yeah.
So, I happen to have the one that wasn't, but yeah, they're really impressive stuff. And that was a different company. That was Star, right? So I don't know how Hero
Studios.
Toys
It's
will
weird because there's like Hero, there's Star Studios, there's the
Mithril Action.
Yeah, Mithril Action.
So I don't know. Like
Mithril?
That's the other piece with this whole like toy game, man. It's not like, oh, there's all this stuff coming out, but the stuff coming out from these places are crap compared to how it's not like some really quality toys that are coming out.
I ordered the new werewolf that's coming out, and then the alabaster lion thing too.
The loose collector.
The loose collector, yeah.
Those new wolves look awesome.
I think I'm gonna have to pull the trigger. What color did you go?
I went brown, mostly because like lighter stuff. Like I notice the problem all the time. Like lighting improperly for a picture is a pain in the ass. So if I get a darker one,
glares out. Yeah.
So that's why I went.
So, Hollywood Squares?
Yeah, you're Jim J.
We'll definitely have to at some point, right?
Yeah.
I'm game.
Has no one done that? Someone
I
has
forget.
to do that. This is
I
perfect.
watched it when I was younger. How did it go? Like, do you just ask?
It's tic-tac-toe, and then
Yeah,
they give you
yeah.
an answer, but it's sometimes BS.
Yeah, you had to decide whether it was true or not, right? Something like that.
Agree or disagree?
Okay.
I have to figure out how to do an overlay so that it'll actually highlight the individual square.
That'd be awesome.
Oh, I could totally show you how to do that. As long as you keep your layout a certain amount, and there's always actually it doesn't even matter if there's people in or not. Because you can define your layouts at the bottom now, which is a relatively new feature.
Yeah, you can totally edit them up.
Yeah, you edit them and then you just do a PNG on top. You'll need multiple PNGs for like the right X to put on or whatever. Right,
so that you
configuration.
can hit the right one. Okay, I see what you're saying.
You're gonna need a lot of them because there's a lot of variations.
Yeah, that would be a lot of.
I was gonna say one of the things I'm gonna have to do for that immediately would also be like, kind of max out partners to work and manage it with multiple people.
Well, you wouldn't need a lot of them really, because all you need is 9 at the most, right?
At least 2.
Because you need combinations. Like if there's one in the top and then one in the middle, you'll have. You know what I mean?
You're just laying the lighted square over top of the.
There's got to be an easy.
No,
way
you
to do
can't.
this.
You can't have more than one overlay on.
You would need to do.
Oh, you need to have all the. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yep.
Yeah,
it would be an individual overlay for
every
each individual square.
Yeah.
Why don't we just change
all
our
the
names to the subheading either be X or O?
Could be.
Wouldn't that be easier?
That could kind of work.
I don't even know how to do that. So
So you see your picture at the bottom of the screen and the
yes.
3 dots. Click on the 3 dots, and you click on edit name and headline.
I don't want to have to work for this shit. That's not worth
it. Eduardo.
He doesn't like
Just
working.
go
What are you
like
talking
this or like this
It
the whole time.
takes 2 seconds. Jesus Christ.
Don't make him do stuff.
It's Saturday night. I'm just here to chill. I don't want to have to work.
Right?
You literally sound like my dad.
Can I just say though?
I have to tell him to drink
you know,
water.
Yeah, my kids tell me to drink water all the time too. Otherwise, I suck down coffee all
that happens.
Oh, look, your boyfriend's here.
Where?
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh.
And he brings up a very, very good point too.
Yeah, I mean, you could do it old
We could just
school.
go low, totally low tech.
See, this is where Adam knows how I work. He's like, yeah, you're trying to make it too
Yeah.
damn fancy.
Sometimes we like to be fancy around here. Some of us drink with our
Yeah.
pinkies up.
I'm working on it right
I
now.
could hold up an X or an O. I'd be willing to go that far. Just so we all know.
You could get his cardio in that way.
So I'll do this one, right? There's the X. Yeah, you all want to see how I get the O?
No.
No.
Nope. Nope, thanks. We're good.
I haven't
I
had
look
vodka.
away for 1 second.
I wonder if that's them like counting the big bad and the hella dope and the nerd zone.
That could be
already
them
counted
getting
it.
factor in now.
Well, it's the end of
'Cause
the,
he's only
it's the, end
shooting
of the
Albert
thing,
Craig.
right? So they should be all getting counted in.
Yeah.
No, he's still got 2 more hours and it's showing 84.
Oh, is
Yeah,
that a Sharmus
84, 5,
update?
3 is where he's at upon 20,
Okay.
so he's still got
Yeah.
ways to go.
He jumped
Yeah.
about 10K then in just the
He's
last
been
few
out
hours.
with
What is he at now?
Nostalgia on
84,
Apparently,
5,
Terrence just posted he's at 85.
85K.
yeah.
Wow.
Maybe he's rounding
2
it up.
hours to
I
go.
was watching earlier and someone commented like, "Oh, everyone go back, like everyone double your back," and I'm like, "You literally shit talked him on your show. Are you shitting me?" Like
Everyone
literally
loves an
commented
underdog.
on- Yeah, but he like so hypocritical. Like he
Well,
shit
it all
talked him
depends
on
on
the
who he's
show.
buddies with that week. That's the problem, right? Whoever that person was,
Right.
if that person was getting a bunch of people, saying, "Oh, this is great," then he's going to say, "Oh yeah, go do it," because he forgot 2 weeks ago he was dating the guy.
Who's bringing in the views, right?
Yep.
Who's
Yeah.
bringing in the views right now? And then, okay, they're my best bud.
Yep.
Oh my god, I closed the stream. I'm
we
so
got-
sorry, Brick.
What'd you do?
Got a couple of splinters.
I
here.
accidentally closed the stream
Right?
Oh, whatever.
on my
Yeah.
phone.
So I just want to
Lost for 2
give
minutes.
I want to give a big shout out to everybody who's been here all night watching from Brick's channel tonight.
Yes,
'Cause
thank you.
We have been trying to push those watch hours. And so right now we're at 3 hours. Why does it feel like we've been streaming for so much longer than that? 3 hours, 27 minutes. So all of that's just been going to Brick. We really,
Thank you.
really appreciate that, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Told you,
I
Brick,
do.
we're going to get you
I
there.
do. Thank you, Oz.
Mm-hmm.
And Oz, I'm about to send you an image. If you could try this out in your you'll see
It's
in Instagram.
It's an O. Just so you're warned, it's an O.
Oh, Shardamus. Yes.
It's a no.
Yeah, I backed the Street Humans.
You're
I
having
don't,
a no?
they don't really fit, but I wanted to see him get a win.
Yeah, I want to see what they look like too. That's why I backed them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I just
I
backed
think the
one.
articulation on him looks like really good.
Yeah. Did you get one set? One of each?
Yeah, just one set.
That's what I did.
I think that's
just-
part
I
of this problem. Honestly,
Place
just
for
not
them in
enough
my collection,
to-
so I didn't back.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
if
we
I-
have
if
not
I-
made it through a Lord of the Rings movie. This is easy peasy for me.
If I was having if I had like a street scene with civilians, maybe, but I don't see a point for them in my collection.
I mean,
I'm going to have them with their
Spider-Man
alien
come out
heads on
from a quick
anyway.
hit or
So
something.
Yeah.
So what's gonna happen if he doesn't make the goal? Like, is he,
He
still
said
gonna
there's a
make
future
some
plans.
stuff?
He said there's
Yeah.
future plans. But this
Probably
is the
just
second time he's been on Kickstarter. So with the same
Yeah.
thing. The first time he tried doing the 4 figures with a whole bunch of nonsense. And now he's trying it with 2 in a different way. So
Yeah. How much was he shooting for the first time?
a lot more.
Double, right?
It was
A
more.
lot.
I don't know the
really?
number.
Yeah,
The
it was
amount.
I thought it was like double, like 240, and he's going for 120 now.
Yeah.
I thought he said that on the
Interesting.
stream.
It was
could be
actually more than double last time. I think he was
Interesting.
going close to 300 last time, just because he had other things that he was doing with it.
Yeah, I think if he would have had more figures, though, it'd be easier for people to back more.
He really didn't have that much going on, though. Like, I didn't even know what was going on until I saw it at PowerCon, right? And then, like, the last stretch, he decided to, like, go balls to the wall and get all over, YouTube channels and stuff, right? Had he been promoting it sooner or bigger and louder, it probably would have done better.
I don't think
'Cause
that
it's
it
picked up a
ran
lot.
very long before PowerCon, though. It's
No,
not like
but
there
it's
was
still
a.
picked up. It's
Oh,
still
there we
picked
go.
up a
There's
lot
our
of steam.
game.
Whoa! What just happened?
All right, Ed for the win.
No, I need to be
Kayla
an
just
O.
became an X.
I need to be an O.
I told you were an O.
I
And then
can't
my
shift
head will
them
be
around.
right in the middle. Oh.
That's my proof of concept. Proof of concept.
Adam was
Right?
asking a
It
question in the
can
chat about Odious funding, and I believe
It did.
he did, didn't it?
Yeah,
it
Odious
did.
funded. It's already in
quite well, didn't
production.
Yeah, that was great. That night was fun watching
Yeah.
that stream happen. That's right. Shardamus has been streaming since
And then he had
this
another
morning.
question about
Yeah.
Legions Con. Anybody else going?
I saw
know
that
Ed's
one.
not.
But
Who's asking
Well,
all these questions?
did
This is
you
the
want to
part.
tell folks?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta put that out there now. So, unfortunately, my time off request was denied.
Oh,
So,
Oh.
Legions
Boo.
Con got denied.
Into the phone and be like, I can't make it. I'm very sick.
My boss
Yeah.
watches
Me
these
and
streams.
I'm so sick, sir.
Even if I could have, thanks Thanos. Now I can't.
Hey, Oz, you work remotely. How's he even going to know?
Right?
You won't
That's
be
true. I could
working.
just travel up there, but
The show's only one
I could
day.
answer phones and stand in line all
Is
day.
it really only one day?
No. It's all
Oh.
weekend.
It's Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah,
No.
Oh, okay.
No,
Right, but I was
Saturday,
supposed to be
Sunday.
doing a
Friday's
road-
like a setup.
it's 2 days. Yeah.
Yeah, Friday's its own kind of thing, setting up,
Hmm.
and I don't know if that's when they're doing the vendor exclusive stuff. Like the vendors can go shop without having to worry about anything.
yeah, I think so. Because Travis is picking up the Wall Tour for me.
Yeah, Walter the Mad.
right now.
But the
Can afford
Wall
both
Tour
of them, so I
Wall
think
Tour
the one
won't
that I
go on
really would
sale
rather
till
want.
Sunday.
No.
So
That's well again
Well,
for
Travis
the vendor exclusive
Then
thing.
there's
I
the
think they're
vendor,
getting
so
right
he'll
to.
get a different day.
Oh, okay.
And he
Yeah,
can
they hold
apparently
some
buy
back
4 of
specifically
everything,
for those.
so
Got it.
I sent him the money.
Oh,
for it
nice.
already, so I can get it.
Nice.
Right.
So
I know Jesse's taking care of Vorgus for me, so I'm getting that one. That was the main one that I really wanted.
I still think you could do it. Headset, cell phone, you're golden. Walk around with a laptop.
Well, that was the thing. You know, honestly, I was looking it up. It's really a 3-hour trip. So, but the thing is, the transportation, it's the transportation that becomes the issue now, right? So I was supposed to be heading up with Jesse. Jesse is heading up on Thursday because he's setting up for Friday. So, you know, that becomes the issue there. And then I've got to make it back Sunday so I can be to work Monday. And yeah, I'm not trusting any kind of Greyhound or anything like that to get the job done again because of that fiasco on the way back. You know, that's just not going to happen again. I'm not having that cancel on me last second while I'm trying to get back. You know, so unfortunately, there's not a feasible way for me to make it up there right now. But if something should change within the next week, I've still got my ticket. So.
Yeah.
But no, it is a huge bummer because I was really excited to be meeting Adam. I was excited to be meeting more people within the community in the Cabal. I was excited about seeing Terrence again because, met him at PowerCon. So it was going to be great to see him again. And just, there's not many of these opportunities where we can all actually meet in person. And Adam says he's expecting to spend more on Plunderlings and Creative Beast stuff. Creative Beef. That's something that's, I'm hungry.
I think what would get me there is the custom stuff. Like I would just walk around to all the custom stuff.
Oh man, so many good custom vendors are going to be there. So many of these shops, like you can see them online on Instagram all the time, but it's different when you actually get to see that artistry up close.
Yeah, I'd be dumping a wad of cash on like soft goods and shit for him. That is just.
I was surprised you weren't heading, Ed. Is that why you're not heading? Because you
No, I'm going to be gone. I already have a trip planned. I have 2 trips planned. Actually. One next weekend, and then I have another one first week of December. So.
And honestly, Adam, what are you doing right now that you're not just sitting here with us?
Yeah, with the dick. Your boyfriend's lonely. You need to keep him warm.
I mean, I've got a green. Dude, keep me. Look at that. Why can't more of my figures do this?
Really good.
Question.
So good looking.
That looks like my ex's mom.
This one?
Yep, just like her when she takes her makeup off.
Is that Carl's mom?
Carl. The second Carl, not the first Carl.
God.
But not the third Carl.
Carl with a K, not with a C.
Carl, Karrrl.
Carl.
Whenever Allison gets her merch store set up, if she does not print a shirt that says my ex's mother or my ex-mother-in-law, I'm going to be really, really upset about that.
And there'll be a picture of like a leprechaun or something on it, like from the leprechaun. And there'll be another one like
random different styles.
You should get a little tombstone. My ex's mother-in-law.
My ex's mother just bought
might
24 Batman.
order, so I don't want to get
My brain. I'm already half asleep.
Oh. It's that's a bummer, but Oz, especially since you all, and there's so many people I know would have been able to connect.
Man, I was so freaking hyped for this one.
But you had
And I was
PowerCon,
like, yeah,
so-
everything's in there. I did have PowerCon. Next year, the schedule slate is Joe Fest and Legion's Con.
Request now.
And
yep.
Well, I was gonna say, yeah. Once dates are posted, they're going in for next year. That's just that's definitely happening. There will be no chance for denial.
Joe Fest already. Joe
Satan.
Fest is there already. So.
Yeah, Joe Fest has got his dates.
I used to be able to just tell my boss, like, hey, I want this off. Now I have to actually like put in requests and stuff. Like I would tell her well in advance, but now I have to actually fill out all the damn paperwork. And
it's because of all these companies getting sued from for all these mistakes that human errors make. And people are just stupid and get all crazy on them.
Yeah.
True.
In a couple of weeks, I'll be going up to Vancouver, and I'll get to hang out
I'm
with
excited for that.
With Ken, Toy Connections, for a little bit, and I was hoping to see Adam, but Adam lives trek over. I don't know. What did you say, Adam? I know he's still here. What do they call that road?
Yeah, he's definitely still here.
He's saying he can't drive out from where he's at to Vancouver past this mountain range because of weather
They
and
got
danger.
sled dogs and snowmobiles up there.
They got the Yak Patrol.
Oh man,
you're a Californian. You're tough. Come on.
Isn't the San Diego Comic-Con coming up?
No,
in July.
No.
But the tickets, if you went this year, you could get them again today, or you had a chance, which I went, but I got them through someone, so not this time. But I'm always able. Someone can always get me in. I have not had a problem.
Kayla, you should
get
probably
you
be
and a
able to
friend
apply
in at all times. Kayla?
I'm pretty sure
Rick, you're like the 10th person.
But I'm the one
I
that
won't be
counts the
11
most.
cents.
Try applying.
Well,
Try applying for
I'm
news.
kidding.
oh, press. I will. I'm going to. Well, I'm also going to just try to do regular sale. Because I first got in through volunteering. Because yeah, trying to get in normally is like Hunger Games. So I'm gonna try to get regular and then also apply for press. If not, yeah, I have a multitude of people that will help get me in. So luckily, you got to make friends. Make friends that are either exhibitors or do panels, and you're good.
Right.
They always get extra people, and then they get you in early.
I will be right back, folks.
Okay.
Right. LA Comic Con. I don't know if that's maybe what you saw, or was it the tickets that you saw?
I just saw something was coming up in California. I don't know. It was an ad.
Yeah, LA Comic Con's happening on the 2nd, and I'm still kind of tossing a coin, trying to figure out if I'm going to do that. And then 2 weeks after that is Designer Con.
Yeah.
In December. I was thinking about LA Comic Con because of those. There's a couple of exclusives. Yeah, there's a Rhino, and now there's that Asura Demon by V Toys.
I don't think I've seen
or
that
VC Toys. I've got a red one coming.
That would be good.
There was
That's
something
green
here
exclusive.
in Dallas like last month, and I didn't even know about it, but I saw Jason Spiro Toys with the AWOX was posting that they were there. And I was like, oh, that's like, it was literally like 5 miles from me in Irvine.
Oh, wow.
But I was like,
Yeah, that was.
Too
I think that was.
I can't be bothered.
I should have
Can't be bothered. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Question for Cyberzoic. So now that that's over, how do you still get the toys?
2 ways. They're going to be opening up. They're going to be opening up Backer Kit relatively soon, so that you can order from them again.
Okay.
Sort of like as an additional order, and then you can wait till retail, till they show up at retail.
Okay.
They'll be available. Big Bad, I guarantee it.
Did anybody else do Cyberzoic?
I did
got
not.
the dragon.
I don't. That
Same.
dragon was so tempting.
I
and
wanted
just,
to get the dragon. If
Joe
they
was
did
eating
payment
most of my
plans,
toy budget.
Yeah, it took a good
it's
chunk
huge.
out of my
Ooh,
wallet.
look at Voltron down there. Sorry.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
yes, we know you're obsessed with Cyberzoic, Adam. You only posted about it like 12 times.
12
a day.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
There's
Okay.
that too. Spiro will be down in LACC, so I don't know. Yeah, I'll see. I'll see. The other issue is next Friday is Legion's Con. Sorry, but the actual Friday is what they call G-Con, where they reveal. It's not that G, but G-Con, where they reveal the next wave. And
yeah, they showed that teaser picture today on Instagram or yesterday. That looks good.
based on what happened last year, I might spend too much money. So we'll see.
I'm hoping not. I'm hoping there's going to be some stuff that I don't want in that.
Oh, good luck with that.
I know.
Honestly,
That's
if
rich.
it makes
That's
you feel
rich.
any better, I don't even have my charger and I have 31%. So just gonna keep going until my computer dies.
Yeah, no. No. With Joe eating so much of my toy budget right now, I got to be reasonable.
Did you see the teaser pic, Aaron?
I did not.
Oh,
For what?
for the Legions, Mythic Legions coming up.
Oh.
The next wave. God.
Don't
Was it on
question
Trevor's?
that.
Teaser.
I think it was on Four Horsemen, actually.
Oh, okay.
You're talking just the artwork, right? Ed, you were talking about the artwork
I don't
for the
know.
Rising Suns?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
That's what it was called. Yep, the Rising Suns.
Yeah.
Well, as long if you give me dwarves and you give me elves and you give me ogres and you give me orcs, I'll get those. But if it's humans, it's kind of hit or miss.
Good news, it was human and skeletons in the artwork.
Well, yeah, but those factions have a bunch. So the one on the
I
left,
know.
yeah, you know, but
I know, but the reality
but I
is there'll
also
be a couple
suspect
that
we got
Yeah.
you know, we got what, a skeleton horse that we didn't expect last year. They just announced that, what was that creature? Not, I'm just calling it Razorback now because of Cyberzoic, but that skateback creature.
Oh yeah, the skatebacks.
Yeah.
I can't imagine they're not going to do something like that for this line. And if it's a noble bear related thing,
I love how I'm
I would
scrolling
love
through
a polar bear or a
Four
brown
Horsemen,
bear.
and then I get a Mondo
mounts.
ad.
Those would be cool.
Yeah, those skeletons look like the pictures from the Poxix wave anyway. Or the Necronominus.
Wait, does Four Horsemen own? I'm confused.
Yes,
What?
Four Horsemen Studios is actually the people that create Mythic Legions.
Got
And
it.
Cosmic
Okay.
Legions.
And Cosmic
Got it.
Legions.
Okay. That makes
And
more
Figura Obscura.
And Figura
Yeah.
Obscura.
Jesus, what don't they own?
Did they ever ship those? I mean, it's probably like a year ago. Those wizards they were doing.
Those
Not
are
yet.
supposed to
That's
ship.
Toxics.
Yeah,
That's
they were
coming
supposed-
out like December.
And it's been like
Well,
forever
Probably
since
would be
they
January.
put those
Yeah,
on.
it was
bet-
supposed
I
to be a
bet
couple
Penny
months
Man.
ago, but it got delayed.
Poxus is gonna hurt when it comes out because I
Oh,
got
no
it
doubt.
through the the other retailers. So
Yeah.
when those
where
start dropping,
it's
it's gonna
not-
be like
I
chunk,
only got
chunk.
I just got the
did
two
two.
wizards. That's all I got.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
got
got the female, the Thrace Wraithhauler, and I got Poxus. That was pretty much all I got out of that wave.
They got Poxus, his horse, and then the two big guys, the dragon and the demon. So that's gonna be a good chunk.
I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna get a couple, and I think I'm pretty much got most of them except for like 3 figures in the wave. Arakagor's in there, right? Big giant blue dragon.
Yeah.
I
The
won't play the
wizards look
song
great.
today. I won't play the credit card debt song today.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah,
I
we're
have
all
money in my account to handle it. It's just like, watching the number go down every time a pre-order comes through.
Then it's just like, yes, I will come in and drive. I'll be right there. Every day.
Yeah, well, my Cyberzoic original pledge was really high, and then I just pulled back and only ended up with the dragon. So I feel like I
The
saved
dragon was
money.
the only thing that was really tempting to me on that one. I mean, that dragon looked fantastic.
Yeah.
But again, it's a space issue. It's other things that are bigger priority.
Yeah, I've been
And I
like,
had that
drooling over
big,
that for a while, so I was like, yeah.
My Wave 4 figures
priority.
and armor sets all hit from Helidope. So
If you've
right when
never
that
had these
was
before, from the hose,
They are
go
great.
get them. They're amazing.
What are
Go to
Medical
Hose.
truffle time.
They're amazing.
That's looking great, Random.
Yeah, the green ain't looking too bad with Deadpool.
Nope, looks
No, not at all.
Yeah, he pops more actually.
Yeah.
I think with the red he would have gotten lost.
Yeah, you might be right.
So, Brooke, when does the Griffin come out?
Real quick, let me apologize to Adam because I 100% feel like that's exactly what I did. He was not at all interested in that thing, and he was real disciplined. And then
Rick is a
enabled it and then backed
persuasive
off?
motherfucker.
Cash, credit, or kidney.
That's
Sorry,
that's kind of how
what
it
were we
works
saying?
though sometimes. But you knew he'd be into it, so that was one of those things. He likes those animals, so
well, I also didn't know that he was such a Dino Riders fan. And that's
yeah,
what
that
that's
did
where
it.
he
That's what did it.
locked in. Yeah. See,
Brick was
Yeah,
unaware of his intestinal fortitude that Adam had to say no.
it says my wife was like, "quote When did you start caring about dinosaurs?"
Oh no!
Whoops.
Then he shows her the toys. They're not dinosaurs. They're mounts.
That's right.
A different story. With laser beams on their freaking heads.
All right, I'm gonna go from a NECA to a Hasbro.
Just a minor downgrade.
Yeah, I was gonna say how
You're
disappointing.
I mean,
guys.
what am I gonna say? It's like it's a $25.
Yeah, I started
figure.
off strong tonight with my Cosmic Legion, and then just kind of went nowhere.
That Cosmic, that green guy you got though, that
Yeah.
thing looks great with alternate heads.
Oh yeah,
It looks great with that head too.
I prefer this head. This is gonna be the head that's gonna be displayed.
Yeah.
I need the screaming
Talking
face.
about head.
I need more screaming faces in my display because you know what?
You need more
I need
heads.
some monkeys and some.
I need caffeine.
Is that another wave you weren't going to get, Aaron, that you went all in on?
No. Well, I only got 2 of the figures originally, and then I started liking the other ones.
Oh, okay.
After I got my wave ones, because I was unsure.
Yeah.
You know, until you really have something in hand that you don't. I didn't want to really commit that kind of money.
I do that too. Buy one figure, then I'm like, damn, I should have got all of them.
Yeah. So
I only actually got one coming from that. That's the gray alien. That's the only one I got from that one.
Yeah, the
Have
Sligor.
you seen that art for the gray alien? On they sent a message of like to warm him up because he's a little.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The art on that thing is fantastic. I'm gonna talk about that on the video. I love the graphic. It's a little dude, half his body's in the water.
Yep. Aw, puppy.
Puppies.
He wants to say hi, but he's a little chunky, so he can't jump on me like the other one. I have to accommodate him.
He looks so sad though. Look at the
I
eyes.
know.
She's like, wait, where's my attention?
It's funny. This eye looks like it has cataracts, or they both kind of do, but he doesn't. They're just like crazy for whatever reason. You lazy boy. Lazy boy.
Was that your little?
Apparently, Kenzo is Uncle Charlie for the fish man.
Yeah, that's what I was laughing at. That I was like, it's a
I'm
merman's
thinking
uncle.
to myself,
Merman's uncle.
is that Charlie Tuna? Is that what he's referencing? Yeah. For us older folks who know that reference.
Yeah.
Where's the Charlie Tuna figure and the Green Giant figure?
Jotto,
exactly.
Oh.
Green
Giant. You gotta think of those other we need a Sugar Smacks and.
Oh yeah. You know how many cereal characters they could do?
Oh yeah, Count Chocula.
They've done those.
Oh,
Count
they have a
Chocula,
Count
Blueberry,
Chocula
and Frankenberry, right? That's
Oh,
the
they've
ones they
done
got.
those. Okay.
Yep.
I showed my Blueberry last night on.
They got Lucky Charms, Lucky, and they got Trick.
We need
It sounds like a euphemism.
what's her name? Rosie from Bounty, the Quicker Picker Upper lady, Nancy Walker.
Oh yeah.
You need
They
a
did
figure.
do a Mr. Clean figure a couple years ago.
There you go. We need Mr. Clean. There you go.
You kind of got a mind bender thing going on with the facial hair too.
No, we were.
Oh, who's that guy on Instagram that does those toys that are like your cat that doesn't give a shit about you?
Oh, I don't know that guy.
That's awesome.
I don't think I've seen.
Oh man, they're so freaking
That
funny.
sounds fantastic.
You know what it
Like
is?
good Christmas presents.
Oh, dude, there's
Yeah.
one like this is your deadbeat father, and it's just like an empty package, and the text is like, yeah, it's just, it's great. It's like Frosty the Snowman's dick. I mean, it got like every. Oh, your ex. They probably have one with your ex, but
Is he making cards?
Yes.
anymore?
Seen him again.
oh, he's got the card, and it's
I
all.
think I've seen a couple of them, but I don't know what his name is.
They're freaking amazing. Let me.
I've seen something like that where they had Uncle Owen and Aunt Peru, and
Yep.
it's like a pile of bones
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen
Burnt
that.
skeletons, yeah.
with the smoking cards.
Yeah.
I've seen some of that stuff.
I'm super happy with these Jada Street Fighters.
Oh,
They're really
great.
good, right?
Yeah.
A lot
The way
better
they
than I was
move, the
expecting.
sculpts.
It's like the fact
Considering
you
that they,
can bend, like
yeah,
that much, it's crazy.
Yeah, I think they
And they're
are
like
the.
cheaply priced, well done. They look good.
Well,
Yeah,
and
I think
the
they're
thing
definitely
is that
killing
they
in
weren't.
terms of
They were doing
articulation.
die-cast vehicles. And now
I
they're
wish
doing
that Jada could get the 112.
figures, and their Universal Monsters ones are good too. Apparently.
I wish Jada could get the 112 DC license.
Yeah.
Since they have it in their diecast. The 1-inch figures,
Yeah.
whatever the hell they are.
It's death by
Probably
toys.
McFarlane's to lose.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm sure he's got that pretty locked in
Yeah, he's
as far
never
as
giving that up.
competition.
He's not even charging them that much for that license, probably.
This is literally made for Allison, I think.
What is that?
I don't know if you could see it, but it's like it took me 2 months to realize my ex was a piece of
Oh,
shit.
I've seen this. Yes.
Does it say Carl underneath that piece of shit?
Yeah, I know, but it's just a
Oh,
figure of
sure.
a piece of shit and a dude. Like, yeah, it's great.
That's what we have. We got for
Where'd
the cat
Thanos go?
this like little octopus that's like on a string and Jingle Bells, and we named it Carl. So the cats attack Carl all the time.
Carl.
It's really
My
nice.
brother's name is Carl.
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 He's got one
Oh.
falling asleep on a pile of unfolded laundry like a lazy piece of shit, the action figure.
There you go.
That's great.
What's it called again, Radnam?
Death by Toys.
Death by Toys.
Yeah, he makes limited runs and they sell out. I mean, he's selling.
Oh yeah.
Like,
I gotta find that one. So
God.
just like,
Where'd Thanos go?
he ran away. Said something about somebody calling him a name. I don't know.
Oh, he dropped right
Look
off.
at this
didn't he?
baby hobbit.
Oh, I love that kid.
Running away.
There we are.
Play again.
There we are. All right. We're all followed now. Good, good, good. That way I can see ridiculous shit.
Oh, that's awesome.
is that Lawrence?
I don't get
Thanos
it.
stuck now in the back.
He's short.
Oz is gone.
Short.
Oh,
He's
how
always
tall is he?
talking about
Lawrence
how
is like
short he is.
5'2".
I'm 5'2".
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Lawrence
are-
is
Actually, I'm 5'1.5". I just went to the doctors recently, and they did the whole "How tall are you?" while they're taking my height, and I'm like 5'2" because I know I'm always 5'1.5", and he's like, "Close, not quite 5'1.5". I'm like, "Fuck you, I know."
Depends on how much hairspray I have in the top of my head.
Yeah, exactly. When I have my poof going, that's the extra half inch.
There you go.
We're good. We're good. No one can tell the difference. Except for when I'm next to my 5'11" roommate, then it's a little obvious.
Ed, are you having problems seeing your screen, young man? Do we need to
No,
get
I
you some
had
glasses to work
I
better?
had some alert pop up and it was really small. I couldn't read it.
Do we all have glasses here?
It's 12:45. Nobody's alerting you this late.
Usually I have to go like this, like you do, Aaron, when I'm looking at my computer.
Uh-huh. Yep, there you go.
Look over top of the glasses.
I need to go get my my magnifying glass, you know, my light up magnifying glass glasses that I use for painting.
Oh
That would
yeah,
be
I,
fantastic.
I finally wrote it down on a list to get a magnifier. I got to look at buy pajamas and a magnifier on Amazon.
Magnifier like floating one
helping
or on
hand.
your glasses?
I think I'm gonna do the floating one at
floating
first.
one is.
I
floating
noticed
one's
that
better.
while you were painting.
Oh, dude,
I kind of saw you kind of like leaning
it's
in.
bad. It's bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I have on here Kayla's experiment. Yeah, that's wrote down on this list.
Yay.
So I'll get into that later.
Thank you.
Nice. He's
What is that
a
bird?
bit fishy though.
That guy's pretty cool
Giant
colors.
fish.
Wow. Wow.
Man,
What's his
Japan is
name?
like
Yeah,
fantastic.
that's totally a anime enemy or something.
He's got a really cool water effect, doesn't he?
Does he squirt?
He does.
Squirt.
He also comes with
He's a
fish
squirter.
nunchaku. So nunchucks. So
That's so corny, dude.
Wouldn't that be fish chucks?
I really like that pumpkin character that was in Fortnite. The one
There are a
figure they
couple
just-
of those Power Ranger like
Hey, double
that
jointed.
are really good with various lines. So I have one that'll show up tomorrow that's like some sort of crocodile snake thing that is 100% going to end up on my Motu shelf.
But from Fortnite?
From Power Rangers.
Oh, from Rangers.
Yeah, because that's what that.
Oh,
fish
that's
is,
right.
right.
Yeah, I saw you post something.
I forgot that was Power Rangers because it'll fit right into Fortnite too.
Hey, no shame. This thing is really good.
And it's at Ross. If you can find a Ross.
Yeah,
they
there's
have
one
them at
by me
Ross
that
for
I'm
like
going to
$10.
go and check out this week to see what all they have just for fodder and for filling out the shelf. And
We have a Walmart, a Dollar General, and a TJ Maxx, and that's all we have.
And Walmart right next to us doesn't. I mean, I'll be able to get a cheap $6 Barbie for whenever Kayla and I finally do our weird Barbie stream. We need to do that. But,
Yeah, we're not going to be doing much for a bit because we need a break. So let me know.
Does anybody do like nerdy Christmas ornaments or anything like that?
I haven't. I don't. We don't
Like
usually
make
get
them
great
or get them?
Either.
But
I'll get them once in a while. Or other people, like my boss always gets me a nerdy ornament.
I have a
I have a
little
couple-
tree that I use just for the nerd stuff.
I have a couple
got-
of Star Wars Hallmark ones that were given to me as
Same.
gifts. But
Cool.
I just got
Yeah.
this one from my kids. This is from the Dungeons and Dragons movie.
Dragon!
Yeah.
Where's that from again, Brick?
From the D&D movie, the
Yeah,
recent
yeah,
one.
no. I know it's from that. No, I'm
Oh,
saying where is it literally?
it's Hallmark.
Hallmark? Okay.
Yeah, I got it online
Hallmark.
though.
There's actually one not too far.
Yeah, it's just a little sketchy if they have it or not, but you can get it for the same price off of Amazon.
I got the SNES and Genesis they had.
Not wrong.
Wait, you got kind of cut off. Are
Well-
you saying that they have systems?
Oh yeah, hold on. Let me see if I
Oh,
got. They're
no.
awesome. They got sound effects, dude.
Oh, please.
no!
You know what Brick's putting on his tree this year?
No, it's just
rabbit hole.
Going down all the holes.
Yep, the rabbit hole came, and now it's going to consume you.
Mhm.
I'm very particular about the holes which I travel down.
Oh, the Cobra is 25. The mothership is 25.
There you go. I was gonna say John's getting snack time, or no?
Only
John's got. Is that a,
25%.
is
I
that
don't
a
think
Potter?
that one's gonna fund. I
Oh,
honestly
look
don't
at
think it
that!
will.
Nice.
Nice.
I mean, it's like. Look, there we go. The light comes on. Very detailed.
I think that's the first time I clocked that it looks like a tank.
So cute.
Oh, nice, John.
That what was that one? Was that Nightmare?
No, it was Hogwarts, right?
That is
Oh
Hogwarts.
my God! Look at that.
Hogfarts.
Where's that? An
Genesis.
Xbox? Oh, it's Sega Genesis. Yeah.
Where's the button?
Does this say Sega?
Hey, Pata.
Yeah, hold up. Where is it? It's got the slide for the power on.
That is great.
So cute.
Oh,
Is that Sonic 1, I think, or 2?
Sonic
One.
1.
Yeah,
They
that's
got
one.
the rings going.
Ah, that's an awesome sound.
Yeah, they're sweet. I mean, it's got the nostalgia. Really good Christmas ornaments, I thought.
That's Hallmark.
Yep. Yep.
They get ya.
Maybe.
They do get you. All these other ones in here are
cool.
handmade.
I like how it's
That's
red
another
and
Hogwarts.
Yellow.
Yeah, you got
Yeah.
all.
Oh my
the,
god! It's like just keeps pulling them out. Oh, cool.
look at that Funko
Pop-
Skeletor.
It's not just Hallmark. It's a Hallmark Pop Skeletor.
You try eating that one, Randall. You might grow big.
Yeah. Well, I got my extra life here, too.
Oh,
Nice.
it might give him something, but I don't think it's going to be an extra life.
Well, these I made. These are just foam, pink foam.
Oh,
carved
those are
and
cool.
Exactly, that's
painted
what I'm
up.
saying.
Yeah,
They won't give you an
Nice.
extra life, but they'll give you something, all right.
I got
Who's
all
that?
the Pac-Mans
John?
too.
Who was that cowboy dude?
That was Stranger Things.
It was Hopper.
Hopper.
Okay, that was Hopper.
Stranger Things. Excited to watch.
Is that a
season
turtle?
2 now.
That's a turtle.
Donnie.
You made
My
that?
boy.
Yep, just
That's
painted on a
cool.
glass bulb.
Very cool.
Cute. I
By
like.
the way,
painting.
whose idea was it to make Christmas ornaments out of glass bulbs?
I don't know.
Well, we used to put actual candles on Christmas trees too.
Well,
so nothing like
yeah.
having
Yeah.
a flame on a dry.
Probably
pine.
not like
before
we live
they
in safe-
invented plastic.
Yeah, but white glass.
Yeah.
Jesus.
It on real
I
trees
don't know.
that would dry out and be kindling.
My husband.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right?
Yeah, but you're putting on this thing that is like the child magnet. But
And cat magnet.
So when I was like a
Buddy!
senior in high
I
school,
hope you find your dad.
we had this lawyer in town who got sick of his Christmas tree after Christmas and decided that he was going to burn it in his fireplace because he couldn't figure out how to like dispose of it, and actually burnt the entire office of the law firm down that he lived upstairs.
My God.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well done.
Because once it went up, I mean, a dried pine tree is like,
yeah.
You don't need gasoline for that. It's just, it's gone. Yep.
Oh my god, it's like Christmas
Whoops.
vacation.
Unboxing Deadpool Silent Bob
Christmas
2-pack. Love
vacation.
that. That's a cool set.
No.
Oh yeah. Did you get the either of you who are showing us the Christmas ornaments get that Castle Grayskull from last year?
I did not. I missed it.
Damn, that thing was
Negative.
Do they have any other systems? They didn't
Those
do
are
the
the
regular
only-
NES?
Those are the only two I saw. They do have this year. They have some NES controllers, but I don't think they have sound effects.
Okay.
I still want a TurboGrafx 16. Never had one. Still want one.
Yeah.
Bonk.
Yep. Keith Courage and Alpha Zones.
They weren't easy to come by. I had one friend who had it.
Yeah, I had one.
Bonk.
Same. Yeah, well, he had Bonk, and we had, what was it, like Slaughterhouse or something like that?
Yeah. Splatterhouse. Yeah.
Splatterhouse. Yeah, that was it. The thing that really impressed me about it was it had the Turbo Express portable, and he had that. And you could just take the game right out of the 16-bit system and put it in that. And it had the full color, full 16-bit. I mean, we were still running Game Boys with,
black and white.
Yup. Not
Screens
even
that
black
you
and white, black and green.
Kinda see. Yeah, black and green.
You had to have a light Frankenstein on it to even be able to play it half the time.
Oh, nice, John. John's pulling out all of the accoutrement merchandise tonight.
With the shot, boy.
The TurboGrafx had the cards instead of the discs, right?
It did, but it wasn't the first
Yeah.
system that did. Do you know which one had it before that?
Had
I'm sorry,
cards.
what is
instead of
Mr. Hankey's
discs.
Christmas poo? I need to know more about whatever.
You've never seen Mr. Hankey's Christmas poo?
Mr. Hanky.
Okay.
Hanky.
South
the
Park.
Christmas-
It was the Sega Master System.
Oh, the SMS had cards?
They had the cartridges and the cards.
Yeah, they did cards. Yeah.
What was the difference?
The
One was a
game
card
the
and one was a
same.
cartridge.
Yeah, game was the same. I don't know why
Oh,
they
so
did
you,
it
you
both
could
ways.
buy.
It's on South Park.
Yep. So I
Yeah.
had the Sega Master System 2 that only took the cartridges, but the one, which really looks cool, it's got like that triangular
Mhm.
design to it, but it's got both cartridge and the card.
I was old enough for Intellivision. Anybody old enough for
I
that?
was
Ed?
never a fan of.
Yeah, I didn't like that one.
Park.
That didn't have
Oh,
as many
nice.
good games either.
You didn't like Intellivision? Is that what you
I
said?
didn't. It like I don't know. It was too confusing. I mean, it had better graphics than that Atari, but I don't know.
I played
I mean,
it.
it's real close, but yeah.
They had ColecoVision too.
I didn't have. I had
You
an
could
Atari
get Donkey Kong
2600
on there.
probably the second year it came out. Before that, nah. And I never played it.
Yeah,
I
my
was
friend.
always outside.
And pole position, there was pole position on Coleco, and you had the little pedal. So
I had a Commodore 64 and played Double Dragon,
yeah,
Batman the movie,
Nice.
Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Load Runner.
Load Runner, Broderbund.
Yeah. I think I had Paperboy on it too. That thing was a trip. I'd put a floppy disk in it. It was like the 5.5 inch like floppy. Stick it in there and then go eat dinner and come back and it would be loaded.
Jesus, so bad.
It was so slow.
I spy myself. I am on here 2 times.
What?
Behind Brick.
Oh.
Whoa.
Oh yeah, screensaver.
What are you doing there?
Kayla has broken the 4th dimension.
I have. 4th wall has been broken.
Yes.
Do I have to South Park?
Oh, there's a.
Oh, there you go.
Look at that.
I've
Oh,
got
is that-
all the mini systems.
Oh, that's the function system. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Wait, what's that thing inside? Is that for a wireless controller?
Yes.
Okay. So what's on that thing? What games are on that thing?
It
couple hundred?
originally 20 games, but I have I wound up hacking all my mini systems, so I own everything Nintendo ever made.
Got it. Yeah, I used to have all of those emulators on my old Mac, and man,
I
that was
closed it.
a
Damn
good
it, I
time.
did it again, Brick. I'm so sorry.
Did all just like disappear forever?
Yeah.
He's been gone.
He's been gone for a
long time.
while.
He's been gone a long time. What happened to Thanos? I saw him in the chat.
You know what they need to make? They need to make
internet dropped. He
Oh.
came. He can't get back on because Oz is the only one that can let people on. Because
they need to make
Adam
Farming
wants here. I'll play the
Oregon
host.
Trail.
Wants someone to make Oregon Trail video game action figures.
Wow.
Carmen
You died of
San
dysentery.
Diego.
I feel like they had to
How
have
would you
done
make a
one.
figure that died of dysentery? Would we just like have all these figures that
Wasn't
have like a
there-
secondary head where they're just like?
Wasn't there like a master list that came out for Mattel or Hasbro? I think it was Mattel, and it had Wishbone on it. This was like maybe at the beginning of the year or something like that.
Like they're gonna make
It was a
Wishbone toys.
long, like it was like a list of like licenses that they acquired or
Oh,
something
that
like
they own.
that.
They
Mhm.
probably have it, but you'll never see it, I'm sure.
Wishbone. Are we
I
referring to
want
what on the
Wishbone.
wishbone?
The dog. The
dog
dog.
Wishbone. For the
Okay.
children's
The
series.
show. The best
Okay.
show ever.
Did you just say you wanted a
Period.
Carmen San Diego?
Yes, I did.
They should make a Zork action figure.
They've made Carmen San Diego figures.
Oh, they have?
Yeah.
Yep.
Have they? Carmen San Diego?
Yeah,
From
back when-
based on what?
Back
The
when she was really
cartoon?
popular, the cartoon, yeah.
Yeah, I feel
that
there. I've
cartoon.
seen
Yeah.
some somewhere. Yeah,
Hmm.
big hat.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was the 90s, somewhere in the
Yeah,
90s.
it was definitely in the 90s, yeah. Late 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Late 90s, early
They tried to
2000s,
make
but-
everything into a toy in the 90s. I mean, there was some. I thought the
You
80s
grab a
was bad,
charger.
but I think
As
the
they
90s was
should.
worse.
As they
So-
should.
Holy shit. Who's this guy?
What's up, guys?
There he's back.
Ah, he's back.
Sorry. I had a
Bring
ball
Thanos
pop up.
back.
We were about to
Wow.
start taking
Here.
bets on whether or not you had died.
Where did Thanos
Oh
go?
no, don't say that.
We thought he passed out.
I
Now
thought you were
I
in
need to
the-
go back in the middle.
I thought you were in the.
I think
solid waste
Rednon
chat.
likes being in the middle.
Who invited Jesus to the party?
I know, Jesus.
Even if you didn't invite him, you
Okay,
probably
for
need him anyway.
I definitely need him for sure. So Kayla needs him more than I do.
You guys are showing off all your Christmas stuff, but I got my menorah.
Nice.
Oh, like it. Oh, I love that. I love that it's electronic and does all that.
There's a
Wednesday.
where I walk one of my clients' dogs. There's someone who has a big menorah out that'll light up like that, and when it's actually Hanukkah, they'll like light up each one. But when it's not, it'll like light up and do all things.
I just got a
That's
total
pretty cool.
techno beat in my head when those lights were going on. Like I could see that giant light show. Yeah.
I used this last year. I did like Orko. He got a present each with like the world's smallest figs.
Okay.
So like for each night, I did like a shot of it.
Nice.
Very nice.
Nice.
What am I doing?
So there was some excitement while I was gone?
No.
Not really.
Okay.
Exciting.
There was some
Technically,
kind
sort of.
A little bit.
Somebody handled it. It
Little
wasn't
bit.
me that did it. I don't know who handled it, but I can assume that it's the only other person that's a moderator on Brick's channel.
We were
Well, it
like,
has- I don't know
Was it
where-
good? Was
I
there
don't know where
spiciness?
I don't know where it originated from.
I love that.
That was terrifying.
Sorry, I don't know what Aaron's talking about. What happened, Aaron? What did we miss?
Somebody
I
offered
don't
each
either.
other peanuts in the chat.
What?
Thanos just said
Hey,
it.
you know, I mean, I could bring it up on screen right now.
We were
That's
trying
why
to
we
beat
have
around the
Thanos
bush.
here. Well, you know what? When there's penis talk that gets handled, Thanos
Give me a
ain't beating
time.
around any bush.
What time was that?
Oh, I can.
I don't know. It was a while
No, you don't
back.
gotta bring it up.
50 a.m. is what it shows on my. Yeah, what not? Let's just bring it up here because penis isn't a bad word.
Oh wait, but
right?
it's
Penis.
Jason.
You do
guys
know
wanna
It's
see
Jason?
my
like
penis?
it's got to be like necrotic and.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
want
that fucker fell
Well,
off a
Jason
long time
died
ago.
when he was 13. He drowned in Crystal
Oh,
Lake,
right.
and then he sat on the bottom of the lake for a while, and then came back bloated and grown up. But like, still, he's technically
I'm
13.
missing something.
So we
here.
don't need to see that at all because that 100% is just no.
Plus, it's
It's
really
a total
cold in
I
the
mean, it
lake.
would
Is this
certainly get
from
the
a
stream
movie or
cold.
something?
Plus, I went to the woods
Friday the
today.
13th,
I
Kayla.
drank
Oh.
and had
Technically,
premarital
the
sex.
fish would
so
eat
no
anything that's
Jason.
dangling, kids.
Whoa! Hold on. Stop talking, Aaron. What was that? What did we miss,
Rick heard
Allison?
something that caught his
Just
mind.
kidding.
I just said I went to the woods today. I drank. I had premarital sex, and yeah, so no
Got it.
Jason. I just
That's what I
like
thought.
I'm not gonna like deal
There
with
were some drugs involved, but nothing
That's
too
some
hard because we're
serious
I
teenagers
can
and
shit
can't
neither
right
afford
there.
confirm or
that.
deny that part.
Drinking and getting laid in the woods,
Unless
that's
you're
some
from
seriously
around
hippie
here.
We had
Real
some
quick,
grass,
Ed. Sorry, Ed
but it
and
wasn't even
Allison.
good grass.
Is that the origin of the horror movie rules? Is it like anti-hippie, like getting over the cultural, like
Well, Exorcist is like very
revolution kind of thing?
anti-sex.
What's that?
Well, all
The
horror.
slasher,
No,
the
what,
slasher film is pretty much a reaction to the women's movement. The first notable
That's what I
slasher
thought.
movie
That's what I thought.
of
Okay.
the modern
Mm.
cycle would be Black Christmas from 1974, starring Olivia Hussey, Margot Kidder, and what's her face? She was on SCTV. She's Andrea Martin. She's way more, and John Saxon. And all the girls in that movie had their names had been shortened to be boyish. So like instead of Philomena, it was Phil.
Phil?
Jessica was Jess, and like the main focus was Jess wanted to have an abortion. Her boyfriend didn't want her to, and then it doesn't matter because they all die horribly because there's some guy living in the attic who keeps calling from within the house. And then the next notable slasher movie was Halloween, which whether or not John Carpenter intentionally made it so,
I finally saw
the
that
equation
movie.
is have sex then die. And then that was carried over into the Friday
Yes.
the 13th movie where it's directly embedded in Mrs. Voorhees' revenge and then ultimately Jason's because the young people were having sex while Jason drowned. So that's the whole reason Mrs. Voorhees killed everyone. Teenagers were getting down in the woods and her son drowned.
But yes, Rick, part of it was to like put a thing on the teenage, if you do the bad things, you're going to get taken by Krampus. But
Or it's just
Well,
like
yeah, and the reason I
nowadays,
asked that is
not
'cause
even
you-
this. No, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say that's when you made the hippie reference. I wasn't sure if that was an actual like attempt to kind of shift things, because that's like we're talking late 70s, 80s, right? And so there was this kind of this cultural shift, pushback,
Read
I guess.
Women in Chainsaws, I believe is the name of
Women
it.
in Chainsaws. Okay.
Yeah, it's by it's where the final girl came from. She's I think the first one who coined it. And it sort of explains, some of it was the hippies and the free love thing, because everything in the 80s, Reaganomics, our hyper culturalism was a reaction to like all that free love bullshit. But, women, I have it, I don't have it because it's in storage. Carol J. Clover, Men, Women, and Chainsaws. Published in 1992, so it was a lot closer to.
My comment was meant that getting in contact with Mother Nature is really deep in the hippie stuff.
Sure.
You're either a witch or a hippie, and when you get earthing and then actually having sex while you're earthing, I mean, like, you're like one with Mother Nature.
Earthing?
Satanic Panic.
All right.
Yes, earthing.
What's earthing?
I want to jump.
Earthing is like what the Indians used to
from
do,
one
where they walk
highly
around barefoot
articulated comment
and
went
connect with Mother Nature.
Oh, that's right.
It's
that's
actually
right.
very good for your whole body to be in contact
Yeah, I've
with
heard.
Mother Nature. So
I was like, it sounds familiar. I just heard about that recently. Maybe it was on here or something. I don't know where I heard it, but
they actually sell like earthing mats and now and stuff that you can actually like plug into the.
I'm starting to
surrounding of
fade,
your-
so I'm going to head out. I made it till 1
Fine.
o'clock.
It's not your bedtime
Good
yet. You
job.
got another extra hour tonight, pal. You're
Yeah.
so
It's
Yeah.
technically
Oh, that's
midnight.
right.
Technically,
That's why you
you've
got me
made it
till 1.
till
Technically.
2 o'clock tonight.
It's okay. I
No,
got
it's 1
extra
o'clock my
time
time,
with
so-
this week, so we did a pre-record this week, so I have to
It's
chill with
1 o'clock my time as well right now because my clock has already
Bring
fallen back an hour.
Falling back.
forward.
it's 1 o'clock my time.
back.
That's
All right, well, you all have fun. I will
Yep.
check
Later.
you tomorrow.
Aaron, have a good night,
Bye.
brother.
Have a good
See
evening.
you, Aaron.
Take care, Aaron. Thanks for chilling.
Well, there's
All right,
also
so
just like have
Adam-
have sex once and get pregnant trope, and that's just unfortunate media brainwashing.
What?
It's
Are you reading something?
unlikely.
No.
It's highly unlikely, but it is also possible. It's just extremely unlikely. Improbable is the better term. It is not impossible, but it is improbable. The odds are highly against it. So, Adam, highly articulate, was saying, I think the tropes go much further back. Puritans existed. Happy Thanksgiving. So I wanted to bring that up real quick because he's definitely right. Those beliefs go way, way back.
Oh no, the beliefs are not. I meant
We've
more
lost
so in
Alice.
the horror,
Horror.
coding and
Yeah.
all of that.
So Adam had said this earlier, saying, mentioning, can't wait for someone to make Oregon Trail video game action figures. I don't know if anybody's seen this, but they've made an Oregon Trail board game.
Yep. Saw it at Target.
Yeah. And I got to say, that game kind of sucks to play. I have played it. It's got some really stupid, complicated rules. There we go. We got Allison back.
Yeah, I mean, to speak to that, Adam,
BD.
horror has existed in literature for hundreds of years with the slasher tropes that Friday the 13th is
Are you just
specific.
mansplaining stuff
Are
to us
back.
now, Adam?
And like those are far more recent. Older horror is a little different. So all of the slasher tropes, which is what the Friday the 13th stuff comes from, has its earliest basis in Peeping Tom, which was early 60s. It was Peeping Tom, Psycho, then Black Christmas. And then in the 70s, it became exploitation. So bigger horror, yeah. But the slasher stuff is specifically, and it really took off during the Reagan era when we had a return to puritanicalism after we got a lot of progress at the end of the 60s and the beginning of the 70s. And it coincided with a lot of the like actual manifestation of what the early work of the feminist and gay liberation movements did. Anyway, sorry, I didn't do women's studies. I did film studies that focused on women's stuff. So that's completely different. But yes, horror in general, yes, but the subset from the slasher stuff is different. And more in reaction to what was happening in society, because slasher films did not exist prior to the late 70s, and the prototype of them were those first two, Hitchcock and whoever did Peeping Tom. It's a boring film. I don't recommend it. Start with Black Christmas. The eyeball will get you every time. And it's Canadian, Adam, so if you watch it, it's spiritually of your people.
Hey.
That and Happy Birthday,
Canada,
Air Train, and Prom Night, all four are solid, and My Bloody Valentine are all solid Canadian-based slasher films. So that's your homework, Adam. Find it. Don't watch them around the kids because your kids aren't old enough. But yeah.
Red Nom, hold up that beautiful green and gray piece of art you are working on. That thing has really come together tonight.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good once I get the
nice
the little details on the. Now I can't even see the damn screen. Hold on. There we go. Here we go. Yeah, get the console going.
Wow.
It's cool.
Oh man, that looks phenomenal.
I'm gonna put like maybe another strip, and then have some bottle caps on the bottom painted silver for like hover pads.
Oh, good
I was gonna say you should put like some kind of circle like hover pad things at the bottom. So yeah. Okay. I see it coming together now. I'm digging it.
Nifty.
Pretty cool.
Really cool.
Nifty. Oh,
This is what I like. No matter what we've got going on in a conversation, somebody's always working on a little something to bring up later in the stream. That's the best.
Yeah, I mean, I've been filming footage for this week, and so
more content to add to that playlist we're all going to have on repeat all week long until you hit your hours.
Thanks, man.
Let's not lose the focus tonight.
So do you get logged out though? I noticed like on the computer it'll go because I've been trying to do those hours. The computer will just keep going, but the TV will.
The TV logs out because that's just part of the TV program.
Oh no, but the Apple TV I figured would keep playing while the TV screen it turns off.
Maybe Apple, but my Roku does the same thing when I watch YouTube on TV.
It depends. I think YouTube it would just keep playing.
Nope.
YouTube always asks me on my computer, "Are you still there?" After a while.
No, on Apple TV. I mean.
Oh, Apple.
On my computer,
it might be something I have set up.
Yeah, maybe one of your settings. I know on my computer, it'll keep playing in the background, but unless it's set on like a distinct playlist, it's gonna jump around.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like I'll have a window up. You know, sometimes I have the stream up across multiple channels trying to help get watch hours across to you guys. So like I'll wake up in the morning, I'll come over and to go close everything down, and I'm just like, wait a minute. So this tab's on this video, because it's going in completely different directions after the stream ends, and I've just ignored it. And so like I wake up, one of them's like doing some horror narration thing, another one's on like some random toy video from somebody who I've never even heard of before. And you know, then other ones, like I'm still picking up stuff in the algorithm from when Connor used to take my phone and watch like little kid toy tube videos, which is really, really interesting. Well, not really, but it's like, why did they add all of these together? It's so weird.
Well, I will say on my TV, there's times when I can put on YouTube before I like go to sleep, or if I'll pass out at nighttime. And it'll just play like you said, right? It'll just randomly go through different things. And then there's other times I'm watching it, and after an hour, it's like it'll ask me if I want to keep watching, or if it'll just shut down. I'm like, what the?
So when watching on my TVs, I don't use my Google account because I don't want it to pre-program my YouTube that I do on the computer, because we'll pick up like news clips and stuff on the TV through YouTube. And I just want my feed to be toys and arts and crafts stuff. So,
right, you want to keep it a little bit more focused.
Yeah.
I hate when I'm still signed in to, like, since I'm always dog sitting, into one of my clients' accounts, and then they accidentally use it. And then it just like fucks up my whole algorithm.
Yeah.
Oh my
Also,
gosh.
they got to be
And
getting
then-
videos. It's like sex, pickles, and toys, and they're like, "What the fuck?"
No, not from YouTube. But it's funny because I'm like, well, they'll probably see my stuff.
No, sorry.
I love it.
But like, I don't know, for some reason on Paramount, I must have been signed in somewhere, but then I signed out and made a whole new password, and still someone watched like The Good Wife or something. I'm like, who the fuck is using this shit? It's
People watch The Good Wife. I thought that was like that Numbers show that was on for years and nobody actually watched. But
I watched Numbers.
I watched Numbers. That was
I
really
loved that show.
really good.
I spent years
Yeah.
not knowing anyone who watched that, and I would be like, "Does anyone watch Numbers?"
glad I
And
wasn't the
people
only
would be
one.
like, "Not me."
Me and my parents loved it.
I don't even know what the frick Numbers is.
Oh man, no, I love Numbers.
It was with the kid from the Santa Claus. Oh god, I'm
Santa
blanking on
Claus?
his name.
He's all grown
The
up,
Santa
though.
Claus. Yeah, he's all grown up.
Was
though.
it like a detective
And
show?
with
He used to figure things out.
yeah, pretty much. with
Yeah, he was a
Numbers.
mathematician that
It's
was
with,
able to like. He had a
Rob Morrow. David Krumholtz. He was actually just in Oppenheimer too, except for like you can't even recognize him.
I watched a
He
show
was-
like that,
Bernard.
but it was-
Bernard in the Santa Claus.
but it was a chess
That's it.
master. I can't remember the name of it. The guy would like the police would come to him, but he was a chess guy, and he could figure out what everyone was doing from his chess brain or something.
Yeah, I know what show you're talking about right now.
Not
but
the
that was like-
Mentalist, right?
No.
No,
No, that was
Mentalist
called-
was more of.
Mental.
No, go ahead.
The
Ed.
show Radnob's talking about was something like Dragon, or it was some weird name that didn't have anything to do with like what you think it had.
Oh, anyone ever watched the Dresden Files?
No.
Yes,
Dresden
and I've
Files?
read
Pretty
the books.
good. I like the books. Probably
Man.
I didn't read the books, otherwise I might not like the show. But
Oh man,
I like the show.
and no, the show was really really good. It was
Okay.
not the same as the books, but I in particular have a way of being able to separate different forms of media so that they don't fully impact the other, which
Yeah.
I know a lot of people have issues with.
It's hard sometimes.
Well, like earlier, we were talking about The Walking Dead, and it's one of those things that I like where the TV show that everybody fell in love with is not at all like the comic book that was originally written. You know,
And
they are two
all
completely
depends.
separate stories.
It depends on what
Yeah.
you were exposed to first. It really does.
Yeah.
But like you said, if you read it first and then you watched the show, like there was one show, Legend of the Seeker.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Did anyone
heard
read?
of it.
Did you read the books?
Yes.
You did.
I
It was
didn't find out about
absolutely-
the books until after.
It was absolutely butchering the books, but it butchered it so much because they just disregarded everything, that it was kind of like, all right, they're just disregarding everything. It doesn't even matter. They're just kind of making something loosely related to it. Whatever, at least you get to see
That's
something on screen.
honestly a great idea, Terrence.
But
Isn't it?
but then
We may
again-
have to set this up for a future stream.
So we got to do Hollywood Squares and then this.
And a D&D campaign
Yes.
Are
where
these
we issue
cable
bonus
shows
points
or
for LARPing. Yes,
these shows
a lot
you
of
guys are
these
talking
shows that
about?
we're
Like
talking
cable
about.
and network?
Yeah, cable.
Numbers was regular.
I think it was on
It was like
CBS.
NBC or
on
CBS, one of
It
those
was
two.
CBS.
I think
We
it was
got-
CBS
we
because it was
got-
on. Oh, sorry.
Channel 2, Channel 4, 5, 7, 9, 11, and sometimes 20. 7
It was-
channels.
It was back when CBS was for old people. But it's
It's
not
not
anymore
anymore?
because I don't
And,
watch
Sur-
it.
and Survivor.
We've become old
Survivor.
people, just saying.
Yeah, but it's not
Even though
for us
I'm
anymore
second
because I don't
youngest.
watch it anymore. Like I don't watch CBS. God. Like, ugh.
Was
I
it
couldn't even tell you the last time I watched syndicated TV.
Yeah, not
right now? I just watch YouTube all the time. I actually sat down for the first time this
Adam.
past week when I took it off. You know, and I wasn't doing YouTube, and I wasn't trying to I was trying to unplug from YouTube for about a week, and even I screwed that up because towards the end of the week I was like, "Hey, let me watch people's streams again." But you know,
Guess
it was
what,
one of
Oz? We'll
those
forgive
things
you
I
if you don't
watched.
watch.
Oh, I know you will, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to watch. I got to get your watch hours up. Somebody's got to do it. Play it all day
Yeah,
in the background on my phone.
Wednesday and Thursday away from YouTube.
Rick,
and
did you just post a
last
video?
night I watched the first Die Hard. I watched that with Luke last night.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So you started Christmas early?
Yes, I watched my first Christmas movie last night.
Nice. Okay.
Everybody forgets Lethal Weapon was a Christmas movie.
Okay, I have to go because my computer's about to die. Before we go, what is everyone's favorite holiday movie?
Oh,
Go.
God. I'm terrible at
Oz first. Go.
Prancer.
What is that? I don't know.
Prancer's a Christmas movie about a reindeer that comes to town and befriends a little girl.
When did that come out?
Sam Elliott
probably-
plays her dad too.
Yeah. Probably like 95.
It was
96.
no, it was like 84, 85.
Or maybe that was
Okay.
that the second one that came out then?
Maybe,
I don't
maybe
know.
there's
Or
a
maybe
second
they
one.
re-released it.
I just maybe. I remember watching it. It was like one of those first Christmas movies I ever remember watching, and I freaking loved it because of Prancer. I loved the deer. You know, again, me and critters, nature, and all like that. So yeah. Prancer.
Love. Rick.
Rick's breaking
At
stuff.
least what I will watch will be The Life and Adventures of Santa Claus, Rankin Bass. The same people that gave you
Frank
Frosty
Baum
the
book.
Snowman and stuff,
Excellent
but this
story.
one was like serious, pretty much, and like no music. And it
Have
was
you
a
ever read the
story
book,
about...
Rick?
No.
The book
No,
is
I have
amazing.
not.
The book is amazing.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize it was based on a book. It's just something I remember from my childhood.
The book is written by L. Frank Baum, who wrote Wizard of Oz.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Great book.
It's stuff like this basically. Like they have creatures, they've got ogres, there's dragons in it, but all Rankin Bass claymation stuff.
So the story is, it talks about how Santa Claus became Santa Claus, and there's an evil wizard who's trying to take over the magical world and destroy Christmas at the same time.
Put it on your list.
All right, yeah, I
crap
guess
out of my
so.
kids.
Yeah,
Ed?
it's definitely not the same as the rest of the Rankin and Bass movies. I would
Andrew's
say,
keeping up with the conversation for once. I wanted to point that out. Sorry, Ed.
Oh, good job, Andrew.
Good job.
I would say probably my favorite Christmas movie would probably be White Christmas.
Oh, that's a classic too. Very good one.
But I'm a huge Bing Crosby fan.
Yeah.
As something else I watch every year, I have to watch Home Alone because that movie just cracks me the fuck up.
Yes.
So good. So good.
First two, all the way.
Oh, for sure.
That's one that my kids loved. My wife showed it to them. I don't even think I've actually seen it.
I went to see Home Alone in the theaters with my first ex-wife, and I actually was laughing so damn loud in the theater. She was all embarrassed and got mad at me.
That's what you're supposed to do, though. You're supposed to laugh.
That's why she's an
Yeah,
ex-wife.
exactly.
Her name's Cindy, so
Exactly.
go figure, right?
Cindy and Carl, I hope they meet up and
Cindy
are
and
miserable
Carl.
together.
Cindy's are just as bad as
Together
Karen's.
forever. All right, figuratively. What about you?
I know me because my mom constantly had me watch it with her every year. The Miracle on 34th Street, the original.
Nice.
That movie is the one that gave me my entire customer service mentality.
Really?
Yeah. Man, you know, in that movie, when he sends them to another store to go buy the toy because they didn't have it,
Yep.
I used to do that all the time at my GameStop. I would literally, we had a Micro Center, which is a computer parts store that did have some software that they would sell, and they were across the street. And those guys would shop with me mostly for the video games and everything. But on occasion, they would get in some stock release stuff, especially for like computer games. And we'd have people come in all the time, like especially when PlayStation 4s and Xbox Ones were like the big thing. I was sending people across the street because they had them and we didn't. We sold out really quick. So I was sending them across the street to Micro Center. But you know what, though? Every single one of those customers came back to me for their games.
There you go.
Hands down. Taking care of the customer no matter what. They come
Customers
back.
remember that shit. I used to do that when I worked for Walmart all the time. Send them to different places. They'd always come back. Oh, I found it. Thanks for helping me. And then they'd be buying shit at my store.
Right? Exactly. It's just how it works. So Arvin Balms has another one of my favorites. You got to come see my new movie.
Jingle all the way.
Put that cookie down.
You got to.
I still haven't seen it.
Oh my god.
Those are my cookies.
I just know
You
Jay.
didn't watch
making
the
all
watch.
quotes.
Yeah. You didn't watch the watch along last year.
Nope. It got too complicated. They couldn't figure out how to do it, and then I was like, eh.
No, we did it.
It's
Not at first. Remember at first he was gonna.
But then
yeah.
we just zoomed.
Yeah, it was.
It was fine.
Jamie,
It was fun.
hang
I made a whole
on.
drinking game. Random. Your turn.
I'm bad at favorites, but let's see.
Pick a couple.
Well, Home Alone would have been there, but someone else already said it. National Lampoon's
Didn't
Christmas
say it.
Vacation.
Oh,
Classic.
good one.
Another good one.
That's my fave.
Yeah.
And you can definitely have the same fave as somebody else. That
Yeah,
doesn't, you know.
exactly. It's the gift that keeps on giving all year round.
So Adam's mentioning every Christmas Eve he watches It's a Wonderful Life.
Yeah, that's another
And
good one.
That is a tradition that I do. As I
Okay,
wrap
fun.
gifts, I watch It's a Wonderful
Aw.
Life. It literally plays every
Yeah.
year as I wrap gifts.
I watch A
watched it
Christmas
for the-
Story as I'm wrapping gifts.
I watched that the first time like 2 years ago, and I was like, it's okay.
It's a good movie.
The movie A Christmas
I
Story is
have
based on a
some
book.
problems with it. Oh, I
called-
couldn't get through Christmas Story.
Oh,
I was
that's
like,
a-
fuck this.
That movie is so good, but that's you know,
Stupid.
you're too young to appreciate it.
Oh, I grew up watching Maltese Falcon. I grew up watching so much older movies. But like A Christmas Story, it just the dad is just stupid and doesn't give a shit about his family.
That's how the dads
Like-
were back then. You mean?
You're
Like I
not
said,
wrong.
you're
watch
too young to
the-
appreciate it.
Did you watch
You're
the
not
sequel,
wrong.
Ed?
Yeah, I watched the sequel.
Did you like it?
It was all right. I mean, it wasn't great, but it was all right. It didn't have
It
the
wasn't
classic
the same
feel like the first one.
masterpiece.
Yeah.
Adam just asked
Right.
you if you hate Christmas, Brick. Why? What did
Me?
he say?
Because he hadn't watched Jingle All the Way.
Because he hasn't watched the Christmas movies.
There's a period of
Or
in
Home
those
Alone.
years. I was like, eh.
But that
Yeah.
was based on a book too called "In God We Trust." All others pay cash.
Yeah, it was from
Christmas
what's his name, Jan something or other. All of
Yep.
his old.
Gene Shepard.
He used to write
Gremlins. Does Gremlins take
like
place?
essays and stuff back then.
Holidays?
You could read those on the
Yep.
in newspapers.
Yeah, he did a radio show for a while too. with those.
Exactly, Jared.
Yeah, Gremlins is kind of a Christmas movie.
Oh, definitely. Yeah,
It's
it happens.
it's definitely a Christmas movie.
It's a Christmas present. That's what Gizmo is, right? It's supposed to be a
Yeah,
Christmas.
I liked Gremlins, and the other more recent one that I really like is Elf. Love Elf.
Elf with
I've never seen
Will
Elf.
Ferrell.
Yeah, Will
You should
Ferrell.
watch it.
I love that movie.
It's
Yeah.
a good one.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
Well, guys and girls, I'm going to go to sleep. I have work at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Wait, there's two more people.
All right.
Wait for
All right,
Thanos
hurry.
and Allison.
Okay.
Thanos, go.
I'm gonna pick Violent Night. Super recent,
Oh.
but I loved it. It was so
So
Great
good.
good.
That was
I
a great
loved
movie.
it. Hopper
My-
killed
That
it.
was it.
My friend has been wanting to make that movie for years and talking about the plot, and then someone made it.
Oh,
And he's
really?
like, son of a bitch. But yeah, that's what
Should have
happens.
got on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Right,
You snooze, you
Allison?
lose.
Black Christmas, Gremlins, and The Long Kiss Goodnight.
Oh, Long Kiss Goodnight. That's another good one.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Well, speaking of good night.
Yeah.
Good night.
Same.
Everyone take care.
Have a great night.
Hi,
My
Kayla.
computer is gonna die. Thanks for sharing your movies.
Good night,
See you
Kayla.
guys.
See you,
Good
Kayla.
night.
Yeah, that
And then
Violent
there
Night
were-
Thanos was awesome. Like the
I need to
whole
watch
thing
that.
of
I need
having
to watch
the
that.
Norse mythology backing up behind.
It was so much better than I expected. Like
Oh,
I
yeah,
was
me
actually
too.
like really surprised. Like it was an instant classic. Like I watched it a couple times last year.
Yeah.
Honorable mention: The Hebrew Hammer.
Never saw
Anybody
that
watch
one.
that?
What was that?
It's just like saves Hanukkah, and it's like those old blaxploitation, but with a Jewish guy. It's super funny. It was it's like an old Comedy Central movie. But I watch that usually once a year.
Right. Derek, let me know if you want to jump on, brother. I mean, talking about all these wonderful people live. Come on, man.
Yep, jump on, Derek.
Say, look, Nolan knows what you're talking about, Thanos. I
That's a
feel
good
like sometimes because you and Nolan are like so on point with one another, I'm starting to think that you are the American version of Nolan, or
I can see
Nolan is just the Canadian version of you, and that's how it is.
Yeah, we got a lot of the same brain waves going for sure.
You guys definitely do. And he also pulled out this
Adam
other
Sandler.
amazing Hanukkah movie,
Yeah.
8 Crazy Nights, which if you have not seen this animated classic from Adam Sandler, you need to watch it.
Yeah, it's a good one.
It has nothing to do with the Christmas thing, but after this movie came out, I was going around just singing, "That's a technical foul," for like ages because of that movie. There you go. Getting big kudos from Derek saying thank you for reacting parts of his memory with the long kiss goodnight, Allison.
You're welcome.
What's that other? What's that one Ben Affleck movie where it's about Christmas, where he gets out of prison and then he gets forced to go rob the casino?
Oh,
You remember that one? Reindeer Games. That was a good one too.
Yes. Yes. That's what I was thinking. I was like, it's
Surviving Christmas with Ben Affleck is pretty funny too, where he goes back to his old childhood house, but it's really not his childhood house, and like pays the family to adopt him for Christmas.
right. That's a good one. 4 Christmases.
Oh,
That's
4
another fun
Christmases,
one
yeah,
that a
that's
lot
a
of people
great
don't talk about as much.
I
If
think
you're a
Adam's right. I guess I do hate Christmas because I don't know a lot of these movies.
It's okay. I used to every year when I worked at Blockbuster, I would be the person who opened and closed on Christmas because it was limited hours. And
Uh-huh.
we'd always get like a new employee who like, oh, it'll be great to work and get the overtime because it was like time and a half.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
every year I would get the new person. I would do the Phoebe Cates monologue from Gremlins. And everyone else would back up enough so they couldn't see it when they wouldn't laugh like out loud, but they would be back there like holding it in and like trying not to lose their shit. And one year I had a girl bawling. She was crying so hard at the end of it. Oh my God, that's terrible. And I'm like, I know. So anyway, that's why, because she was like, and it was always the new person who like 3 hours into it was like, it really sucks having to work on Christmas. How do you do it? And I would tell that story. And then we would later put the movie in, and then of course the monologue would come up, and they get really mad. Like, oh my God, I can't believe you lied about that. It's like, well, why would you ask me a stupid question? Like, how could you enjoy? It's like, it's the money. Of course, it's the money. It's nice to be liked, but it's better by far to get paid. So anyway,
Right?
it was just great. And just when she was really mad whenever she didn't make it to the movie because when she started crying, I busted out laughing and gave it away. Like I had never made someone cry with that story before. So yeah.
Derek's also mentioning to you here, he was writing everything for the Gremlins episode tonight.
Nice.
That's fucking awesome.
Feel free to reference my story or whatever.
Agreed, right?
I can find a Gremlins coloring book.
Gremlins made a huge cultural impact. There is definitely Gremlins
there
coloring
are,
book.
I think.
I actually, I wasn't planning on doing it, but I know that Skelly put me on the idea of collecting the NECA Gremlins figures, especially like the Mogwais, like, you know, the pre-Gremlin forms. Like, I would just want to have a collection of those sitting.
I had one. I loved it. I never opened it. I just returned it. I think it's great. It just didn't quite fit,
right?
So I kind of moved on. But
I just want to have a collection of them to stand in place for, you know, that 6-inch scale Ewok village we're gonna get confirmed for 2033, I guess now.
One of these days.
With the giant. What was that giant? Oh my god! I feel the big giant thing that they fought in the specials we were talking about earlier.
Right. Oh man, what was the name of that beast?
I want that. I'll take that.
I've been waiting for them to release a toy of that for ages too. Like, I wanted one as a kid so bad to go with the Rancor.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to have them two like duke it out like they were the chess monsters from the first movie.
The Jark.
I was tempted to buy the cartoon Ewoks the other day. I was in a store and they had them.
They're great.
Oh, nice.
But
that is
I ended up just leaving them back on the shelf.
If they weren't vintage, if they were Black Series, I'd be all over them.
Yeah, I think I would have too. Just the size is like, yeah.
Yep. But that's so cool to kind of see the realistic sculpts
Gorax.
on those pink. Yeah, Gorax, yes.
There we go. I got it. Gorax. I had to look it up, but yeah, I remember. Oh man, like I just wanted one of those kind of like, again, like my present day collecting and love for critters is all based off of like my love for seeing these crazy movie monsters and critters as a kid.
Absolutely.
So, speaking about holiday movies, right? What's that one with Danny DeVito and Matthew Broderick? They're like opposing families trying to outdo each other for Christmas. Well, not families, but the dads.
Danny DeVito puts up all the lights, and Matthew Broderick is like the town mayor or something like that. Yeah, what the hell is that called?
Yeah,
I got.
Well, like he's always known for his Christmas thing, and you know, like Danny DeVito's the new guy in town that's his thing. So like they just keep trying to one up one another.
I love that movie. What the hell is that called, though?
Oh my god, it's a great.
I'm googling it right now. Hold on.
Thank you.
Deck the Halls.
That's it. Thank you.
Deck the Halls.
Oh man,
I'm gonna go back to this and like get all those movies and set them up for a movie marathon for my residents.
There you go.
Oh, that'd be cool.
We have a channel in the nursing home that I have a laptop hooked onto, and I just load it like full of movies and take requests from them or put something on that's on theme. And so
I'm actually gonna check right now.
Most of those movies should be coming out on Netflix and Tubi real soon, if they're not already.
Well, yeah. I'm just actually checking my Christmas movies that I have on my computer. Of course, this month is going to be dedicated to James Bond because the channels always used to run the marathon through like Thanksgiving weekend for Bond films. So I'm going to be doing
Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
That's a great one.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
The only Thanksgiving special other than Charlie Brown.
Right? Well, like the thing with the James Bond thing, it's not like they're Thanksgiving movies, but I forget what channel started it, but they started doing a marathon of all the Bond films, like late 90s, early 2000s. Then Spike
That had
TV
to be
started
TBS
doing
or
it.
USA, one of those two.
Right? And well, I know Spike TV was doing it for a couple of years.
Oh yeah, Spike too.
Back when that was a channel. but it just became this tradition that I'd start watching them through that weekend because they were on whatever channel it was. And then here we go. The new one, Deck the Balls. With the tagline, those aren't pillows. I love that. And Highly and Dread showed up tonight. He's saying, for all those pop culture collectors out there, Mattel has a made-to-order Ryan Gosling likeness Ken doll up for sale until November 14th on Mattel Creations, if that's anyone's thing. Dude, Highly and Dread, way to come through with like the breaking news info. I don't think anybody's talking about that. So we appreciate you guys. If you want a Ryan Gosling likeness for any of your stuff, doesn't even have to just be, whatever. This is how you get it. There you go. Ooh, latecomer to the stream here. We've got Ken.
Hey, Ken.
Hey, I said I'd make it. So
You did.
What's going on, buddy?
I just gotta be quiet for now, but I will speak up a bit later.
There you go. So Ken, I was just talking about how this is like the official month for me to start watching my Bond marathon.
Oh, why is that? Is it a November tradition of some sort?
Yeah. I was just explaining about it. There was this cable station or whatever that always used to run a Bond marathon through Thanksgiving weekend. And so because of that, I started watching it. And when Connor was an infant, we had Hulu. And it was Thanksgiving weekend. Now, mind you, I pretty much always have to work through Thanksgiving weekend at the time because I was at GameStop.
Oh, yeah.
But this was the year that I was let go. So Thanksgiving that year, I didn't have to work through the weekend. I'd already started working at PayPal, right? But PayPal's work weeks were Sunday to Thursday or Tuesday to Saturday. They always gave you one weekend day off coupled with a weekday. Mine was Sunday through Thursday. Well, we were off Thursday for Thanksgiving. I was already off Friday and Saturday. And then I took that Sunday off too. And so I was like, you know what? Hulu's got the Bond films up. Connor's like an infant, so he's sleeping through most of this. I'm just actually going to start watching this. And Connor was waking up. He was, no, he wasn't still an infant because he was at the point where he could kind of verbalize. But I remember like I started putting on the movies and Connor was like glued to the screen. And we're talking Sean Connery Bond. We're not talking like 90s Pierce Brosnan. Mine has always been Connery, the original.
Yeah, I grew up with Pierce Brosnan myself, but whatever.
Right, yeah. He was the one, they were the modern films of my youth, but I liked the classics more. And so anyway, like I remember asking Connor, like, we watched a bunch of the Bond movies, like, that Friday. And then when Connor woke up the next morning, I was like, what do you want to do today, buddy? I was like carrying him around and talking with him. And he was like, bomb. I was like, wait a minute. What did you just say? I'm not taking you on an airplane and asking you what you want to watch, but so like I've continued that tradition. This month I have to go through from Dr. No all the way through. I mean, everything. I'll even watch, all the Daniel Craig ones too, because they're fun movies. I like them.
What about the Roger Moore ones?
Yeah, Roger Moore's fine. Believe me, I certainly don't mind Roger Moore. I mean, my favorite's always Connery, but
yeah, I grew up with Roger Moore and and Sean Connery, one Lazenby, but like the whole Lotus thing turning into a submarine. Come on now. Or Moonraker, like those were
they were pretty crazy, right?
I was hanging out with Luke like last weekend, and I said something about a Moonraker, and he's like, "That's an awesome name for a movie." I was like, "Sorry, but done, kid."
Like, first, I want you to go read this book, then
Yeah, no, the whole James Bond thing, I think, was directly responsible for a lot of the ways that I would play with my action figures as a kid. My G.I. Joes would do like, you know, I remember like doing the whole like flying through the air thing without a parachute and just kind of playing with my figures that way, or everything from like, you know, hopping over cars or whatever.
I remember when I got my first snow job and he had skis, dude. That
Right.
was like, you know, that
Yeah.
was exactly what he did.
Yeah, no, it was great. That was all like blue. I feel like that was so much of a blueprint of like 80s cartoons too. The whole like villain and overly complex plans, just, you know, cartoonified.
Those plans weren't overly complex.
No, right?
Thanks for getting the sarcasm, Brick. I appreciate that.
I got it. Without the meter too. Without the meter.
We didn't need a meter this time.
No.
So I heard James's brother name is Bale. Is that true?
James? Oh, James Bond?
Yeah. Bale Bond.
Bale Bond.
I was gonna say, did the sarcasm meter just like fly out
See,
the
like
window?
I was stuck on sarcasm, which is like up here, and then puns are like.
Yeah, that one went a little over my head, if I'm being perfectly honest.
I got it, Bobby. I got it.
But a lot of things go over my head these days.
Not Lawrence.
Nothing goes over my head. I'm too fast. I will catch you.
Lawrence just goes under your knees.
That's right. Slides down, runs between your legs.
Derek's right about the Bond girl names. I mean, yeah, there was all sorts of silliness in Bond.
Yeah. Oh God. I mean, come on now. They had a whole movie named Octopussy. Come on.
Yeah.
Like, and that was her name.
No, Octopussy did like F that movie, like, because
excuse me,
Shirley Bassey, who delivered with Goldfinger.
Goldfinger.
And you do not pay Miss Dame Shirley Bassey to do Octopussy as a song. Like, could you just imagine with the same like Goldfinger but Octopussy? Like, it should have happened. And instead we get some nonsense. Right? Who was it that did that song? Like, I'm gonna look it up because whoever that artist is,
I don't even remember
I hope they
what
die.
the song was. Oh wait, I kind of do. It was like Shadows of a Woman. I'm trying to remember the song.
Well, a lot of them through that age, like through the more
All Time
Roger
High
Moore.
by Rita Coolidge.
There we go.
As if.
Again, they did a lot of
He's
those
the man.
silhouettes. They really became the, you know, how it was done. Remember in the 90s, though, and they had Garbage do one of the Bond songs, too.
And it was the name of the movie. The only time that it did not somehow, even Carly Simon managed to work the title in, but Rita Coolidge couldn't figure out a way to make All Time High into Octopussy. I'm just saying, it's not acceptable, Rita Coolidge.
I suspect that wasn't her call, but yeah.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty like the original movie poster even had to be changed. They were like, we can't advertise that.
But I mean, you know, when something feels like an octopus, it's Octopussy, right?
Okay,
You're
so
right.
Wikipedia.
Maybe it's Octopussy.
Wikipedia. The movie's peculiar title negated the possibility of its theme song being based on its title. Although
Yeah.
Rice would later
There you go.
state, I think it would have been more interesting if we had tried to write a song called Octopussy. Yes, it would have.
Yes. It's
Right?
You know what it
Eating
is,
the
Allison? See the earlier conversation around the cultural shift in the 80s
Yeah.
is what it was. Hey man, we had Duran Duran do A View to a Kill. I like that.
Yeah,
song.
right. And the year before we had
Oh, yeah.
For Your Eyes Only by.
Yeah.
I mean, you can slow Belinda Carlisle dance to For Your Eyes Only. It's instead of the super, it's the, you know.
Wait, did you
Or
say that
the-
was Belinda Carlisle?
No, it was Shane
Oh.
Easton, but
Okay.
For Your Eyes Only, you can do the Belinda Carlisle dance. You know the
Oh yeah.
the white girl snap and
I
sway.
ain't gonna lie, I'm about to like.
Is that
start
what
the
she would
movies
do
up
on,
right
on
now.
Heaven is a Place on Earth? Did she do that?
No, that one she just laid around and looked glamorous. She stopped dancing really for her solo career.
Belinda had a very polarizing, had a really strange career because she had like that tomboy look through the Go-Go's, and then when she went and did the solo thing, suddenly she was this photogenic.
Yeah, they remade her.
Yeah, they completely remade her because I only ever grew up with Belinda Carlisle. But I didn't realize that she was lead singer of the Go-Go's till later, and I was like, really?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Ken.
Yeah,
Are
no,
you okay?
I mean,
That's
I
really
enjoy
sad.
her.
No,
I
I'm just-
enjoy her solo
I was
career.
absolutely in love with Belinda Carlisle.
That's the thing. I was like 5. I kind of had a bit of a thing for her. I was
But
like,
here's
oh my
the thing:
God.
for a lot of people who knew Belinda Carlisle before the Go-Go's were like her selling out because guess what? One of her first bands was. I bet Brick knows.
They begin with a C.
Let me pull it up.
I don't remember.
So soon
There was a
after
punk
leaving-
band, and I forget what the name.
Soon after leaving the Germs.
Yep.
So the Germs who used to play.
But I
out
was going to
with
say
Steve
she was a
Red
part of
Rock.
the Clits. For some reason, I
That
got
as
shy.
well.
It
But,
was the Clits, right?
Yeah, she was in the Germs with Pat Schmier.
Yep.
And
It was just that.
Yep.
Epic
I don't know
visual
why.
movie.
I don't know what. After everything we've done, and maybe it's because Kayla's not here. I was like, for some reason, got shy about saying the Clits.
Right? Like, this is my channel. Who's well, that's right. It's also on yours too. That's where most people are watching from.
Oh,
because
wow.
I know we have successfully pushed the traffic to your channel tonight, which has been amazing.
Yeah, I appreciate
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
So it's just
see, Bobby knows
that
what's up.
digital movie collection.
Man, Batman Hush. I've not seen the animated version yet.
Oh, it was decent. See, this is what we got to do. We got to start. I got to start talking up the Toy Frenzy patrons and get people going because we need to do the Discord watch parties here.
Yeah.
And the only way we'll be able to do it between that and Cast. Is that correct, Allison? What it's called?
Yep, Cast. Oh, that's right. I need to get you set up so you can have a room. Yep.
Right, because we're gonna have to start doing that, but only because I can't publicly view it on the channel. I'm kind of pushing that as a patron exclusive type deal. So, and that's if you sign up for any of the Toy Frenzy Patreons. So myself, Bobby, Skelly's, and Adams. I'm still not sure if Adams set up his, but if you sign up, you get exclusive perks from a couple of the guys, but you also get like joint perks too, and this would be one of those joint perks. I
imagine Adam is setting up for the Battle Ram blog too, right? Like that's what he's trying to do, right?
He's got a Patreon for that. Yeah. I don't think he's actually added them in with our Toy Frenzy ones yet, but we've told him that he's completely okay to open up the group chat to any of his members that want to join. Because that's just how we roll. It's kind of a group collective thing.
Yeah, the whole Patreon thing with YouTube adding channel memberships, it's all kind of gotten blended and a bit confusing now. But
it does because if you've got channel members, do they get the same benefits as your patrons? Kind of thing. It gets
Yeah, I mean, I set up my channel membership as the most basic one. Like, it's the support for the sake of support. That's what for the sake of support. That's why it's the lowest dollar threshold. But then there's certain things, right? Like they get emojis you can't give the patrons, right? So
right,
there's a lot of that going on as well, right? Yeah,
For the old people,
for some channels on both.
For the old people,
I
does
do
anybody
both.
else look at this thing and see a little bit of Saturday Night Fever?
All I see is the Power Rangers monster from season 2.
No, he's talking about the dance pose right here.
Oh, I know.
It's both the dance and the white tux and the flared.
The little flared bell bottoms. I got you.
Sorry, it's because we were
The head
going
kind of
over
reminded
a
me
bunch
of the old
stuff.
Saturday Night Live skit of the Killer Sharks.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Land Shark.
Land Shark.
What year was that? What
I
era
think
was
it's
that?
often, ma'am.
Belushi.
That was
Oh, it's awful. That's completely different.
Did you say that's
Candygram.
Belushi era?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
yep.
Candygram, my foot. You're the shark and you knew it. I'm just a dolphin man. Oh, okay.
Delicatessen samurai.
Oh yeah.
Rosanna Dana.
Derek Hoover said, "Oh, Belinda, the Teddy Roosevelt of my musical Mount Crushmore." So, Belinda,
I wasn't the only
All
one.
right.
Wasn't
Hold
the
on,
only one.
Belinda
Derek.
versus Jane Wheedlin. I think I might go
Okay,
Jane.
see, here's the
Really?
thing. Jane Wheedlin was Jane Wheedlin. I mean, here's the thing though. You need to ask Jane Wheedlin for what you need to give her your safe word. So like, there's that aspect. She's a little bit more rough and tumble than
I
Belinda.
was gonna say it was always Belinda or
She
Jane,
is, but she's also small. So
yeah,
She is, but like we all saw her pick that giant bass up. Like like
yeah.
And
I wasn't a big
She was
Jane
Joan
fan.
of Arc in Bill and Ted's Big Adventure,
yeah.
which is
Yeah.
fascinating.
She was the singing Telegram Girl and Clue.
Is that always the debate, Jane or Belinda? I guess
And
it
that's
is.
the main reason that they ended up breaking up, because Jane and Belinda both wanted to be lead singer, and Belinda was like, "I'm the lead singer. There's no reason for you to be lead singer." And
Well, what would happen?
guys.
Because Belinda doesn't play an instrument, so what would happen to her?
yeah, I'm sure. I mean, like Belinda
She played
was,
drums in the past.
yeah,
Oh, that's true.
She was the drummer but she got mononucleosis, so she never recorded with them. But none of them knew how to play their instruments when they actually started the Go-Go's.
That's
It wasn't
true.
until Charlotte joined and taught them, like, they all had tape on their front. Like, I think Jane played. I think Jane just played regular guitar.
Right.
And they were like, "Well, we need someone to play bass," and she's like, "Well, it's only it's fewer strings. I'm sure I can play."
Yeah. Well, it is except that like you normally play with your fingers like this rather than with a pick, so there's still there's still a certain thing to it. I guess you could have, if Jane wanted to sing some songs, they could have gone to Toto style, where the lead singer sometimes was a backup vocalist, right?
She sang the
I like the way you
one
think.
part in "Our Lips Are Sealed," the like "Hush, My Darling." That's
Yeah, she does the little bridge part there,
Yeah.
right?
and that was for a while there. That song was known in Australia as "Alex the Seal," because so when the Go-Go's arrived in Australia for their tour, allegedly they were greeted with signs for Alex the Seal. So.
Because that's how they heard it, right?
Yeah.
So,
And it makes sense
Right.
if you say it in an Australian accent.
yeah.
See,
Are we looking at the Chartemis's thing here? Like a street
We
famous?
are. There is an hour left to go for the street.
Man, that's really way closer than it was even this morning.
Where's he at?
86,077 back or dollars rather.
Nice.
So 683 backers total. It's definitely come a long way to it today. He's been pushing this thing like crazy. I don't know, guys. Do we think we can get another 40? Well,
he'll
what,
never get there.
34K?
No.
34K in an hour? I don't think so. But
Not-
if you have not,
Not
if you have
$28
not,
a figure.
Yeah.
no. Although I will say, $28 is
That's a hell of a price.
quite reasonable, especially for what he's giving you. I mean, a lot of people might say these are kind of basic, but again, for people who do the photography and all like that, there's a definitive need for just some more random street people walking around.
Oh, for sure. Exactly.
I like that we get the scale.
No, the price is great, but like, if you're trying to make 40,000 worth of sales from $28 figures,
it's a long climb.
Yeah.
But I also like the swappability. He's kind of got a system in place here for the modularity, which Brick and I were both big fans of systems when it comes to these types of things. So he had that in mind from the start. He's really, really worked hard on planning this out. And this is just the foundation. This is just the basics. He's going to be adding more to this line as time goes on. I mean, there's a reason everything looks so similar here. But, you can get some camo pants, you get some black pants, tan pants, blue jeans look. And sure, do they all look similar? But you've got a lot of possibilities between throwing together different looks for your characters.
But like even his
You've got
stretch
different-
goals, he's got the jerseys and stuff, so the arms pop
Right.
off really simply, you know, and then you could add jerseys, you could add coats.
Yep. Hang on.
Money
He's
is
got
swappability, right?
right. Here's hoodies, and you can see you got removable hoodie up, removable hoodie down.
Yep. You could go sleeveless
You know.
hoodie or hoodie with sleeves.
Right. So there it is. Look with the hoodie on. Here we got that jersey look, and again, you can go sleeveless, or you can go long sleeved with like the Under Armour style, you know, gear underneath. But it's to really help you build out like just this street level stuff, which honestly is kind of severely lacking unless you like tracksuit dudes or guys in a full suit. But these are really, really cool. And honestly, you know, it was really kind of a stretch to begin with, trying to, you know, get this thing up off the ground. But I love him showing overall, like, hey, look, you can have a group of thugs around Master Splinter here. You know, like this is one of my favorite pictures that he has of all. Just because, again, it's Master Splinter is about to mess up an entire gang of the Purple Dragons. For those of you who know, look. Alpha Proto saying Backstreet Humans, man, it's a
Hell yeah.
good buy.
Oh, it's
He's
definitely a good
got
buy for sure.
Yeah, I was in for 2, and then the second that they announced that you could do the variants, because he'd been on a different stream. I forget who's. I think it was actually Hella Dope stream where they were talking.
I was going to
about,
say, wasn't that last week's?
Yeah, I think Aaron was kind of. I think it was Aaron talking to him about the different pants.
Yep.
And then
He
he
launched a
came on a
poll
stream
about
like
all
the
that.
next day or 2 days, and I switched mine from the camo to the basic just because fits more on my shelf. But I love them, man. I
Right.
love the heads, the alien heads and the human heads. Today, in the morning, I got to catch a bit of his stream, and he was like switching heads around and through those, through that alien head on some Valaverse and other, forgot what the other body he used, and then through the human head on a hand figure from Marvel Legends. It looks so good. So I mean, it's kind of smart
Right.
to be able to make that compatibility.
Yeah,
but-
exactly. Because again, it's a
maybe-
system.
Mhm.
I mean, look, you can get an action figure of a bald white guy, right? Because there's not enough of those out anywhere. I'm just saying. No, but that's again that great portion of this is the diversity amongst the
Yeah.
line. You know, I was just opening up, and there's been comparisons before with Rulers of the Sun and how some people aren't into it, but I'm sorry, man. Like, I like having diversified toys in my toy box. And that is one of the best things about this line is it just adds that we live in a world full of it. And this just adds that splash all throughout your shelf. And it's normal looking, people. Like just, well, maybe not normal, but it's
define
more normal. You know, I mean, I could watch a couple of these guys definitely walking down the street of Baltimore City. A couple of them would probably, most of the ones walking down Baltimore City wouldn't actually be standing up this well. They'd probably be nodding off and falling over. These guys definitely stand better than all of those. But if you guys have not had a chance to back this yet, and you just look, man, back it for the Street Humans logo alone, looking all Streets of Rage right here. I mean, come on now. That was one of the key things I picked up on it from the start. It was like, this has a very, very Streets of Rage look. And just thinking of like all those arcade beat 'em ups and how this does. It looks like every level of that game where you're just running through and beating up these random dudes. And that's how they all looked. And sure, they had slight variants of them and all like that. It's really, really good. And he's planning on bringing a lot more to this line as time goes on. So
I think that's the
really
sad
want
part,
to see
right?
it succeed.
Is that right now everybody's just looking at the Kickstarter as the two things, right? And just recently, on the last couple of weeks of being on podcasts and stuff, he started explaining all the other things that he has envisioned and stuff. But because that's what we're missing, the females, street people, and all that, right?
Right.
The thing is, is Shartimus seen as a toy maker? Like, is he going to garner that?
That's the problem,
right? Or is he always going to be seen as a reviewer? Like, can he kind of cross over, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
you think that's getting in the way, Ken? You think that like there are people who are like, oh, I don't want to buy because he.
There's a lot of people that can't stand YouTubers that like figures that just think they can automatically make figures.
Yeah.
And isn't this the second time that that's happened? Between Wade Unparalleled and have there
happened
been others?
in the past, right? That's the problem. And a lot of those Kickstarters failed in the past, right?
Yeah, just because it's one of those things. Like, you can be a review. Like, it's like, okay, are you the athlete in the field, or are you kind of the commentator in the press box? I guess is, can you really do both, right?
Sure, but it's like I don't know what people think it means to make toys. I'm not saying it's easy, but like, again, and the only reason I'm not arguing with you, it was more so I just didn't know that was a thing in people's minds. But just because you got like David Vonner on there who's been working on all sorts of lines.
True.
Like, but nobody is it that people don't know that? They just sort of associate, like, I don't know. It's odd to me.
But I think it would have helped to have some more of the designers actually going on shows with him and stuff. Definitely.
He did.
Yeah, because you can raise the funds, but you're kind of the person with the vision. But at the same time, have you got the eye for detail to be able to look for certain things? Certain tolerances in the plastic, certain just the different types of plastic, right?
Right. I don't know. I was rooting for him. I was hoping he'd actually make it through.
He's getting close. I don't think we're going to make it all the way to the end, but hopefully we'll still be able to see something come from this. Even if, he canceled his last one, right? He canceled the last Kickstarter. It's not that it failed or it didn't make it. He canceled his previous Kickstarter.
And was it not going to make it? Is that what it was?
Yeah, I don't think it was going to make it. But
his last one was way too far from where he needed to be. Right. Like I said, the first time he did the Kickstarter was like all 4 figures, and he had all these things that he had planned, and it was like a $250, $300 or $300,000.
Yeah, it was really, really huge.
Yeah,
what it was.
A big Kickstarter.
Huh.
Yeah, if K-Dog wants the invite, definitely. I don't think I have him on any of my socials.
K-Dog, if you want on, I could either send it to you on Instagram or through the Patreon app, whichever one, if you want on.
Yeah,
I've never talked to K-Dog in real time, but he always comments on my stuff.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
I mean,
K-Dog,
seriously, we got plenty of open seats.
Just go camera off if it doesn't work. Just go like this,
Oh, man, look. Yeah, dude, just... we can still talk without having to be on camera. That's
right. There's enough of us here that it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really change the experience, right? Like, I don't even know how I sound because I don't have my proper microphone plugged in. I'm talking on my headset. Like,
you sound fantastic.
You're coming in clear.
Okay.
So, K-Dog, if you want to jump on with us, brother, come on, man. Definitely.
Yeah. Anyway,
we'll get you the link. But, there are certain people out there who feel that if you don't have a background in toys, you shouldn't be making toys. And you know what? Nobody has a background in toys when they start.
I was going to say, how do you
until they do.
Toys?
That's kind of how it works, right?
Like
you go
need experience
from
to get this job, but you're never going to get experience at this job.
Exactly. Like, you've got to start somewhere. You've got to get into the business somewhere. He's jumping into it at a level that maybe not everybody does at first, but he's still making that effort. And you know what? For somebody like me who wants to start a toy line, who has wanted to start a toy line, that I enjoy seeing this.
Like the Odious figure from Unparalleled Universe, right? That funded, right? And I heard the same thing about him as I've heard about Shartimus, with them just being a YouTuber, not really knowing the toy business and everything else, right? But I think the difference is that Odious is a unique character, right? It's a Bigfoot type character. People just want something oddball, right? Whereas the Street Humans, it's kind of like, well, it's just a civilian action figure, right? And for what it's worth, like Bobby Bell has talked about how hard it is to sell civilian figures, and that's the same guy who said, oh, I can make a whole line of female figures and sell them without a problem, even though every other toy manufacturer says female figures are hard. But he will admit that selling civilian figures without anything to tie them to is tough, right? Like the civilians we get in G.I. Joe or Marvel Legends and stuff are all have, they're tied to S.H.I.E.L.D., they're tied to, something.
Mm-hmm. No, I totally get that, and I agree. But the market's changing. We're in an ever-evolving climate when it comes to these. And with one of the bigger hobbies being a sub-hobby of toy collecting has truly become this toy photography that we're seeing everywhere. And for people who like doing these epic shots, there is a need and there is a want for this type of figure.
Oh, 100%.
In order for it to truly work, it needs to be diverse. But the only way you're going to get it diverse is by starting off with something basic. And so what he's doing is he's initiating a whole new IP, which, you know what? That's really a big market right now, is starting new IPs. Like in the last couple of years, we've seen, a lot of new IPs come into the toy industry, and they've managed to be good. Now, mind you, they may have something that, truly brings the appeal. AWOC, for instance, that anthropomorphic animal kind of thing. Whereas with these Street Humans, we're only getting like an alternate head to really make them different. But as time goes on, Shartimus has plans to make more difference. We just got to have that initial faith.
Yeah.
And I think
that's where I was talking about before. Like, he didn't do a lot of podcasts and stuff explaining all that until like this last couple weeks, right? And then he really went and pushed that part of it, right?
He's basically already a full-time YouTuber, right? And the thing is, when you watch anyone talk to Ace from Ramen Toy, all he's doing is tweaking and looking at designs and going through CAD files and looking at test shots and assembling prototypes before the test shot phase, and talking to the factory about tooling and looking at scheduling and looking at the website and setting up payment methods and looking at ways to ship. Like, it's non-stop. It's just a churn, right? And that's without even getting to write any lore for anything that he wants to make that's original on his own. So it's like a full-time job plus. And we already know that, like, I think what it is with Shartimus, it's more like, how much bandwidth do you have? You're already doing so many videos a week, right? I mean, a lot of us here know what it takes just to put up a video, right? Like, you bury your head, you look up, 6 hours have gone by. All I've done is edit. You know what I mean? It's really hard to go and jump into and do a toy line, right?
Well, I think that's where the thing comes from, right? Where it's like, well, just because you review toys doesn't mean you should make toys, right? And that's where it kind of comes into, right?
Oh hell, I hope he does well. Like,
I do too. But
I wish him the best, right? But K-Dog just said it right there. Like, he's the template to see if the everyman can just jump in and do it, right? We all wish him the best, but it just becomes a case of how much bandwidth do you have? Is only 24 hours in a day, and that's really, like, for me, that's the head scratcher, not the you shouldn't because you're profiled as this.
Right.
That's just
right.
Yeah,
that's where I was scratching my head earlier. Is it like could versus should? I think are two different things. But
well, everybody in this world nowadays has an opinion that they think everybody should just listen to, right? And that's where the biggest problem comes in. And good for Shartimus to say, "Screw you, I'm going to do it anyway," and if it works, it works. Because I have faith in myself, right?
We have seen this kind of success story take off with less of a platform to start. Just last year going into this year. Armies of Ashmore, Defenders of Eden.
Yeah.
Before that, Animal Warriors of the Kingdom.
Awok,
he didn't have
no toy background.
Mind you, Jason. Yeah, I mean, Jason buried his head and went full bore on that, and he had a brilliant sculptor. Right, he had one of the best sculptors in the world on that line. So
again, that's a big part of the success with Armies of Ashmore too. I would say is like, okay, this is what we originally had, and okay, well, they got the 4 horsemen to help with the sculpts. Now, I will say that, fortunately for Matthew Rodriguez, I know he's got a lot of connections within 4 horsemen community that were able to assist him with getting along in this process. But he had to do the research. He had to do the work to get all of these things in place, and he succeeded. And again, it's somebody who did not have any history within the toy realm, but he had an idea. I mean, the original, and this has been a lifelong dream for him as well, where the original name was Defenders of Eternia, because this started all the way back on the He-Man, forums is where it started. And then it grew into its own thing from there, and proud to him, because that's kind of like where I've always wanted my thing to go from. A lot of inspiration and lead offs from Masters of the Universe, but then seeing other stuff too is what's really helped my idea for what I want.
With Armies of Ashmore, though, there was a lot of lead up to that Kickstarter, because even when I wasn't paying attention to a lot of the smaller stuff, I would see it pop up here or there, knew about it well in advance of the Kickstarter. Maybe it's just because Shartimus was out of my radar for a while. I know he's big, but he wasn't I didn't really watch a lot of his stuff.
Well, again, it really depends on what kind of communities you're running around in, or as far as what you like, right? For Thanos, I know you're a huge Motu guy, right? Well, that's Matt Rodriguez's wheelhouse. These are the people again. Sense. People like Skelly and even the Legends of Grayskull and stuff like that, who he's known through Toy Huntress, there's a lot of Motu there. So you're more in tune with that. Where Shartimus is really again, known for doing stuff like Marvel Legends, things
almost
of that
exclusively
nature.
Marvel Legends for a long time.
Right. For a long time. And that's one of those things. I remember watching his videos of some Spider-Man toys I was looking at when Connor was getting into Spider-Man. I was like, ooh, I like Spider-Man and Venom. Let me go watch. And Shartimus was one of those ones that popped up. Here's this review of a Venom. This is this review of a Spider-Man. God, it's still such a cool Spider-Man. So, but again, that idea of having that gang of beat 'em up, here it is. You can use street humans as local gangs. Cobra was hiring to harass civilians. Purple dragons for your Ninja Turtles, these guys totally work in a multitude of different sets and help flesh that out.
I would love to see is Venture Brothers done classified.
Oh, that would be pretty slick.
Take not go a completely different direction with the aesthetic and just do more realistic.
Yeah.
That'd be hot.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, good comment there, K-Dog. And you're absolutely right. These people put countless and countless of hours into it. I mean, as for my own self, right? I am directly involved in the line, but I'm also kind of riding in the shotgun position, that I'm not in the driver's seat. on that line, right? Or if I do drive it, I'm just driving it around the parking lot, and Steve's like, you don't take this car on the highway, kind of thing. Or if you do take it in the highway, you're just reading the map, kind of thing, right? So it's like, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, I have to see what he goes through. Like, we literally text every single day, and there's literally like the types of things that he will ask me for advice on will be like, hey, the color Pantone at the factory doesn't exactly match what we were going for, so therefore it doesn't really, like, it comes across much darker, and now it doesn't look good when you put it on the packaging. What do we do? And that's an hour and a half long conversation, and then he's got to go relay it back to the factory. Then we get a test shot and we realize, okay, everything's good, we okayed it, and then all of a sudden we go, oh wait, there was problems with the tolerance of the leg, and we didn't catch that until we said go. Like, there's just so much of that, and those are hour long conversations, and then he's got to go and tell the factory project manager on that, right? So it's just
Right.
it's literally never ending, and you still miss something, or your sculptor just can't, like, you can have the best sculptor in the world and your vision just doesn't quite match, and you're like, okay, do I call the sculptor up and talk to him for an hour to try to get this last thing dialed, or am I going to chase the sculptor away by pissing them off and they're just going to go deal with the rest of their clients? Like, that's why we always joke with Tommy. We're just like, he works for Mondo, and we're just like, we hope that we're not as tough, we're not tougher than the Mondo people are, because that would be kind of sad, right? Because they're the established company. But yeah, K-Dog's absolutely right. Right. I mean, I certainly could not split my bandwidth and still develop videos. So
what's interesting to me, though, I hear you on that, but that's all perception, right? Like, I don't know. I don't hang out with Artemis every day to know what he's doing.
Yes.
And so there's this whole, like, just weird perception that I guess that's where I can't relate, in that people are like coming up with this assessment of him based on, I don't know. And I get it, but like, that somehow translates beyond, oh, I see these things, they look really cool, the engineering's interesting, they move, and you're like, yeah, but he's a YouTuber, so I don't know if it's actually gonna, like, it to me, those are interesting calculations,
and that's unfair, right? Like, I mean, look, when you calculate it as, look, I know what it takes to edit a video, I know how many videos he does, how much bandwidth could you possibly have, but that's a question, right? It's almost a rhetorical question, but his answer might literally be, oh, I only sleep 4 hours a night because I'm actually a street human myself. You know what I mean? Like, and then we have no rebuttal to that, right? Like, okay,
well, and then on that note, the other thing I'll say is, like, Ken, I've been buying all these, like, stuff from overseas or whatever. They're kind of we're not talking like, oh, SHF. We're talking like I was gonna say Fly By Night. That's unfair. But brand new companies like Star Arc or whatever. Right, Memory Toys, and it's like, well, who's that? I'm not like going here like, so should I buy this? I'm not sure if they're good. It's just like, hey, like, that looks cool. Oh, I'm seeing pictures, and so it's interesting to think that. I think you're probably right in terms of the interesting calculations people make. It just feels very removed from me. Sorry, Alice, you were gonna say,
so
did we hit time?
When I had this up just a minute ago, we're at 86,077. Now we've jumped to 87,369. So people are still funneling into this. And really, really, we've got 35 minutes left to go. I don't think we're quite going to see them, but I'm glad to see that even with it being this close to the final minutes of this, we're still seeing it increase. Right? How many of these things have we seen people pull out?
Yeah. Is there a way to get an extension? Because if he puts it out another week, he'll make it, I think.
I think he already extended it 2 weeks. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. This was supposed to end a while ago. Yeah. And I think that's when it broke.
Yeah.
How does that work, getting an extension? Does anybody actually know?
No.
I don't know the specifics of it, but you do have to, like, you essentially like apply for it. It's a request that you make, because I think, I mean, assuming how this works, right? You're asking people for money and it's investment or whatever, and I can imagine there are things to consider. Where it's like, are you just going to keep going and keep going?
He also made a big point of the reason that it's out right now is because of the scheduling with the designers and the tool makers and the production facility and stuff like that. So even
When
if he
he had to
extended
get
it, it might
stuff
delay the
ready.
whole thing a long time, right? So
that's a bummer.
But he also said that it's not done.
Yeah.
He said this isn't the end. So if it doesn't
Right.
fund, at least
Not
now
at
he
all.
knows he's pretty close to having enough to, enough people that want it to actually pursue it, right?
He's also got a pretty high funding goal on that, right? So
yeah.
He'll kick it back to the drawing board if he has to, but I mean, it's all learning experience, right? There are no true failures if you learn from something not succeeding. It's not necessarily a failure.
Absolutely.
You still pull a win out of it. I think
either a lesson or a
hour
blessing.
for daylight savings. No.
Right? Like that's what I was kind of hoping. Can we get him another hour because of that? He's West Coast time. So like will this reset an hour when that happens? Because if we can give him an hour and 30 minutes, I think we can make it.
I don't think so.
He's like a 9-minute drive from me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. And kudos to him
kudos.
for trying to moderate that heated. Do I even call it a debate or like when Boog and Talker went at it? Yeah,
that wasn't a debate. Now, what's going to be the debate, and I brought it up with Travis here earlier tonight, is when we sit. It's going to be Toy Connections, Hexastack, and a Punk with Toys. Oz is going to host the next great debate or debacle, depending on how you want to look at it, when it comes to Bret Hart and HBK.
And of course, it's set up as a handicap match, right?
I was gonna say, like you're a little outnumbered there.
Yeah, it's basically Triple H and Shawn against Bret, right? So
it's going to be the Ostradamus Toys screw job, I guess, because it's not going to be in Montreal. It'll be on my channel, but
yeah, and then you're going to give an interview later on where the soundbite is Ken screwed Ken is basically how it's going to go.
Something
rather than Bret screwed Bret.
So. Yeah, he's talking. K-Dog is bringing this up that he saw his interview with 3POA and it wasn't his first attempt. And it's not.
I
his
saw
first
some of that
attempt.
too.
But that's the thing, right? He's learning from this, and he's trying to push and make adjustments where he needed. Like one of the big things with the original one was that it was too big of a goal.
Mm-hmm. Is he the
like
biggest
even
toy
here.
tuber? Is he the big toy tuber in our space, or does MGO have more subscribers?
I think he has
as
the most
far as
subscribers.
Shartimus.
Yeah, it's either him or MGO or MGO 316 that have the most subs.
I can look it up now.
Yeah, I could look it up as well. So MGO has 534,000.
I think Shartimus has more than that.
Okay.
But I don't remember offhand now.
Shartimus is at 645.
Yeah.
He's got to be the biggest one. How does somebody even get that many subs, man?
Grinding for
a lot of dedication.
Yeah, he's been doing it for 15 years. So
yeah,
he's been at it. He's been doing it longer than most of us knew there was a corner of YouTube for toys. Like he started the corner. He's one of the. Where'd you get that sick ass Metroid brick?
Yeah.
I can't believe I
place
wasn't
called
actually subscribed to
Amazon.
Shartimus.
That is cool.
Yeah, I'm sure
kind
they're
of
like
ashamed that I wasn't, because I know I watch his stuff, but it's corrected now.
Yeah, I think Toy Galaxy.
That's the thing that just happened live, folks.
I think Secret Galaxy might get more views now because he seems to be blowing up, right, at a frenetic pace, right? But he's also covering all of pop culture now too, right? He's not just doing.
I was going to
toys
say
now.
He's never been just toys either. I think he's always done kind of more of a.
Well, he started with a
cult
lot of
toy
toys.
No,
he started with a lot of toys. Like he would do the oddities series, and he would do vintage reviews, and he would do that sort of thing, and then he would stick largely to. Yeah. So has he? What's Secret Galaxy at now?
He's only 390K.
So he's almost
390.
But he's grown a lot because it was like 2 years ago he was at like 200,000 or 250,000, right? So he's grown a lot, right? Like even my channel is a rounding error on that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Right.
So Pixel Dan's just a little bit behind him.
Let's see, at 3.
And let's look up.
Ed should be around.
He's at
Ed should be around
315.
60. Ed should be about 60 ish.
Ed, you got that many?
Yes, I do. It's my secret channel.
65.5.
5.5, yeah.
Oh, that.
You know, when I was first coming up with my logo, I hadn't watched Ed's Retro Geek Out for a while. You know, because I was watching a couple of other different toy tubers at the time, and he went kind of quiet for a bit. This is right around 2020.
Yeah.
And like I'm coming up with my logo and I'm doing stuff like that. And then I realized like holy crap, the logo I designed, I had like a slime underline, the pink and the green, and I was just like,
it was subliminal. Yeah.
My whole thing is so close to what Ed's is. I need to change this.
What you came up with works fine though, right? I've actually reached out to Ed, and I know I had him on a few live streams, but I've told him, Ed, we got to get together and do like an unproduced toy history video together. I think he's down, but between his band, how much traveling he does, it's hard for him to find the bandwidth for it. You know,
and he was at Brussels just this weekend. That's and it was thing, like last weekend he was somewhere else. And then like, you know, even with that, with trips when he comes over here too. And that's like not just a little trip he's making. He's not popping over for a weekend. When he's coming over here,
I know, right?
He comes over here for like a couple of weeks to a month.
Yeah, that's right. That's why he's so out of bandwidth, right? So that's why I'm right. I know he says he's down. Like, yeah, we'll do something together, but I don't know how it would come together with his schedule, you know, even my schedule. But it's just he's always doing something, right?
Yeah, yeah. You got to wait and see if his band tours in Canada. That might be the best way to link them.
Yeah, like just have him come here, sit here in front of the case, and he'll just be like, and strap in for some toy history. Except he's sitting with this background.
right, something like that. Well, because like the guys over at Cracktastic Plastic, like their background is very similar to how Ed's background has started with all of this. Touring with his band, going to different places. Like the guys from Cracktastic Plastic were all in a band together, and as they would go on tour and they'd travel around, they'd hit whatever the local toy store was in that town, you know, kind of thing. And like it just kind of grew until it was their thing. The fact that they're not even at 1,000 subs, like kind of blows me out of the water sometime. Like, how are you guys not at 1,000 yet?
It's hard to understand why people get the subs or the views that they do. Right. At the end of the day, it becomes a labor of love, right?
It does. How much of your time are you willing to sacrifice to put into the work it takes to become something this big or this epic? You know, I guess one of the things that I beat
every waking hour.
Hey. Yeah, I got to agree with you there, Ken. Because how many long conversations do we have about it? Like.
You don't know how many times I've gotten up at the wee hours of the morning. I think I'm just gonna go to the bathroom. Then I come back. I'm like, oh, but I have a really good video idea, and I go to my computer to start writing stuff down. Then I go back to bed. Like you have no idea how many times that's happened. It's actually a little ridiculous.
Yep. Yeah. Even like with today, you know, I was out earlier with my buddy, and I got home and I didn't have much time, but I was trying to throw everything together because Ken and I were working on our history video.
Yes.
And then it was like, okay, we wrapped up what we were working on with that. Now I need to go like smoke a quick cigarette and get right back in so that I can continue to go on rolling. And here I am almost 6 hours later.
I've in that time I've crunched that segment we did into a 6-minute set of audio clips of yours already. So
yeah. Oh, and is it turning out like good?
Yeah.
Let me know if you need me to re-record anything, because I will.
Doesn't sound.
We'll do it live right now, and then I'll just send you the I'll send you the file. We'll just do a live recording. There we go. That'll be an idea. We'll do a live recording session for one of Ken's history videos as a Patreon exclusive. If you're at the upper tiers, folks, we'll do a live one for you. Look at me promoting Ken's own Patreon, giving him new stuff that he has to do now.
Brick, you and Allison already know what that's like. You hear nothing for 2 weeks, and then you get like 10 emails in a row. Then you hear nothing for 2 weeks, and you get 10 emails in a row. So
that's how it works.
So Shartimus is still climbing here, guys. He's still climbing because I keep. We got 24 minutes to go, and we're at 87,505.
Come on, BBTS, place a big order.
I went
right.
backed all 4 of them through it's just this time of year, and we just had all those vet visits, so just wasn't something I could back directly through Kickstarter right now. But I went to BBTS today and backed all 4 of them. So,
well, I think he said the other night when he was on Thursday with Punk that on Thursday the numbers for BBTS were included in those numbers. On Thursday they were.
Are they already?
Well, as of Thursday, so maybe they're updating at the end of every day. You know what I mean, or something like
that.
But
how does that work though? Like if it
I have no idea.
Yeah, if it doesn't fund, then does BBTS not? Yeah, does BBTS cancel?
And if you look at the
BBTS, so
yeah, and the BBTS page, when you look at it, it actually says that it's crowdfunding, and if they don't hit their money, then these figures may not be.
And they don't charge until they ship. So
right,
yeah,
it was like a no-brainer.
I love this Dungeons and Dragons figure, folks. I just sent you that picture.
I was
fun stuff, man.
The worst part is I can't bring it up on the computer because it says that I need the latest updated version of the app to share it. Like I can't pull it up. We were thwarted by the computer and them not updating a computer version of an app.
The Instagram website is so dumb.
Because of Instagram? Oh, I see.
Yeah. Instagram's telling me I need the latest version. And I'm like, what? What do you mean I need the latest version? It's just because they haven't upped it enough. Wait a minute. We could pre-order through Helido too, can't we?
Yeah.
There you go, folks. Pre-order through Helidope Toys. Get your street humans on.
Do Helidope and Nerdzoic and BBTS, like, how does that work when the Kickstarter closes? Like, do they have time to put all their orders in, or?
What do you mean?
Because you can order from them and then they're gonna pay into the Kickstarter, right? But if the Kickstarter ends in like 20-something minutes, like, how do those orders calculate? Do they have time to calculate? Like, I don't know how that works.
Well, what's the one that just ended there recently? That
Giant Man,
right? That had some pre-orders that were trickling in after the actual Kickstarter was closed. So I think there's a little bit of time lag, right? So
yeah, but that's a HasLab.
Yeah, but it's probably the same principle though, right? So if it ends in, you still got a couple. But like I was just telling Oz, Thursday when Shartimus was on with Punk, he was saying that the numbers for BBTS at that point in time were counted in the numbers he was showing. So I don't know if they're adding every day or how that works.
No.
It's a good question though, because like there might be people right now that are over on BBTS buying in the last minute. So it's got to be, somehow or other.
Right.
Calculated in.
And the way it looks on BBTS is a little bit different from how it looks with what we see on the Kickstarter itself, right? So on the Kickstarter itself, you still got everything available. You can pledge back what you want, how you want it, through that. Like you can get the 2-packs and get the 4-pack, like you can get all that. You get all the different heads. When you go to BBTS right now, the alien head versions say sold out. Now I don't know if that's just something odd, but but like the human-headed ones are still in stock. But to my knowledge, you got that alternate head no matter which version. Like there wasn't a separate version.
So BBTS probably made theirs before Shark updated it to include the heads.
Right.
Oh yeah.
That makes sense then. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
That-
I
they
wanted to
probably
make
just
sure it
never
was
went
clear.
back through and changed it.
Right. Right.
Emailed you, Oz.
Thanks, buddy.
He doesn't have the right software to show the email.
I'm just impressed by this thing. It's cool.
Oh, well, that's my ex's aunt. So
Is this one? Yeah.
It's just like her when she takes her wig off. They had a thing where like her hair got caught on fire and it never grew back. So
is that a chicken in your birthday?
That's rough. Were you involved in that?
I was about to ask.
it was before I knew her.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
it was at
Fair
least
enough.
500 years ago. Whenever they tried to date. But
That's when they put her on the stake and tried to burn her up.
The wigs
I
were
mean,
still
I'm not
made
going to
of
say she was
straw.
a witch because witches are powerful and you kind of respect that kind of evil, but they may have thought she was. You know, it was a
Oh my
different
God.
time.
Yeah, she was one of those people that just acted weird, so they thought she was a witch.
Oh no, she's the, you know, like back then, any woman who was miserable, horrible, and
Right.
awful to be around, you just called them a witch and tried to burn them.
Yep.
I mean,
That's
really,
true.
it's unfair to real
Hey, Brick.
witches that she got lumped in with them.
This one right here is my favorite, by the way. The ridiculousness of this post.
It's such a cool face, man. I love that face.
I definitely knew a guy who looked like this out in Essex. Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good shot right there.
That's probably
Such a
where
cool
his people are
face.
from.
This is a classic shot. This
Look
one.
at that guy. It's so rad. And just the getting in the
Allison.
move. I'm impressed by that paint too.
Right? Allison, what was it you were just saying?
Could you use him with your AWOX?
Oh, I just said that that's probably where my ex's family is from, like that English place that we just mentioned.
Oh, okay. That
That's
makes
probably
sense.
where their heritage is. Blood pudding and bad British teeth, you know. Typical.
There you go. There you go, Brick.
So we'll see after the stream how close we've gotten Brick to the was it 3,000?
How long does it update? And how often does that update? Do you know? Anybody know?
It won't
Every 20
update till the sh-
yeah.
Those watch
till the
hours
show's
should go in.
but not till the show's over.
Right.
my wa-
Once we end the
I-
show, you'll see what they all are.
Yeah,
What was the number earlier?
Is it 3,000 watch hours? And then
It is 3,000.
and 500 subs, and you're eligible for super chats and channel memberships or something.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the deal.
Yeah. And
You were
then
at
it's 1,000.
2781.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's what I thought. It was
If I-
2781 earlier, right? Now it says it's at 2780. But I guess that's probably because it knocked off November 5th,
An hour falling back.
2022.
Oh,
that what it
wow.
was?
That's weird. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, you're right.
Oh,
You know what, though?
I wasn't thinking that, but that makes sense.
You know what though? At this point, it's splitting hairs. Like it's like you'll stop looking
It
at the watch
is.
hours soon enough. After you reach that threshold, you'll stop looking at the watch hours. It just won't matter.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You'll
They
just be
won't
like,
matter. Yeah.
yeah, you'll just be like, why did this video that I spent more time on get like 1/15 of the views than this other one? Where
Honestly?
yeah,
Yeah. I
That-
don't
that- that I
I don't
didn't
look
try
at it. And I'm
on.
not even trying to like pretend or nothing. And so this was Oz. When did you hit me up? Like a couple days ago? And Oz was just like, what?
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, I think Oz was saying like earlier that he was wondering why Adam had membership.
It was
right?
during
And it was like,
Adam's.
wait.
Right.
Yeah, and so he and then he's like, "Hey, why aren't you monetize?" And I told him, and so he hit me up about doing this, and I'm just kind of like, I figured it happened when it happened, so
we'll
I'm
get
just,
you there.
Yeah, I don't know totally what changes then, but It's kind of like the gamification. It's there. There's a number. I'm like, okay, I think I need to hit.
But you're gonna
now.
say it's like the Game of Thrones. You know, you
No.
either win or you die. Oh, how does Cersei say that phrase in season 1? I forget. Anyway, in the Game of Thrones,
die
by the no, that's the wheel. I don't remember.
In the Game of Thrones, you have to be a game of you have to be willing to bang your brother and have the worst person in the world as your child, who will then get poisoned, and everyone will rejoice.
I think that's almost it. There's like 1 or 2 words in there that were slightly off. But
I
yeah.
paraphrased a little.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
That was my happiest moment in that entire series, which I still refer to as dragon tits, because that's all that show was really about, was dragons and tits and rape. But whatever.
You're talking about Joffrey's death there?
Yep, that was my happiest
That
moment in that entire.
Sounds like a Sunday afternoon to me.
Yeah, Joffrey died. It was good. I rejoiced. And then whenever the wolf when the sisters, that whole, it was beautiful. Those 2 moments, the rest of the show, I was just like, Matt rewatched it recently. I'm like, I'm good if I never see any of that shit ever again. I mean, it really pissed me off at the Red Wedding, because I really believe in hospitality, and no.
I still want to do a Game of Thrones retrospective at some point. It's a lot of work. That's all.
I'll put it on and
It
mute
is.
it, and then walk across the room while it plays out, so you get the watch time. And stuff, but I'm fine.
You'll just press the like button while you're drawing.
I'll
or
like
something.
it, let it play out. I'll go wash dishes or laundry, something I hate even.
Allison,
more.
you are under no obligation to watch any.
Oh no,
video
I
you
watch
like.
all of my friends' stuff. If I support you on Patreon, it may not happen within a week or 2, but it happens at some point.
I never
Right,
watched Game
yeah.
of Thrones.
Coming around to
Watch
your videos.
somebody's.
Did you ever read the books?
I did not. No.
I read the first 5 books. Well, I mean, there's only 5.
all there is.
That's all there is. Winds of Winter is not going to
The
come
first
out.
the first 5 Ken read.
He's gonna die before that book is finished, and then they're gonna hire someone to finish it, and that ending will also be terrible. So,
I'm afraid that's probably true.
I mean,
that's a lot of pressure.
Yeah. Well, there's 2 more books that are supposed to come,
because
right?
it has to be better.
It's
I mean-
I was gonna say at least 7 books total is what I.
It would be hard for
know
it to be worse, though.
So, Brick, I did look back at the beginning of the stream, and the number you had was accurate, minus the missing 1 hour now.
Right.
Because that part where you showed it earlier, I just brought it up on another tab, and I was like, let me scroll back to find out if that was exactly what he showed earlier. So we're good.
Rick, you didn't
What
lose
it
the
shows,
hour yet,
that's
though,
what-
did you?
Say it again.
You didn't lose your hour yet, though, did you? Or maybe
yeah, I
you did.
He didn't, but wherever that.
No, but that happens, right?
Oh yeah, because it's at
it-
1 a.m. that happens.
Yeah,
I mean-
we're already an hour back. We're looking
like daylight savings. That
Oh,
could
it happens
be
at 1 a.m.
that could be the case, Brick. But I've lost views before. Like all of a sudden, I was like minus 80 views because they made an error or bots were watching or something like that. Like it's
The other thing I thought of before Oz thought that it was the daylight savings time was just because it's every 365-day period, right?
Yeah,
So if
yeah.
I had if it
Yeah,
cut
that's true,
off
too.
whatever view I had from
yes.
November of
Into the
last
next
year,
day.
Yes.
November 5th of last year.
Yes, you may have had a day that had more view, more watch time
Yeah,
last
wow.
year, right?
I was
didn't even
probably
think
here
about
if
that.
it was a Saturday.
Because it is a rolling 12-month cycle. You're right.
Right.
Yeah.
But you only lost an hour, right?
That's the
So-
key thing.
Yeah.
Which
Hey,
means
I've
you
gone
can't-
I've gone minus 7 subs in a day before, and I quickly Googled my name to see if somebody did a hit piece, right? And apparently nobody did. So, right, and then I just messaged Michael the Toy Habit. He's like, "Oh, you lost 7, we lost 9, so stop whining." And I'm like, "Somebody did a hit piece on both of us."
That happens to me on
How many-
Instagram all the time because they go through and update all the kick off the bots and the scam accounts and stuff.
I
They do it in
noticed
chunks, right? And it's so I'll be going up and then all of a sudden I'm down 10 followers. I'm like, what the fuck happened?
Now, next time I do a hit piece, I'm going straight to Lawrence's channel to see if there's a new video up.
Have you noticed more sex bots on Instagram lately? Like they used to get them all the
Yeah.
time, then it kind of
Yeah.
fell off, and then the last couple weeks,
Yep.
it's like
Yeah, I've
I've
removed
been
a few
getting
followers.
the same one. I've been getting the same one day after, like multiple times in a day. It's
Oh,
the
wow.
same chick.
The one thing I
following me,
noticed.
like,
Go ahead.
No, I was done. Ed, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say the one thing I did notice is that the more you post reels or share reels, like share stories on Instagram, the more sex bots you get. So like lately, I've been sharing a lot of like Hella Dope and some other people's reels and stuff, and I've been getting a lot of followers that are sex bots.
Okay.
I just noticed like recently it's been pretty crazy.
Well, for your stuff, Thanos, I mean, you look at your hashtags. I mean, you're probably going to get some sex bots.
You know, I don't even read your hashtags. I see the photo and I go, that's good enough.
Yeah, the hashtags are usually copy pasted from like last week's picture on the same day. Like,
do you have to select the hashtag again, or can you just copy and paste it?
I just go edit and then copy paste, and then I'll modify a couple of hashtags here and there. But that's
but can you actually will it actually do the hashtag properly if you just do a copy and paste?
I don't know if it actually does the hashtag properly if I type it
or do you have to select it again? Because anyway.
No, it'll still do it correctly because I copy mine off of a Word document. Like I have, like, if I'm doing.
Oh, okay. So maybe I should stop.
Like
maybe I should
go. I'll just copy it. I have them all in a block.
Maybe I should stop typing them in manually every single time now.
I used to do that too, and then I got sick of doing it all the time.
I'm just eating up.
Well, I think I don't post them. I don't post them much to some people. So, right.
Dragon.
Before we get a copyright strike.
I just want to make a whole new show now called Dragon Tits.
You can't use clips or songs,
there's ways to trick the what do you call it, the copyright software to do clips.
Yeah.
Like you can change the speed, you can off center it, put a fake TV.
Modify it. Yep.
That's why I always put a fake TV border around things. Because the one time I got slapped on the wrist, I didn't do that, and I just left the same screen size. So,
depending on your software program, you can sort of angle it a little bit. So like
that's another
put
thing.
it like in a TV, on one of the TV frames, but just sort of angle the picture so that it's off kilter. That's how you'll go on there and you'll see like people who post like an entire movie, but it's like a little box in the upper corner of it, or it's like
I mean, depending on your TV border, if your TV border leaves the screen in the center, that's one thing too. But you can also zoom in, right?
Yeah.
So kind of, because I always zoom in and then I like move it off center because my fake TV border is not even on both sides. I have to shift the screen to one side anyway. Then I zoom in. But you're right. I should also try to angle it. That'll be even better. Then it's even more foolproof. Right. I think sometimes with like old toy commercials, it's not as big of a deal.
Yeah, like I've been doing the Kenner booklets. So for Star Wars, I 100% had to use YouTube free music. For the Strawberry Shortcake ones, they've let it through with the Strawberry Shortcake song from the used to play for the cartoons. But I also looked it up, and the company who technically owns the copyright stuff on that doesn't seem to exist. And I couldn't find a record of who bought.
Now what about photos? If somebody just went and grabbed a bunch of Disney Star Wars photos, because I usually edit a little bit, like invert it or change the brightness, or
if it's just
crop
a photo on screen, that would fall under for what you're doing. It falls under fair use. Just go find like the copyright thing that people will put at the beginning of their videos, like everything here falls. Just throw that disclaimer up. I haven't done so yet, but I also haven't used. I mean, like for the little booklets, all I've done is scan in my old Kenner booklets. Like I did for the Star Wars and stuff, and just made it into a video.
Right.
Partly because I'm going to do longer videos that need that stuff, but I'm like, this way I have sort of the supplemental materials that I generated in an easy place where I can reference it, like in the description, and I'll be like, and for this comes from here and here, and that way like my Star Wars, like it's the 1978 booklet that came with my vintage large size Princess Leia, And that's one of my biggest videos. It's like barely 2 minutes long. It's
there's no way
it's
for
up
them
to
to monitor
615
the
views.
copyright on a picture.
8.5 watch hours for 2 minutes and 51 seconds.
Nice.
Pretty good.
And it just,
What were you saying? Were you saying there, Ed, about like you can't actually copyright a picture? Or?
Well, no, I'm saying like YouTube's algorithm can't figure out if a picture is copyrighted or not. Is what I'm saying, right? So if you just,
that's true. Like they can match like a scene from Ahsoka or something like that,
yeah.
right? Assuming you haven't changed the speed, assuming you haven't put the TV border around it, assuming you haven't taken out the, because I have been slapped by WWE. Well, even when I took out the audio, but I took the screen cap right off WWE Network and I showed Hogan walking to the ring for 10 seconds. Like you can't do that. I think that one
is really bad.
Yeah. But they're really bad, I think, for video. I use a ton of photos in that, and it didn't seem to matter.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, I'll still modify the photos just for shits and giggles. But it's a lot of work, right? So, right.
Yeah. It's funny because like you think some of these companies need the extra publicity, so why are you even bothering? You know, the YouTube.
Oh, I know. I'm actually working on it's going to go up next week. Is the Von Erich documentary that I worked on about the story of the tragic story of them dying, either through suicide or accidental deaths. And one of my friends warned me. They're like, with the movie coming out, Ken, you may want to be a bit careful with how you do this, right? So. Yeah. I put it. I just left it unlisted. I haven't seen anything yet because they can still catch it if it's unlisted.
Yep.
Right. That's how one of mine got caught. Caught using air quotes here. Now, mind you, it can also be a WWE employee watching it when it goes public and then they flag it then. But it's also much harder to do a picture.
For WWE, they have people that do that. There's a guy who does. No, not anymore. It was the last year, but he calls it Wholesome Halloween, Dan Drambles, and he does video essays every day of horror movies. And he did one about God, what was his name?
Bray Wyatt?
Yeah, because he has some sort of horror content, which I didn't get to see it. And it was up like 2 days before it got pulled because WWE copyright and he's actually fighting it because his usage of it legally falls within copyright fair usage. So, and they're just really hard to fight with, and that's why.
Yeah. Do you know what he actually used? Did he use photos?
I don't, because I didn't get to watch it. I think he used some video footage. Even that, regardless of what they do, is still, as long as it's transformative, it's educational, like for critique. You can still use it regardless of what they think. It's just most people don't have the ability to fight it. It's like when companies send out cease and desist things because you've published materials that were quote unquote leaked to you. Like you actually could just not do anything. They could try to take you to court and that will be expensive. But in actual court, all you would say is like, well, we are, say, reporters and we are reporting on a thing. A source leaked these to us and we reported on these images. And the case wouldn't go anywhere, like, because you didn't do anything wrong by sharing photos that were leaked to you. It falls under news. It falls under fair use. The problem is certain corporations like, say, Mattel or Paramount have such deep pockets that nobody on YouTube who makes YouTube videos could actually fight it. And YouTube is so busy trying to make money from these companies that they're not going to actually... Because YouTube could literally just say no. They could actually have an effective copyright system where they have people who, once that copyright strike comes in, actually reviews the material and like, no, this falls under fair use and just reject it. But they don't, and they don't. And if somebody copyright strikes you, to reply to it, you have to give like your name and everything. So like, if you're not actually set up as a business, that means if somebody's trying to dox you and they go in and copyright strike you, to fight that copyright strike, even when you know it's fake or fraudulent, you have to, and they get all, so they would have your name, your address, everything. So yeah, that's the sort of drawback of it. It's set up really poorly. So anyway, not to scare anyone.
I mean, they could do the copyright claim instead, or the takedown request. Like in my case, they just zap the video. They're just like,
yeah,
hey,
and that's the thing. Like Disney, for instance, I could have put Star Wars music in there. Disney will actually let it fly. They just either silence it, or it goes into a place where you don't get. Not that I'm not even monetized yet, so technically
they would claim the monetization.
Yeah, but
right.
the problem is eventually, like when I do get to that point, these videos are sort of evergreen. Like they're not, as long as people are interested in vintage and their Star Wars, there will be people who will watch.
You've got the same formula as I do. You try to go for the evergreen stuff.
Yeah, it's
and
like
unfortunately, I've talked a bit about this with Brick, and definitely a lot about it with Oz. Is that you don't get the front-loaded views when you do that.
Well, and what's it, and even my sort of topical, like I did the Lady Slither video. I did one on Terror and Lord Grass, but I framed those on the history of the characters and like what tooling could be reused from like Lady Slither, what characters.
Yeah, I saw that one. Yeah.
So the way I handle anything that's sort of topical and is, and those videos have done really well for me. Like those are both 700 views.
Technically Glenda was topical for me, but I went into the history. Yeah. But mind you, the thumbnail is the classified one, so people will assume that it's news, right? Or news reaction or something.
I mean, but that also will get people in there, even months from now. Like, and the thing about Glenda is, even though it sort of was topical at the time, it'll be topical until like Glenda ships, until people have Glenda in hand, and then of course it will shift more. There will still be people though when that starts going out and the reviews start hitting. There are a lot of people who aren't going to explain who Glenda is. They're just going to be like, "Look, it's Glenda. She was controversial," and then people will look, and you'll at that point your video will have been on so long and have so many views racked up. You're going to be one of the first suggestions. So that's sort of my approach to like somebody. I've gotten a few. Not ironically, based on my content, I had a few people who were like, "Yeah, when are you going to do a story on like, a video on the Filmation tooling and stuff?" And I'm like, I'm probably not going to until much later because right now, it would be too clickbaity right now. It's like I couldn't find a way to really Lady Slither. There's so much history, like as far as how we got to her and like. You're a lot of Snakeman history too, like and Axel sort of works since classic. So for the Filmation cartoon stuff, I was like, all I can do is like look at all the characters from Filmation that use the same tooling. It would be pointless.
You're like me. You seem to enjoy and thrive on the research part of it.
Yeah, like I really, like I've got. It's ridiculous how many I have. I've got. This is the old one, but I mean, just right here, I have 4, and like one of them spins out of like Villain Obscura, Acrobat. I'm gonna do Acrobat, who is kind of like Rat Lore. I'm sorry, Tongue Lasher adjacent. I'm working on the 3-part Star Comics retrospect from 02. I'm gonna customize a Hildebrandt themed Princess Leia using 2 different figures, but I'm gonna use that as part of explaining the vintage Star Wars Hildebrandt poster. I'm working on a retrospective of the large size Leia doll as well as the unproduced items. I'm also working on Villain Obscura for Raptor, which luckily he just got announced, so that one will probably do pretty well, as well as Crystal Ball, which I had chatted with you a little bit about those. And then I have scored a bunch of the old kid stuff records from He-Man and from Strawberry Shortcake, and they all have black and white pictures that you were encouraged to color back in the day, but they're all minty fresh. So I'm just going to scan them, color them, and then upload that so that there will be some I can do shorts with those, but I can also just put those as videos, and I can actually include the story part of those because again, it's transformative and it's from actual things I own and I'm going to record. So, I mean, there might be at some point copyright claims, but when I went and looked, there are a lot of channels that already have all of that, like multiple. So it's not even like one channel could try to copyright claim it, as long as it's my recording and my videos that I make it from.
Yeah. Yep, that sounds interesting. I'd love to go back into unproduced toys.
Yeah, and that's sort of how I'm approaching those. I'm calling that series sort of like Lost and Barely Remembered Told. It's either Lost and Barely Told or nearly lost. Like I'm still playing with what I'm going to call it, but basically it's. And I'll do like the comic. There are a lot of, especially with Motu, there are a lot of really obscure.
Yeah, you're clearly going with the for the long game on this, right? Like all of a sudden, like what'll happen is you'll think a video's dead in the water, and then all of a sudden it'll rank in search, and then out of nowhere you'll look back and you'll be like, how did this thing suddenly climb by 500 views? It was sitting on 200 forever with nobody ever watching. Now I'm at 7. It's only been a few days. Because that's the kind of thing that just happens for whatever reason.
Yeah, and I mean,
right?
Really, with my shorts, I watch that a lot. Like well, you know, like last week, my Strawberry Shortcake weekly short bombed. Like I didn't get hardly any views on it. Not what I normally would consider. Like, you know, like I have what I consider good for my content. But what is interesting is I got one subscriber from it, and then I went in like and looked at the 60-minute thing in the analytics, and literally this person went and found my Strawberry Shortcake playlist and watched every one of my shorts, and then went and watched the one and the other Kenner booklet hit today, but watched both of those. Well, the first one probably watched it today when the new one hit, but like watched all the Strawberry Shortcake.
Unfortunately, YouTube likes to classify channels, right? Like
I'm going to fight that a little bit, I think, because I mean, like that's what my main fight's going to be, is sort of the way my content technically seems like it's all over, even though it's not.
The one thing that I always struggle with now is like I put a wrestling video up, and it like when you look at your analytics, it ranks 10th out of 10 every single time for the first several days, and then all of a sudden it ranks in search and starts moving up. Like it's just my whole the last 4 videos I did on my LGN wrestling series, because the first 2 my channel was so new, I didn't have that. But then the final 4, it felt like nobody was watching. I almost quit doing the series, and then all of a sudden there was one video I think that was like, it got like 50 or 60 views in the first 48 hours, and I was already at 15 or 1600 subscribers at the time. And then it literally went from something like 50 views to like 1,000 over the course of like a week, right? And now it's like over 4,000, and I'm like, what's going on? Like that video was a fart in the wind when it started, but then it just YouTube shows it to another audience. And I'm sure something like that's going to happen with my Von Erich documentary that comes out. It's going to be no one's really going to watch it, and then all of a sudden, as we get closer to the movie, the views will slowly start ticking up, right? But I felt passionate, so I did it. Right.
And I need to work with how I'm doing shorts, because that what keeps happening for me is I'll have a short that does really, really well. And then everything else for the next 3 or 4 days will bomb, because
shorts are weird. Shorts are weird though. Shorts are even weirder than other videos.
Yeah, but it's not like the thing I just like. If like for instance, like the Strawberry Shortcake thing just went nowhere. That was after a day of several things not going anywhere. My last big views were from 2 Barbie shorts that were Halloween themed. And I did really well. Everything after that, just, they didn't even push it, right? Then my Teen Titans by George Perez on Thursday, I'm still getting 4 or 5 views. Like, I just got another 5 views on it a few hours ago. Within the last few hours, right? I mean. But everything since then has bombed, because but all of my superhero stuff now is going up, because the people that the 2 subscribers I got from that like are now watching all of my super. So it's so what I'm starting, like I just posted my Sunday Barbie video, and what I'm going to do tomorrow is I usually do Motu Monday, and I'm going to change my schedule of stuff so that it sort of flows. So like Monday is going to be Strawberry Shortcake, Tuesday Princess of Power, Wednesday will be Wonder Woman, Thursday will be like 80s random 80s toy line, Friday Motu, Saturday Star Wars, and then back to Barbie, because Barbie tends to do my most consistent regardless. So I'm hoping if I go like sort of girl toy, because Princess of Power is kind of a little bit of both. Then Wonder Woman again, that sort of hits a couple different boy toy spots. Then to like 80s toys, which are almost always boys geared. And then to Motu, then to Star Wars, back to Barbie. I'm thinking the flow of that will help YouTube keep pushing the shorts at like regular. And then on 80s days where it's like Gem and the Holograms or Rainbow Bright or whatever, I'll bump that before the Wonder Woman superhero stuff so that it doesn't mess with the algorithm that my stuff seems to be on. And then by January, I'm not doing daily shorts anymore, so it'll be different. So
I was going to ask you about the shorts. When is there a standard time of day you release them?
I just posted my daily right now. I post between midnight and like 2 a.m. usually.
Okay.
I've experimented the last 3 weeks with doing different times. And unfortunately, I don't know. Because all of my stuff shows that my viewers are literally on YouTube 24/7. I have I'm up to 252, which is not bad. I've only been posting regularly since July. The bulk of my content is shorts. 252 is really good because I'm not doing clickbait shorts like yet. Like I'm gonna do a couple. I'm gonna do one. This ugly strawberry shortcake rag doll that came out like the first year that had a vinyl head. They moved to all rag because it's cheaper. But I'm gonna do a little short like, was this doll too ugly to be in stores? And but tell the truth. But we're gonna go with it because there was originally on the internet the rumor, oh, it was so ugly they changed it. It's like, no, it was more expensive. It was like $19.99 for a strawberry shortcake rag doll with a vinyl head in 1979. Nobody bought that shit. That was the price of a Death Star. So with the all cloth, they got it down to like $9.99.
That's awesome. Yeah.
So yeah, there's that, and the fact that the Princess Leia doll, her hairstyle is called the Star Puffs, which never caught on. So I'm going to do a video. Kenner actually tried to name it. Is it racist? That's literally going to be the video. Of course not, because it's Star Puffs, not Afro Puffs. Duh. I'm just going to see how sort of accuracy, but clickbaity will do for shorts. I don't know. I just want to play with the form. I'm not putting enough of my sarcasm into my regular content because not everyone gets when I pick certain songs that I'm being sarcastic with that choice. So,
that's right.
Like today, Barbie and Ken, it's a race. They're at the beach and Barbie says, "Let's race." I picked Cake the Distance because it's pretty ironic. With the happy Ken and Barbie, and there are people who would just go over there. So yeah, I don't know. Like I'm playing with it, and I've been jumping around on all of my various different YouTube, like my accounts that I watch videos on, and I used to troll with, and I've been watching different parts of my content to like sort of change around sort of algorithms and stuff to see how that works. So it's all So
yeah, I really need to dig into that. I mean, I don't know if I need to, but there's a lot that I don't know about it.
And yours I would be
everything
really
you're mentioning
interested in because yours is like mine is really specific, and I'm also like I don't like I could probably have way more viewers right now if I were trying to pander and like over to ColorTube because ColorTube is really specific. But it's also very loyal and you can get a lot of viewers. I mean, like literally there are people who have, in my opinion, like 3,000 to 5,000 subscribers and all they do is color along live streams like during the week, and people show up, watch them color and they talk about, I could start doing that, but I don't want to. I don't want, like the coloring thing for me is really specific what I'm doing with it. It's about sort of these old coloring books with stories and like, it's a nostalgia hit. So I just, like eventually I have a bunch of books I'm going to finish and then I have lost stories that I can post on the channel. So it's like, if I pander to ColorTube, all the ColorTube people aren't going to like my other content. It puts me way more in you know, like right now, I know my short compilation kind of is iffy, but at the same time, it's like it feels, you know, like when I do a color video, like I don't talk about my technique. I talk about the character and like why I love it, where that memory is.
It's a constant push-pull, nonstop.
Yeah, so you know, like I've got some stuff if I want to keep doing the content the way I'm doing it, that I'm gonna have to. But either way, I have to put more of my personality into it, so that basically I have to sell the channel more on myself than necessarily what I'm doing, so that you get that core group of people who just are gonna watch whatever the fuck you do, regardless of sort of what it is, and that will give me some breathing room. My goal is just to like, I want to hit 500 within a year, which I'm halfway there. I want to get to a place where I can offer memberships, because I need to start giving some of these pages away, because I'm literally drowning in pages. So that's going to be like member perks right away. Like, enter a drawing. Here's some
Just
pages.
think, if the power ever goes out, you have enough paper to keep yourself warm for a while.
Exactly. And with all the
True,
wax that
true.
are in the color
2012?
pencils I use, like it would burn bright and colorful.
That's
so,
right.
But I mean, you know, there's that. Also, you know, I could put some of the stuff up on Etsy and sell pages and probably make a little money that
There
way.
you go.
So I've got some stuff I could do.
You've got options.
But right now, it's just
Always
like I
options.
want to make the content that I'm not getting from either place that I, you know, either ColorTube or ToyTube, and it's. I also just want people to be more artistic. Like, I feel like people are not artistic. I feel like everyone sort of here has their own sort of creativity around their toys, and it's like fewer of us are really sort of that angry, disgruntled, shitty fan that we run into. And I was talking about that with my friend Emily, who doesn't work at Hasbro designing vintage collection Star Wars figures. When she and I colored along, if you go watch the video, it's definitely not Emily from Star Wars vintage collection team. But I was sort of telling her that, and she just in general was like, you know, people who create anything are happier. And I'm like, and it's like, even just coloring, it's like, there are a lot of people who do it for like stress relief. You know, Aaron and I did our pre-record for later this month.
Yeah, he was talking about
And
that.
we were talking about sort of that factor of it. And it's like, that's how most people start adult coloring, is like, it'll help with your stress, with your blood pressure, whatever. So it's my thing. And let's see, Oz has been on the show.
Yeah.
Ken, you're going to come color with me pretty soon. We'll figure it out.
Are we streaming to your channel right now or no?
No, not mine.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say technically that counts, right?
Yeah, no. You know, I'll have you on. We'll have you on proper, and you'll come on, and we'll call. And if it's a mess, it's a mess. That's okay. I have 2 different Transformer coloring books. I'm basically sitting on for you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we'll have something from Brooks coming on. Ed, at some point, I'll have you on. It's your choice whether or not you want to bring Luke. Like Thanos, we'll figure it out. I've got Fisto pages, but they're not going to really satisfy your core group.
Luke has ADHD. If you happen
know
to watch
what,
Tuesday
Allison?
night show, you could tell Luke has ADHD, right? He ain't sitting down and coloring.
Well, he would be surprised, actually. Like, you would be surprised when you give kids with stuff, whatever the stuff is, you give them art supplies and you give them something that they can actually engage with, you would be
Oh,
surprised.
my son has plenty to engage with. His problem is that he won't do it when it's time to do it. He'll go to bed and do it at 2 a.m. when he's.
I 100%, like, literally, some nights don't, like, I didn't go to bed. What night is this? This is Saturday. So Thursday night, I did not go to bed. I was up all night writing because Nano Month. And then when I finished writing, I was like, well, let me just sit down and outline my next 20 videos for the next 3 years. So
when Luke wrote his book, Lotus, that's what he would do. He would sleep for like 4 hours during the day and then go out in the woods and then, you know, have dinner. And the next thing I know, he'd text me at like 1 o'clock in the morning. Dad, read see this for me so I can see if it's anything missing. I'm like, it's 1 o'clock in the morning, dude. I'm supposed to be sleeping.
Yeah.
Right.
But he's fully awake.
So
ready to roll.
I will say, if you want a Fisto coloring page to Thanos's likings, send me a couple of choice pages with Fisto and some key positions of other characters, and I will create one for him.
Yeah,
I was
that's an
gonna say
option.
I don't have to do a dirty pick. Like I'm
Yeah, no, I mean,
satisfying
like-
those.
Oh
people
no,
with
you
just
have
make
to
it
do a
happen.
dirty pick.
Okay.
Yeah,
You can do a
think
regular
we're-
one and a dirty one,
There we could.
but I'll make it happen.
There's a picture in one of those Motu coloring books of like Cyclone using his powers to disable the villains, and for whatever reason, the tornado effect is going right into their crotches. Like there are pictures in the books that are
There's a
questionable.
limp sorted He-Man.
Yeah, right. I mean, they're just ways, and
It's
it's,
a
in a,
limp
it's
sorted
just
He-Man.
partly because, like, you know, these things are viewed as very cheap, quick marketing. It's a quick, easy product to get out there. Sometimes the drawings are very
It's true.
particularly what the F, and that's going to be a whole series I start doing after I get, you know, at the end of
What the F coloring pages?
yeah, like I've got a never-ending story
I
coloring
love
book where they actually have the horse part in
Oh
it.
no!
Like there are 3
no,
pages of the
no.
horse sinking, of him trying to save the horse, and then the horse.
Right.
Yeah, like literally, I'm gonna do this. 3
Color your
pages.
sadness here.
Edit it
Little
together
sadness.
as part of what the fuck were they thinking? Yeah, I've got a couple little sequences planned for
I wonder
that.
how many
It's
of those
after
pages are just
January
stained
2nd,
with tears of children.
right? Can you imagine
All
doing
of
that
them.
with
I'm gonna jet, so
All right.
Later,
Good
Ken.
night,
All right,
man.
Ken.
Night, Ken.
Take care, bro.
take care.
Anyway,
Yeah.
if you're here
See you next
tonight,
time.
eventually you'll be on my channel to color. So just get
For
ready
sure.
for it.
We'll talk soon. Take care.
All right.
Good
And
night.
as a matter of fact, I was thinking that is a good spot to start wrapping it up for tonight because we have hit 6 hours and 30 minutes on Brick's channel. I think that's the longest stream he's ever done.
It is.
Right.
It
Make
is.
sure.
Thank you very much. And it's fun.
Absolutely, brother. All right, guys. Well, Brick, what do you got coming up tomorrow?
I have no idea. No, I'm recording in the morning with Berserk and Fig Bunker. We're going to talk third-party toys, which is good. The one that I did for Fig Bunker with Jurassic Jesse and Cloud Fox, while we were talking crowdfunding, actually, that went up this morning. So that was fun. And then I will be hanging out. Well, tomorrow's actually the shiny plastic people invasion, apparently. So I'll let Allison share that part of hers, and then at some point, 4:30 p.m. my time for the news, Chris from Shiny Plastic People will be co-hosting, and we'll be talking about a bunch of stuff. A little bit of McFarlane DC stuff because I try to tailor it to the guests a little bit, but we'll also be talking a lot about screens. So I'll be screwing up the algorithm, apparently, from what I learned tonight. So,
hey, you know what? Why not? Right? Let's mess with the algorithm. Since there was that segue from Brick to Allison, let's drop right down to Allison. What's going on with the Shiny Plastic People invasion?
He will be joining me tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're going to color. We have a picture picked out of Firestorm and one of Robin getting on a bike from a vintage 80s Superpowers coloring book. Both pages are available on my community tab if anyone wants to color along at home. Join us. So yeah, that's me and Chris tomorrow. And then when I'm done with them, I send them over to Brick. Yep, that's with Chris tomorrow. I've got an Evil Len color extended coloring video of 16 minutes ish that will hit on Monday, and where I talk about when I bought my first Evil Len in the 1983 or whatever. And it's a while since I recorded the script, so but yeah, and it's from her card back. The amazing Adam at Battle Ram Blog has graciously allowed me to steal pictures from his site that I can color. And he had black and white hardback of Evil Wind's art. So I'm coloring that in a video on Monday. Well, not live,
cool.
but it's a video. So anyway, come to the premiere, and then shorts every day and more stuff in the coming weeks.
Nice. And since we're going all out of whack and craziness, let's go. John, you haven't been on the channel for a while. Brother, what do you got coming up?
Well, my channel is going through a complete overhaul at the moment. I'm trying to do something, as I've shown on IG. I'm working with still motion video. I've got some segments that I want to do for like Wednesdays, which will be anything between an unboxing, maybe will probably be still motion video. Just something real quick, not going to be real easy, but just something very entertaining. Try to bring up my subscribers, try and bring up my channel. From there, I will be doing some unboxings and want to incorporate some like maybe comic books and story stuff somewhere in there. I've got a lot of things in my head that I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do this, and then I'm also going to try and do some customizations on the channel too.
Nice.
Excellent, brother. Ed, what you got for us?
Later on tonight, we'll be on Hella Dope Toys.
That's right.
Yep. And then Tuesday on my channel be my show live stream with my son at 8:30. I have no idea what we're doing yet. We haven't decided. And then I just got asked on not till the 16th, but that's the next one that's coming up for Lawrence's Thursday night movie review. I will be on in place of Lawrence since Matthew asked me to come on. We're going to be doing the Silver Bullet movie, I believe.
Nice.
Unless he switches it to Dog Soldiers, which he's been bouncing back and forth. So,
what about
whatever he
Brotherhood of the Wolf?
decides.
What about that one?
Well, it was Dog Soldiers, Silver Bullet, or now I'm drawing a blank. Some other movie with the guy, the karate dude, Billy Jack.
Okay. I'm gonna put this foot on that side of your head, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yep.
If you guys don't get that reference,
Good
go
movie.
check it out.
Good
Billy
movie.
Jack. Thanos.
Tomorrow, new episode of my thing. Probably post it whenever I wake up and get around to posting it. It's already shot.
What thing?
My Instagram retrospective.
All of us
every
guys.
Sunday. Yeah. Go ahead.
All of us guys knew what you were talking about, but
Now, pretty much every Sunday, I post. Actually, I've done it I think one time I did it on Wednesday, but every other time it's been Sunday. So I'm trying to keep that schedule, even though Sunday's already way too packed. And then all month long, Naughty November. I know everybody's excited about it. Once this month's over, I'll go back to semi-normal pictures for at least half a week. And every day on Instagram. That's pretty much it.
Half a week until it's candy canes everywhere.
That's right.
Well, I mean, I'll have like a Hanukkah series and a Christmas thing. I have a Thanksgiving shot already done, and it's on theme with Naughty November. So
nice.
Yeah,
Naughty November ends, then it's on to 8 crazy nights.
Pretty close after, yeah.
That's fantastic. All right, guys. Well, you know what's going on down here next week, of course. We're going to have Toy Frenzy on Thursday nights, as you can always expect, over on Skelevator's channel, where you can catch me. Next Saturday, we'll be on one of these fine gentlemen's channels. I might host the stream, but who knows where I'll be directing traffic next week. So stay tuned to find out. And then, of course, you never know where else I'm going to pop up in ToyTube throughout the remaining week. Hell, I might even show up on somebody's stream tomorrow night. You know, you just see me as a blur running behind them on their screen.
Hey, Oz.
So
I was just going to streak through somebody's screen.
Oz, you said one of these fine gentlemen. We got a nice, beautiful young lady with us, too.
we do. And I apologize for that, Allison. You're looking down and
Oh,
I
you're fine.
missed it.
No, you're fine. Well, I'd already
We
said
had
though.
this.
Yeah, no, we had already. Somebody asked if we were streaming through me earlier. I was like, no, not yet. It's not a good time. So I just assumed.
Hey,
that.
we will direct traffic
Listen,
wherever.
I assumed you were a man who listened to what I said. Thanks, Ad. You
I'm a
ruined
man.
the illusion.
Don't listen.
That's what I'm here
listen
for.
And then immediately forget. Like, it's the retaining part that's hard.
It's true. I heard it. That doesn't mean I paid attention. As I am a man. All right, everybody. We will see you
I've been
all
married
throughout
twice,
the week.
so I was trained well by two different women. Didn't
Good
work.
night, folks. Thank you, Oz,
It
for
was.
sending folks this way.
See you, everybody.
Good night, y'all.